Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. I'm Kevin T-Trag.
And this is Nocturne Flam.
Good to have you back, and happy birthday, by the way. We are back to Mega Man Legends 2. We're part 3 now. Last time, we visited the Nino ruins, and we dealt with Glide and some birds, and we tried to give Claymore some back therapy. It was not for lack of effort, but that being said...
Ungrateful bastard.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
That's a joke, though.
Well, no, I mean, but then again, that goes to one thing with that. They kind of like us.
Yeah,
weirdly enough.
There's at least a respect there.
Yeah, maybe we'll see them again tonight or soon enough, but either way, we're going on to our next adventure, and we set up with Mega Man Volnuts, saying, like, I want to fly the Flutter, like, at the beginning of the game, as far as in the opening cutscene. But yeah, alright, so as is always the case, Nocturne playing for us. Looking forward to seeing where we're gonna go. One thing we do have, I think we do want to explain a little bit, because we're doing a bit of a safe slot switch, a little bit to start, kind of. Well, sort of, after we do one thing. Is that right? You want to talk about that?
Yeah, like, while I was doing Zenny grinding, I realized that I really, really wanted the vacuum arm. I tried to get both parts together. I was not successful, because Roll has not been willing to fix the Flutter.
That's also why Roll is barely in the shot. It's like, fine, we're focusing on Mega Man
and Data.
But it's like, well, Roll, yeah, because when you talk to her, it's like, we have to fix the Flutter, because, fine, Data fucked the Flutter up, as we're pointing out for his pizza. Yeah. But either way, you pay her 4,000 Zenny, she'll be able to fix the thing. She did that off-screen on the other file we're going to be loading for the stuff we had, but we have another file where we ended last time, which shows that, and also getting the item that we need for the purpose of getting the vacuum arm, which we'll get tonight. Yeah. And then all the other stuff, because also you have the upgrade of the Hyper Shell.
Yep.
So this very nice weapon. Last time, I got my time when I was doing my practice, or my post-show last time practice, and also when I did the edit. Yeah, I think we're set to go, so show off this, and then we'll get rolling.
Yep.
You're like walking back, like, yeah, step away from the rudder. But hi, Roll. Let me just kind of he's like, okay, so we'll have to go back to Frau Blücher. Yeah, but in that case, well, before we go back to that, we got to do this. All right, so feel free to lead us, Nocturne. You know how it works, so go on with it.
So, the broken vacuum. Well, the vacuum item. One of the two pieces can be found right here in Kalinka. In Yosyonke City.
Yeah, we're back in the nice lovely snow.
We just go back to one of these houses in the northeastern corner of this area.
Yeah, I think it's that one up there, isn't it?
Yep. And we break, enter, and steal.
Yeah, well, fine. There are people there we're doing in front of them, but then we can say hi to them easily. But yeah, if you talk to that...
There's a broken vacuum.
Awesome. You want to say hi to these people?
Yeah.
Hi. So it's done for crashing on Forbidden Island, so he went to Forbidden Island from before.
Yeah.
We saw 2 parts ago, I believe.
Yeah, he's one... at least it's... Actually, I think they do show the actual character models under the bubbles when you walk by them on Forbidden Island.
We might have seen it then, so what I could do is I could put an edit here of who this guy was.
Yeah, this guy was one of the people who was in stasis under those bubbles on Forbidden Island.
Alrighty. Now this little girl appeared and saved me. Oh, they're talking about Sarah, I guess, yes? Or not?
I'm going to stay silent on that.
Okay.
I mean, technically we have seen technically we have seen them.
Okay.
I'm not saying any more than that.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out this, because I think I said this with the other parts, but I'll reiterate this, and the other parts are going to be below when I edit just to indicate that if you missed any of them, because they're nice elements we've had so far. I have not played this game as far as story. I don't know where the story's going, except for the fact that it's a massive cliffhanger, but outside of that, I know nothing about it, so I'm finding out what's going on in story. I'm piecing this because of the fact that the only people that we saw in part 1 was Sarah as the end of that, but it was also a case of we were kind of off on the periphery. We were trying to take care of everything on the Forbidden Island, but we didn't see what happened, how'd they get out. But as you're saying, there's going to be a tie to that later.
Yeah. But, and don't worry, we won't need to wait till the end of the game. It'll just be almost leading up to the final dungeon.
Okay, awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing what that's going, and yeah, all of you out there in chat, YouTube, and anywhere land, yeah, stay tuned. I'm gonna all be revealed eventually.
Yeah. Probably either the end of part 4 or the beginning of part 5.
Okay. Which I believe, just to quickly go into that, I believe we're gonna have longer parts on those. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think just to make sure I get everything in. Like I'm aiming for 6 parts. 5 if I end up doing really well on time for part 5.
Okay, and we're going to be moving the show up by 2 hours for each of those. Is that correct?
Yeah, 5 o'clock start.
Yes,
That's all right with everyone.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we're at least giving an indication to it. So yeah, it's going to be interesting this way. So half of the game starts at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the rest at 5 p.m. But yeah, the times for that will be revealed later as far as when the next installments of this game are going to be. But yeah, with that. Yeah, what else we got next as far as... I do like that shot there, and also remember you have a choice of thumbnail as well.
Yeah.
So, just to create that one other.
But yeah.
Then if you're going to be able to own this house.
This guy... Oh.
And that's not... Fine, at first it looked like Santa Claus, like, no, he's not Santa Claus.
I think this is actually an older lady.
Oh yeah, you're right. I can see that as far as, like, stuff with the cheekbones, which, that attention to detail is amazing on the models. I'm going to say that.
Like... especially considering how little, relatively speaking, that they have to work with.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking, compared to modern games.
That's true for 2000 PlayStation. We got Capcom knew what they were doing clear with this one. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dolly Finn. Good to see you tonight. We are playing Mega Man Legends 2 for Part 3. Myself and Nocturne are here. Good to see you tonight. Hope you are doing well. Feel free to go into anything you have on Mega Man Legends, any insights on what you're seeing, or any discussions about the Summer Game Fest that started a couple days ago. There are a couple announcements that came out, honestly, on Thursday. There's the big ones. A lot of the big stuff's coming next week, including Capcom's presentation on Monday. So yeah, we're going to go into stuff with that for sure. Well, Nocturne Dollyfin says, yeah, absolutely. It is so good to see you, and yeah, I think very happy to see that. You're not a day older than when you left.
Yeah, and when I called them stasis bubbles, I wasn't kidding.
Right.
The people who were in those bubbles did not age.
Yeah, in fact, I think the other guy said or the guy over there, he said specifically, it felt like years had passed apparently, but his age didn't change.
Yeah.
So I guess the passage of time happened, but the idea that he's alive and he didn't lose any time on the clock. So there you go. So awesome. Okay, yeah, we came in here because we wanted to get the broken motor.
Yep. The broken vacuum.
Vacuum. We got the broken motor last time.
No, we don't have the broken motor yet.
No, I'm thinking fine. Okay, you're right. Not in this game. The first game we got broken motor.
Mm-hmm.
We'll find it, I guess, in this game too. Yes.
Well, I mean, we still don't have it on the real file either.
Okay, yeah, so. That's the other thing. We're going to be quickly going back, and we're going to be talking to Roll to fix the Flutter to show that, and then we're going to be swapping over to the file that she had working as far as her practice stuff and also her money grind, because of the fact that, hey, she was able to get the hyper shell set up, so yeah, we're going to see some nice fireworks. A little bit of a Fourth of July weekend elements going on, but yeah, same also because we're doing Bomberman World that weekend, which by the way I'm moving up by a day to June 30th just to indicate that. But that being said, we can go into that more as schedule goes along and anything else you've got. And Nocturne, same with you. Read us on what you got, any insights, anything else.
To bird bot impression.
Oh right. Yeah. Okay, actually that's really good. See, it's funny. When I heard that, I was thinking. I thought of like the sound if you ever played Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg?
No.
It's from Sonic Team. It was on the GameCube. It is celebrating its 20th anniversary this year. It's this kid in a chicken outfit just rolling an egg around, and then when you do like the call to get the egg, it goes goo goo goo. It's like it sounded almost like that. It's like, oh, you're right. Then you remember like the bird bots we saw last time. I don't know if we're gonna see them again, but we'll see as far as how it is. But alright, so good to see you roll again. But
Alright.
we do need to talk more
about repairs.
Yeah, because if you recall at the beginning of the game, Data was making pizza. It did not go well. So yeah, there was fire.
Yeah, Data nearly burns the freaking Flutter out of the sky.
Yeah. So we had to foot the bill. But it's not massive as far as the costs. It's 4,000 zeni.
Yeah. Which, considering the implication that zeni are kind of analogous to the Japanese yen, as is very typical in Japanese RPGs, this could be assumed to be somewhere in the vicinity of a year 2000 $40.
Yeah, which I was gonna say that's definitely a case of $40 being stretched far to fix fire damage. But either way,
which is still pretty cheap even at the time.
Yeah, definitely so. So I mean, the idea of you sometimes call up ideas of companies that do that. Like I don't know if you know the company ServPro, like it never even happened. Like disaster elements of that, or trying to figure how to do recovery that way. It's like you can get that cheap this way as far as it. But yeah, with that 40 zeni or 4,000 zeni, we can get this repaired.
Yeah. Now, the repairs do not happen immediately.
Mm-hmm.
As we found out.
Well, if nothing else, we're also going to get the answer out, because you were saying, I can't find anything online that explicitly states what it is. We believe it is based off of time you play, but I don't know if it's on anything specific. In fact, we're going to put this to the test, because I think we're done with this file right now. Yes, we're going to be jumping over the other one, right? What do we got?
But yeah, you can't just leave the Flutter, go back to roll, and then everything's hunky-dory. Nope, doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I mean, that 4,000 zenis, she has to go get other stuff as far as it to, get the fire damage fixed.
Yeah, I mean, to be perfectly fair, Roll is a big DIY person.
Yeah, no question. We saw that in the first game, in the idea that when she found that ship, when she went to Wily's dock, she jumped in, she's like, I want to fix this thing, and then Wily was like, what are you doing? But she said, I'm sorry, I got so carried away doing the fix, but then she was like, he was saying, I love your gumption, I love the fact that you went that deep into it and made it work, so, yeah, feel free to use it anytime you want.
Yeah, but when you go back to Roll and talk to her about the repairs, this is what she says.
Yes.
Until things are actually done, and I haven't reached that point yet.
Well, we'll definitely get a check of that, because as I said, when we load that out of the file, the grinding you were doing was specific for the purpose of time pass, so maybe that hit it? I don't know. But we'll see.
So yeah, now we are going to do a little bit of time travel.
Okay. I don't know if there's something I should be putting into the edit to go the time travel, do the Wayne's World thing, the diggity.
Yeah. Maybe a Back to the Future reference?
Next Saturday night, we're sending you back to the future!
Okay, that can go. I mean, I do have the Wayne's World game I have to play on the Super Nintendo at some point, and I guess Back to the Future. I'd like to show Super Back to the Future 2 from Super Famicom. I think we can get away with that one, specifically, because it's actually a good one, feasibly, and it didn't come out here. But either way, we are going back in time to another world.
No, we're going forward in time.
Oh, you're right. Okay, hold on. So...
We're going back to the future, not back to the past.
Oh, you're right. Perfect. Is this Hill Valley or Hell? Oh, it's like Hell. No, it's like Hell Valley. You can't imagine actual Hell would be much worse. All right, fine. We are back in the area we're at, and now we're all set. So now we can continue on.
I'm just gonna do a brief showcase of what I did with the hypershell in between streams.
Yeah, we did have a little bit of a taste of this last time when you did do one upgrade. You showed how, with nothing, it has a nice explosion, sort of, but it's kind of small. But then later, you have a bunch. But now with it almost completely maxed out, the only thing left was range. Yeah, watch this. It's gonna be fun to see.
So...
Our favorite grinding spot.
I'm going in here.
And in good shape, do you want to...
Actually, this is not the set I won.
Oh, okay.
I won the set with 5 of those guys.
Which is not the one that will give you the most zeni if you're going to be running through this, as we showed last time. But that being said, okay, that's the idea. And it is quick, so the idea is to just go back in and go out. But
fortunately, I think the set I want is the most common set.
Yeah.
So,
Or...
So, apparently we're gonna get all the others, apparently we're gonna get both of the others before the one that we want shows up.
Well, the one that's most common. Is it? We dealt with this with Shadow Hearts, the Crusader 64, and I. We're trying to dig into elements saying that what's making certain things go in this game. I was kind of able to find an answer to one thing, but with this game, I don't know necessarily what the randomness of this one game is for this part. And I don't know if it's been as well documented as other stuff like with Mega Man X5. I know with that element with the shuttle and the Eclipse Cannon. No, Eclipse Cannon is Sonic Adventure 2.
Enigma
Cannon. Yeah, thank you. People kind of cracked how that operates, but this is what we're looking for.
This is the set that I wanted to use for demo.
Alright, so yeah, demo away.
Alright, so first I'm gonna jump over a few of these charging circular crocodile things. I know, I can't remember their name at the moment.
It will be below right now, as far as when you're watching this on the YouTube side.
Mm-hmm. And see how they are bunching together quite nicely.
Yes, they are.
Boom.
And it got fused. I don't think we saw that during our tests.
We didn't see it to that extent.
Okay.
We did see this, it just wasn't quite this perfect.
Oh, there you go. So alright, thank God we got this on video.
Yep. So, these guys, I'm not sure if I've mentioned this before, but once they're flipped onto their back, they are trapped.
Okay.
They will not flip back over.
Ever.
As far as I know. And now that they are on their backs, one more
Fire.
boom.
There you go.
And Zen Explosion.
There was multiple, as I said, I love the fact that they just fused together. You've ever seen that before, by the way, with this game?
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with that. It's a great way to get stuff to get hit by AoE stuff.
Okay.
And actually, even your basic buster shots will hit multiple enemies at once with a single shot,
right,
if they're overlapping like that.
Okay.
So I could have just shot those with the buster a bunch of times to finish them off.
Yeah, we promised people explosions, and explosions will be delivered.
But yeah, this time we had a Zenny explosion.
Yeah. So there we go. That is what the Hyper Shell is. This is going to be something you're going to be using for quite a bit of time, am I right about that?
Yes, the Hyper Shell is a fantastic weapon, and I will not be convinced otherwise.
Well, I don't know if it's the case or, we're thinking, no, it's not. What I've used it seems like pretty cool.
But yeah, I mean, it does have its limitations. There is no denying that whatsoever.
Sure.
Like, it cannot be fired while jumping. You stand still for a moment while it fires, even when you're firing on the ground. It has a slow rate of fire. It's a bit of an energy hog without energy upgrades. Because the projectile moves relatively slowly, enemies in motion are pretty easy to miss.
Sure.
But it's so powerful and has such a wide spread when it works right that it's actually extremely useful for clearing out groups of enemies.
Yeah, and as you said also the first time we showed it, you said that, yeah, this is something you're going to probably need to invest in significantly in order to get good use, but we've done that, or she did that, and we're going to be good to go to our next destination. Yeah, because last time we got the second of the Motherlode keys, we have to go see Bluger again. And hopefully we'll have better stuff as far as the tech stuff for it. And I also want to apologize for last week's show in terms of the hissing and the crackling of the mic as far as we did Res last week. I don't know what happened there. I said it had something sort of to do with the capture device I was using for that one, but also maybe something with the cable for the mic, so I went and bought a nice cable for this to kind of make it go a little better. So if there's any other audio elements, let us know, we can address them, and hopefully that will not happen to that. And also because of that, I said this to you off screen, I think we could justify a return to Res with Res Infinite, which you were playing last night. Because I said, I want to see your version, I want to see what this is, and I was looking at it saying, like, this looks great as far as how it's capturing the element of the game itself, and also the Area X mode, which is unique to it. And And the idea of what could VR on that thing be running like, because it does have support for that, is probably really nice. As you're making a circle around Sulphur Bottom.
Yep. I mean, I'm not waiting on a cutscene.
Okay.
I was just being silly.
Oh, the idea is like the Flutter is all about wind, so it's like I don't know. You're probably gonna get a windstorm going on to try and knock it off balance. It seems like it's pretty sturdy that way. But either way, we're back here hearing the Vivaldi once more.
Well, I mean, I don't think a hurricane's going to do anything to the Sulphur Bottom if technically the storm around Forbidden Island at the beginning of the game couldn't even scratch it.
Yeah, good point. So there you go. Alright, but yeah, we'll go see Von Blucher once again and tell him, like, hey, we got the next key, but where do we go next?
Yeah, so I am just going to duck into the junk shop to check on what they actually have right now.
Because they do change their stock, is that correct?
Not exactly. But, well, for one, I'm going to double check these things. Buy item, I could get that, but I'm gonna skip it.
Okay.
For right now. Actually, what we really want to save up for at this point is the resistor chip.
Yeah.
Which it's expensive, but we kind of need it for something coming up.
Yes, that is true. What you're showing me as far as our audio check, and I'll figure a case to put that in editing. I'll do it when we get to that point of the game. I'll come with a reason to actually indicate it vocally. Yeah, you'll understand why you're going to want to have that. Or what that is going to create, I guess, because honestly, I didn't know that was what it created that thing. But looking at it as far as the description, I think, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I believe these are all old items that we sold off.
Yeah.
So.
And as you said, I think it was last time, when you sell an item to them, you can buy it, but they mark it up. So yeah. Be careful when you're selling back if it's something you really need.
Although it is nice that you can buy back stuff.
I guess maybe because I don't know if you're thinking there would be a case where maybe there would be unwinnable situations if you didn't.
Absolutely.
You think in this game?
Well, I mean, if you couldn't buy stuff back, you would actually, like, it would actually become impossible to upgrade your Buster.
Okay.
If you sold off all your Buster parts.
Okay.
Which, I mean, it's not unheard of for RPGs of the time to have incidences where you can screw yourself over by selling the wrong thing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think Earthbound does something like that, but I don't know. We didn't play it that way for our off-screen, which we finished the other day. Gemini 96 and him and I are going to be starting that in October. But in that case, look, I knew he like you with this game. He knows exactly what he's doing on that one. He's a huge fan of it, so I guess that game has it, but I don't know if that's right or not. We'll find out when we get to that either way. But all right.
I believe there will be a cutscene as soon as I enter that door.
I don't know if it's gonna be voiced because it wasn't voiced last time. I mean, we'll see. Let's take a look. And remember, like all the time, when there's voiced cutscenes that do not have subtitles, which is all those that are voiced that way, we'll meet the bike. But we'll see.
All right. So.
All right,
it's not voiced.
Yeah, I was just questioning that only because okay, fine, it wasn't last time, but you're right, that's not always a guarantee. But all right, second key, good work, Mega Man. Yeah, or good work, Nocturne, specifically. The Guildmaster? Yes, we did. He was, good. Especially because we were able to avoid him, killing everybody if you could game over there, as I edited in last time. But apparently go a long way back with him. So yeah, they're remembering their halcyon days of digging, I guess. But alright, next key is...
It's funny you used that word because of the Japanese title.
Oh, you want to go into that? Wait, did we go into that last time?
I think we did. I think we may have.
If you want to go into it again, don't feel like, no, we can't. Actually, we want to go into it now because I said it. So feel free to that. As well, we'll have to go to Salcata Island.
Mm-hmm. But yeah...
Right, so we're going to Kimotoma, which is famous for its gold statue in the square. But yeah, we haven't seen the Bonds much in this game, interestingly enough. But yeah, they are apparently back. About as far as doing stuff in the plot. So I guess we're gonna see them tonight. Yeah, by exploring the ruins, which, hey, that's kind of their thing to do. That was how it was in the first game. Yeah, your mission, if you choose to accept it, is to free the city from the grip of pirates. Hey, yeah, we do pirate handling all the time, so it's no problem for us.
Yep. Now, about the Japanese title for Mega Man Legends.
Yes.
Officially it's actually said Rockman Dash, but Dash is actually an acronym for Dig Outer's adventure story in Halcyon Days.
Yeah, which is funny, because I didn't know that until you mentioned it. I said dash, I said, oh, it's just the word of dash, but I said, what sense does that necessarily make on the plot? But then you explained it, I said, okay, now it definitely makes sense that way.
Yeah, and, back, I think I forgot to, show this last time if I didn't mention, the acronym for the Japanese title.
Yeah.
But, the door to the Diggers Guild actually has dig out on it because diggers in the Japanese version are called dig outers.
Yeah, is they dig out the ground to find stuff. Is that's why she's playing these two of the Mega Man Legends games, but she wants me to handle the misadventures of Tronbon at some point. Yeah, we're definitely gonna play that. We're gonna go the whole way on this franchise. So yeah, we're looking forward to all that stuff as well. And what else we got tonight on this? So, okay. So, Salcata Island's where we're going tonight. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of what we're going to have going on over there. I guess also the other thing is, now that we're here, I don't know, do we also want to ask Roll, like, how's the Flutter fix going?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about that.
You do the talk to her thing, which is what we had in the last game, but yeah, we have to go to Salcata next. I hate hot places. Okay? We didn't have an indication that last time because we're all on Catalyx Island. Cheers, your suntan lotion. Okay. At least everything is covered in his case mostly, except his... Fine. Usually as far as the way we're running him... Oh, we're done.
Finally!
Okay, you can go in any time. And yeah, the reason... Why do we need to do this? For the purpose of the vacuum arm.
So, one of the parts we need is locked... was locked behind the doors of the damaged areas of the Flutter.
Right.
So, in order to get it, we need to get Roll to repair those parts.
And if you come to your own here, by the way, before that, she was like, hey, the smoke is still bad, so you can't go in.
So, I think... so I'm actually not in the right room.
Well, I don't know. You want to give the tour of what this is?
So, this is their living room.
That was where the TV was that they were watching everything on. I guess they threw it out or something because initially Roll was so depressed.
I bet the TV was also pretty trashed.
Yeah, I guess so. Roll always makes good coffee. Wonder what blend she uses. Nothing there, but it does look like a nice hot shot. And it also gives the idea of... One thing I think is interesting about the way it's looking here is that even more than the original game, we gotta get a sense of how homey the Flutter is.
Oh, yeah.
Because they have more areas. I mean, you had rooms to go in the last one, but in this one you have like an upper and lower deck.
Yeah, like the Flutter is very, very clearly their home.
Sure.
It's not just their ship, it's their home.
Yeah. I mean, they even will say later, as far as that, saying, like, come home safely. In fact, even last time when they ran into Tronbon, or no, at the beginning when they ran into Tronbon, they say, like, when you come home, we'll make your favorite meals. Like, yeah, you're right, there you go. And it's great they put that attention to detail and kind of that thought to it, because you think in a lot of other games, even something in this franchise, would they necessarily need to go that degree, even for the bathroom here. Yeah, my job to keep the bathtub clean. I just scrubbed regularly. Alright, so yeah, they divvy the chores up at least. All the mirrors made material and prevention from fogging up. Oh, I want that!
Yeah, so do I.
Okay, so yeah, call Roll up. It's like, yeah, that's the idea. You want to get your bathroom redesigned, call her. And say, like, yeah, how about those anti-fogging mirrors?
Yep. Alright.
But it's also the idea that this is kind of telling the story more just by going through this. And speaking of other things that are neat, how about magnetic dishes? So if the ship tilts, they won't move, and feasibly, I guess they won't break. So there you go. That's.
I mean, they're probably made of metal in that
case.
So. Okay.
You're just going to look at the, I guess the trash that goes out.
Oops.
That's been easier since Roll has been, bought the dishwasher. Okay. So, yeah, that idea is like instead of washing your dishes by hand, wash them with the dishwasher. They sometimes use a sink for cooking and keeps it spotless. Okay, so fine, he did burn the place feasibly, but he does do a good job of keeping the sink set. It's like not that case where you're making something that's like, oh, you didn't clear out, the meat residue afterwards. Gas stove's heat is strong enough to start a fire if mishandled. Yeah, we saw that last time.
Damn it, Data.
Yeah. Alright, the way it was sounding, I was thinking like King of the Hill as far as Hank was saying, dang it, Bill. I wish there was a game of that I could show. Actually, I think there's one on the PC specifically to go into that. But that being said, or I could show one of the Beavis and Butthead games at least, because yeah, there's games based on that.
Alright, so there's the tour of their living room and kitchen. And in here, I believe we will find the broken motor. I think it's probably in that teal box there, so I'm checking everything else first.
Okay. Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Broken motor.
And that's the only thing that even reacts to a button press in there, except for the door that leads out.
Okay. What's in there?
Actually, I'll give a tour of the rest of the Flutter.
Okay.
Oh, right, this is a bathroom.
There's another bathroom, okay. Okay, so here's the bathroom cleaning. Like, everyone likes a fresh ball. No, I get that as well. Or it's like whenever I do toilet cleaning, I like buy my toilet cleaner and then I do the brush as far as that. Actually, weird enough, I have a weird custom washing. You can't start a day without using. I have a weird custom when I clean my toilet. This is strange, but I kind of want to go on this because it's game related. Remember the Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening? You remember when you go into Syrup's hut, the witch who does the like mixes to get the magic powder? The music she does, the I hum that every time I clean my toilet, I'm not gonna lie. So in that case, like, I always hold that, even out of nothing, it's like, fine, I have to put the toilet cleaner in and do that, get the brush, and then I just start humming that. Alright, where's this?
This is Roll's workshop.
Oh wow, this is a nice workshop, damn. Okay, what she does, she has to have a nice one, no question. Spare parts and pieces of machinery scattered all over. Although, for that, it seems like it's pretty clean, in some degrees.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, this is just a representation of her workshop. I'm sure that it would have a lot more junk in it.
I guess so.
Like, good junk, but still junk.
Right.
Well, useful junk.
Yeah, stuff you can find at some point. None of the names on the map, though, recognizable. Isn't a very useful map. Well, then again, I guess that's the idea of this game, because... correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to a bunch of places that are either undiscovered or cases they have not been surveyed much. Is that right?
Well,
I mean, maybe they're going to go into something we'll learn later with stories, right? Perhaps.
I'm not really sure how to, like, there's not really much information given on the non-story ruins. It's just that you need to have a certain level of digger's license to access them.
Gotcha.
It's not that they're completely undiscovered, even though you can find a ton of crap there that anyone with 2 brain cells would pick up.
Which, okay, they didn't discover that, so that's our benefit. We can just go there, it's like, hey, they didn't take this, yoink. And Roll likes to pick up stuff whenever she goes shopping for it, but like, hey, it's probably gonna be of use. Not much going on inside the barrels, though. I guess she has a spare part for something. Okay, it looks like a sawhorse or something, is that the idea?
I think he's talking about the white and green thing on top.
Okay.
I think that's probably a small work table.
Okay. Lots of tools neatly arranged inside. So yeah, I guess that's the idea that Roll has everything she needs, feasibly. Miss really smart to be able to read all these books. No, yeah, she is, as far as what she's doing. I mean, how's the thing with the Flutter? Did she build this thing specifically, or what is that about? Because I thought the first game went in that too.
I don't remember. I'm like 95% sure that she did not build it.
Okay, so it's basically she's doing the upkeep. I mean, I don't know, maybe Beryl did.
Yeah, I think it's likely that it belonged to Beryl.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually not very certain. I'm actually not very knowledgeable about that little piece of backstory.
Okay.
I don't think it's likely that the Flutter belonged to her parents.
Right, which we'll understand that, I think, probably going on later, with what we've seen so far. And actually, that is something Roll built as far as the dropship, saying her father's designs.
In Kalinka, this was actually given to her. She was allowed to take it from the workshop there.
So the dialogue was wrong. The dialogue specifically said that. So I guess then maybe
she finished some parts. She finished its construction to make it operable.
Okay, so basically then it's that idea for it.
Yeah.
All right, makes sense.
The wording is a little sketchy here.
Or it's basically the idea of hey, you built something. Yeah, fine, you built it after everything else was almost done for you. But, although I don't get Roll as that kind of person, honestly.
No.
I get the idea that Roll is she wants to get her hands dirty and make this thing really great, or make it better specifically, which I think is what she did here, as we saw.
Yeah, and I believe this is the engine room.
All right, which we did kind of get a nod to in the first game, where Beryl was actually down here. Hey, it was smoking when we landed on Catalyx Island, an emergency element. Edge of the heart of the Flutter. Budge were told to destroy the ship, so yeah, don't want to do that.
I'm just checking around to see if there's anything more to interact with.
But I like that there's all this stuff to interact with, and as I said, I didn't see all this as far as what it was on my off-screen, because as I said, I haven't necessarily done stuff that you haven't, although I did pay the money for getting the Flutter going, but I didn't even go and find the broken motor. Or the broken...
The motor.
It was the motor. Okay.
Well, the motor was the one that was in the storage room. The vacuum was the one that was in Kalinka.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I had that set. There's so many broken things, but the idea is that, you can fix them. Or is that'd also be a good segue when we get to Earthbound with Jeff, because he's also a fixing person, so he can always do stuff to help with that, as we'll see in a couple of months.
Hey, Roll, I found something that you can use on the Flutter.
Yeah. Good, well there you go. So yeah, that is the tour of their home. Nice tour to have. Alright, yeah, let's show her what we got.
Alright. Development. Broken vacuum. Broken motor.
Alright.
Vacuum arm.
Yeah, we saw this in the last game, but it's even better in this one. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, okay. Yes.
Okay.
All kinds of yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it still does no damage. But, oh yeah, we'll... Oops, okay, I can't get the next energy upgrade yet,
but it's like the other one that is kind of relatively cheap to upgrade.
Yeah. Okay, I'll need to get a little more Zenny to fully upgrade it, but it doesn't take much.
Okay. Yeah, because I like that in the first game in the sense that it's a weapon, or fine, it's a tool specifically, that you don't need tons of Zenny to grind or get set to run it specifically. For the stuff you said this does, yeah, you probably want to do that as soon as you can, and you can get it sooner than in the last game,
yeah.
I believe you said.
Yeah, I believe you can actually get it shortly after Kalinka.
Yeah.
Like, shortly after your first visit to Kalinka.
Yeah. Alright, so our next stop is going to Solcata Island. I'm going to assume we have a voice cutscene when we get there.
Yeah. Actually, I was going to briefly duck back to Nino Island to just grab a little more Zenny to get the special fully upgraded on the vacuum arm.
Okay, and this is not going to be much, that's fine. In that case, yeah, we can go into stuff with that as you do that. Yeah, because, I mean, as far as stuff with this game, I don't think there's much I found different as far as stuff we haven't talked about. Fine, that we haven't gone into yet. The plot, or elements of what the ending is, or all that stuff, or the ending theme song as far as that. But voice talk, we win that mostly. I guess we'll indicate it again. We got other characters, but I think all the voice performances we've discussed already.
Oh yeah, there's Dig Out.
Perfect. In fact, there you go. I'm trying to think. Did we ever talk about what was your first experience playing this Mega Man Legends game, or Mega Man Legends itself?
My first experience was with Mega Man Legends. I don't remember much about my first experience with the game, but I remember thoroughly enjoying it. That much is certain.
And with 2?
2 I played after the fact. 2 I played afterward.
Okay, and how'd you come to that one? Did you like the first one so much you went to this then?
Something like that.
Okay.
I honestly don't remember much about how I got these 2 games.
Okay. Yeah, my experience, as I said, with the first game was I bought Mega Man 64 for Nintendo 64 is the one I had to go because I didn't have a PlayStation at the time. And with Mega Man Legends 2, I got it if I downloaded the digital version on PlayStation 3 as soon as I bought one about 2 years ago. Because I said, hey, if they're going to shut that store down, I want access to this, especially since as now there's not another re-release, although I think it might be on the way towards something like that. But that's how I discovered it specifically. And even when I played the first one, I remember when it came out, people said, hey, this is a ways after the PlayStation game, and it's not as good a port, and fine, we showed why. And I agree with that. But it was also something that my thought was, I played the other Mega Man games on the Super Nintendo. That was where my experience really lied. With the Mega Man 7 and then all the X games that were on that. But coming to this, I said, okay, this is not the same experience exactly as those. Not that I minded that, though, when I was playing this, because I kind of said to myself, this is interesting. I was kind of into it very much. I even said to you, because of the frame rate problems that it has on N64, I said, I felt so sick as far as a headache, I said I had to stop playing, but I also said in the back of my mind, I said, I don't want to stop playing. This game's really good, and it's something that I was taken aback with what it was doing, and how it's kind of differentiating itself with Mega Man as it was, and then it got, honestly, really with this one, I think that was the first case where it really registered to me that the other sides of the Mega Man mythos, the other elements of this franchise, the classic games, X, and all that, that they really were kind of all doing their own thing in a way that really was interesting. And I like that.
Yeah, Legends just has I think a very enjoyable approach to the Mega Man formula.
The idea that it's an adventure, I guess? What specifically? Yeah. Or anything else aside from that?
Honestly, it's barely even a Mega Man game by its formula.
Right.
But it just has a very engaging world, engaging gameplay, and it's just a game that I think it has held up, or the 2 Legends games, I think, have held up very, very well over the test of time. 2 better than 1.
Yeah.
In terms of gameplay and graphics and story and stuff. But 1 as well. I mean, it's the game, like, the controls are, of course, a little bit archaic by now. Especially in 1. But they're still solid. They still work.
I mean, honestly, it's amazing that that game in particular has held up as well as it has. In some cases, you go back to something and the idea of what is that for that period, especially when there's advancements, especially with the advancements this one added alone.
Yeah, and this game, honestly, I think this game still looks really good.
I do too. And I think that also goes to the artist. We've talked about that. We sometimes talk, in fact, Ollie in the chat often brings this up, the idea of the color, the idea of what is a game saying. We're going to get to that when we get to Salcata. We're going to play that right now. Especially, and also the atmosphere it creates, and I think that's what got me specifically. And made me realize, okay, it is a whole world out there. Not necessarily that there wasn't in the other ones I had played at the time, which was the classic stuff with 7, and then the X games with Super Nintendo. But then I realized that this is kind of this open world in its way, and I think, in a way, it kind of inspired my thought of, I guess, the lore of the rest of them. Even looking maybe into like the earlier classic X games, where I was like, okay, what are they doing, and what's that scope like? But this is because of the way this game is designed. It's a 3D game like this, a 3D adventure. It really emphasized that the most in a way that it's, I guess, easiest to see that, and kind of the easiest to appreciate in that way on the surface, while also being something you can dig into really nicely and find a lot of to it.
Alright, I think one more run that I'm actually able to get Zenny from, and I should be able to do most of the rest of the vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too much. Is that that's also why I teed up this thing. As we said last time, we said, like, yeah, you know, if you're going to be doing a grind like this, how do we make this interesting? And I think the answer is diversify the conversation. I think that's kind of how that goes. And I guess I've also been just trying to think of, okay, what did we not cover when it's come to our discussions of this game so far, of this franchise, or anything else?
Yeah, like, I know what I've said about wanting to do most of my grinding off screen, but a short little grind like this, this is just whatever.
Yeah, it's also the thing that it's the kind of thing that it is an interesting challenge to me in the sense of, because look, I mean, you can think about it this way, which is that, fine, somebody just watching the play of a game that way, yeah, you can be engrossed as far as what you're seeing with the gameplay, but also the idea of, okay, you can kind of make that go just because of the fact that kind of we're going off on different elements. Although in this case, it's also the fact that I'm saying, hey, let's talk about the franchise itself and how that's going and how we came to it. And chat, feel free to go into that as well. What your background might be on the Mega Man games, any of them, and what maybe was appealing to you about it, or what made you kind of interested, or what maybe makes you interested looking at this and like, hey, this seems like this is something interesting. Because as I said, it's that question of like everything all being new again, and a lot of people probably come into stuff like this in a modern case. I mean, we had that with the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection, a lot of cases where I know people who didn't play those games. I didn't play most of them either, but I did kind of being able to appreciate that way. So I like what you said about it kind of this game holding up that way. In fact, yeah, there's a value to that. You said that with the first one. I think you were saying that with the second one, too.
Like, there is a high degree of value to both games, and I'm not talking about money.
No.
I mean, they are valuable games, in especially Legends 2, and, well, Misadventures of Tronbon in specific particular.
Yeah, I mean, that might be the most expensive of any Mega Man game, except for maybe
certain versions of, like, maybe some of the Saturn versions in the US.
Oh, you're right. Mega Man 8 for Saturn in the US. Actually, that's the one that's more expensive than X4 was, as far as the US is concerned. That's about, I've seen like 700, 800 in some cases, although it varies sometimes. And that's an assumption of a complete copy. It basically means it's the box, the instruction manual, it's everything it came with, and then that's valued really, I guess, about what condition is. And on Saturn, it's hard to manage that because of the way that the cases are designed, that they can easily crack. Which I don't know if we've explicitly talked about that with Saturn. So now I think about that.
So this is the only expensive upgrade on the vacuum arm, and that's to give it infinite energy instead of just a large stack of energy.
Okay.
I will eventually be getting that, but having 2 upgrades on energy is plenty to get you through a lot of the game.
Okay. Alright, so we will see that later as it is, though. But either way, yeah, we can keep going, I guess.
The vacuum arm literally pays for itself with the time that it saves by just instantly eating up all the drops.
Yeah, absolutely.
In fact, I think I'll.
We're gonna run that when we go.
Yeah, I think I'll use the vacuum arm for a short while. Sorry, I thought I was on change weapon for a sec.
No, it's fine.
But yeah, I think I'll use the vacuum arm for a short while just to demonstrate.
Okay.
This is what it looks like when it's fully upgraded. Wait, I wanted to go to Sultana. He needs to talk to Roll again.
Yeah, so like, yeah, we did try to fly the Flutter. It was like, no, yeah, the rudder's over there.
Let's see.
Right, this is something I want. Basically, what this does is that you can talk to her and she's like, hey, we need a new appliance. Can you pay for this? Yeah, I want a new refrigerator.
We've got a bit of money.
Yeah, I'll talk about cheap a refrigerator, and I'll start cooking again. Look great. Be sure to look in it for a surprise. Okay, so I guess when she gets it, or builds it, I guess, you can get it. She'll keep doing this. Oh, let's subscribe to the newspaper. Okay, that's a lot of money for a newspaper subscription.
Maybe it's a yearly subscription?
Yeah, so I guess they stack it. Yeah, you want to subscribe? I'll cut the paper office, and I'll leave the papers in the living room so we can all read it. I guess because the idea is, like, as you said, this is their home. They're going all over the place. They want to, I guess, get a sense of what's going on all over the place.
Yeah.
Feasibly.
Let's see if there's anything else.
I've been thinking we needed to... Okay, so you were right. It did get busted, I guess, from that. Okay, that's a lot of money.
Well, that's a little pricey. I mean, that's $250 roughly.
Okay.
Well, in year $2,000.
Right, although even then, it's like, yeah, even back then, it's funny I think about this, the idea, because I mentioned a couple months ago, I bought a 58-inch television for that, which is like $500. I was surprised it was that cheap as far as how it was a brand new thing, but I've seen the idea of, like, back then you'd have like 27-inch TVs, they're like $700 as far as that, but now it's like, okay, fine, you get like an 80-inch for like that much money feasibly, or maybe like over $1,000,
yeah.
But either way, yeah, we can do TV later.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna get ourselves into the action. I think we got a cutscene probably coming up.
We almost certainly have something pretty quickly.
Alright, if that's the case, we'll get a sense. I'll always have my finger on it. I guess we'll keep an element to that.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, we'll be back.
Yeah, so, alright, Salcata in 3, 2, 1, bing!
We've gotten reports that Kimotomo City's been taken over by the Bonds. That's why I had to land out here. The city's in the desert to the north. Before we can get to the ruins, we've got to help the people in the city.
Alright, I think we didn't need to mute that because we had subtitles to it, but that being said, it's like, okay, fine. It's good to hear that. What's going on here? Why are we landing the Oasis? So yeah, lead us on Salcata. What are we doing here? What's going on?
It's still always nice to hear the voiced lines.
And the voice acting is great. Probably the best voice acting in the entire franchises of Mega Man entirely, although we've got...
Well, I would argue really X8 has good voice acting.
I'd also say 11. That's another one that's really good voice acting. Actually, I did like X8's voice acting the more I heard of it, honestly, to go into that. But especially, this has been consistent, specifically with the voice acting in all the Legends games. It's really, really good. Alright, yeah, so tell us about what's going on in Salcata and what are we doing?
Yeah, and, well, now that I've done the thing I need with slot 1, I'm just going to save over that.
Okay. We're going in the deserts.
So, yeah, we are in Salcata now. It's pretty heavily based on the Middle East.
Yep, and very wavy as far as the heat. I love that effect.
Yeah, the design, the area design and visual effects here are great.
Yeah, we'll get into that also later because I think the ruins may have something to talk about that
There are
next.
landmarks that can help lead you to the city. Can you see anything?
So,
I got more Reaverbots doing like
Don't
those
waste
are
too much
actually
time,
Bond
Mega Man.
maps.
Oh.
Just ignore the Bond robots and get to the
Okay,
city.
fine, you're right. Thank you, Roll. Just ignore them, get to say, like, I want my money. Also, yeah, what's that purple gas they're spewing? That doesn't seem well big. Well, in that case, the explosion is probably the problem there, but yeah, there is the element of vacuum harm.
Yeah, I love how quickly it'll just, yoink
Watch
all
out, Mega
the
Man. It
Zenny.
looks like there's a sinkhole or something there. Look at your map. You should be able to get to the city by going north.
Okay, I want to go back to one thing on that. She said be careful the sinkhole, but when we were doing our test, you went into that and nothing happens. Or is there something now?
No,
that they do?
I'm pretty sure it's harmless. It just kind of holds you in place, mostly.
Okay. I guess also maybe the thought also is that, you know, fine, okay, the Zergbot's going in, except he missed.
But yeah, this is all that happens. You can jump out.
Okay. Although, to be fair, I get why Roll would say that, because, like, she doesn't know what's going on here. It's like, hey, something could happen if you go in there, so don't. I'm like, fair enough, being better safe than sorry that way. I do like the music here. I'll definitely say that.
Oh yeah, Salcata, I think, has some of the best themed music in Legends 2.
There's been a lot of good music so far, so it's that idea, like, yeah, keep going and going to see even more, and here's even better. These be better, but also stuff that just really sounds good. And this is a nice soundtrack, as I mentioned when we first played this, by Mr. Makoto Tomizawa, and he was the one who did the music for this. He did the music for Mega Man X7, as you mentioned, and Mega Man X original. And Resident Evil, and a bunch of other things. Okay, that's interesting. The idea of shooting the syrup by just kind of rolling up the hill. It's like, that's that idea.
So, I actually deliberately went past the entrance of the city to show the entrance to the Salcata ruins, well, to the Salcata, to the non-story Salcata ruins.
Yeah, that shit just crashed into it, but yeah, it's fine. It's not gonna be any problem to it.
So, we only have the Class A license.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we can't actually enter this one yet.
Okay.
We need the Class S license, and that test is a bitch and a half.
Okay, you will see how that's gonna go as far as, because she's gonna do it.
I'm eventually going to do it.
Okay. Is this the first ruins, by the way, we've seen that he's been locked out by a license, or we just had all the licenses sets?
We've been to the Class A ruins, I believe.
Okay. We just got them first, I guess, because that's
yeah.
the first one we could get an element of.
Or at least I think I think there is a ruin that's locked behind Class A.
I think it's that one that we had on Nino Island. I think we had to do that and then we could go in. So that was the first time we saw it. The first one we've seen where, after we did that initial elements, we get a sense of it. Well, yeah, another thing with Bonbot.
Yeah. This time I just accidentally ran past the entrance to the city.
Okay. Oh, we got a mission already. So, the bonds that already got here. If there's a high armor town, you gotta flush them out. Okay, that's what's going on here? Alright.
Alright.
Mission
start! I do love when Roll says that. Alright, fine. Oh, wait! You're targeting data because your walk-on goes on anything. I forgot about that. The first is like, mission start was like, wait, you have to shoot data? Well, I was like, I assume there's gonna be twists in this plot, but I said, that's a twist I didn't expect.
I mean, I can still shoot at him.
He's not gonna do anything, I guess, though.
No, it won't.
Okay.
But,
I don't know, use the vacuum arm. He's just absorbing it. It's like, fine, he's fine. In that case, yeah.
He's just dancing, like usual.
Or, I don't know, maybe the fists he has up, but the hands he has up, like, yeah, they can just reflect shots. That's why he does it. Or it's like, I'm trying to remember.
You don't have your fists now. I'm shooting you in the back, but it's doing nothing.
I'm thinking of, isn't there an animal where if it, okay, no, I'm thinking, I know Pokemon takes off on this. The idea there's, I think Spoink, where it stops bouncing, it dies. I think isn't there an animal that's like that in real life?
Wait, sorry?
There's an animal that, if it, like, bounces or something, that's on its tail, it's doing that.
Oh, in Pokemon, Spoink.
That's what I was thinking. Alright, fine, yeah, we are kind of in the Middle Eastern village, and yeah, the Bonds are hiding their tanks out the windows. You can shoot through, so that's that idea as well.
Well, it's easier to shoot those once I get behind the wall.
Right. Actually, they look like they're finding a great shelled out houses. The other one had a picture on the wall.
Yeah.
Or fine, it was a house, I guess, and now it's gone. Although, again, you're right, you can see the battle damage of the doors, actually. That's a really cool effect. It's all these little things with the graphics that really make it look
and also
great. And
just
feel
that
like,
wrecked door frame.
Yeah, that's cool. As it also, just to reiterate this, I'm seeing a lot of this stuff for the first time, so that's kind of what this is coming off on me, as far as my quick reactions. Okay, so yeah, he's just jumping there. Okay, first I thought he was gonna do something, but like, okay, fine. Just knocked him off his perch. Yeah, put him behind the barrels. Oh, he's gonna stay. Okay, he's gonna stay there now. Okay. I think he is. Oh, okay. Your radar's still going off. I get. Oh, he just. Oh, I was like, wait a second. What happened? I thought he disappeared.
Yeah, nothing up here. It's just a. This is really just a bit of a hallway and plus a house.
Okay. In between the books. Oh, money. Oh, so it's like with Lunar a couple weeks ago. The idea that we found money inside the library. We must have used one of the festivals to the mask.
Really?
Alright, so yeah, this case has running water in the city, so alright.
Okay,
You ever seen that dialogue before?
I don't think I've ever been in this house.
Oh, okay. Cacti hibernate in the winter. Okay, so there you go. You're also learning something as well.
I'm not sure how accurate that actually is.
I'll see if that is true, and I'll have a link for you to go to that.
It probably depends on the species, even if it is.
Probably. I'll see what I can find. But it's interesting just to see that, and I like the idea that, hey, you know, even though you played this game so long, or just run into him with your feet. That does it too. It's like, yeah, you don't even need to do it. It's like, yeah, he just was there. It's like, hey, can't blame me for my cool feet or my cool shoes. I give it too much water, they die because they do suck it up that way. Oh, it's painting. Okay.
Honestly, I thought I mean, I guess it wouldn't make any sense, and like considering how the building is, but
yeah,
it looks more like a window.
Okay. Oh, fine. We're getting a kitchen design critic saying they're all using modular designs. Yeah, but they're not gonna have a nice dinner table or dinner at the table that way. Bondos and I like pickles if they left it here. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because the only thing we got with food with them was the last game. It was like, hey, they're all about, you know, the pizza they ordered. All the time. Then again, we have the pizza element too, so like that's the common food, I guess, of Mega Legends. I kind of like just the sight of the serve bot just in the window there. Okay, just kind of just waving his arms like he has no care in the world. But yeah, I don't know. It's just my day job. I'm just using. Tron just told me to stand here and just wave myself. Like, yeah, there you go, knocking me out. Oh wait, that one's bombing you. Okay, so now they're attacking you. Okay. I do like how they kind of build to that, because it seems like, yeah, the other one seemed totally harmless, and then this one comes in and starting to throw bombs at you. So it's the idea that, oh yeah, you usually think like, oh, the serve bots are harmless, but not necessarily. Fine, I don't know if their aim is great, but hey, they're giving it a shot. And also, this is a preview to something we're going to see when we get to the Misfits of Tron Bondage. You just launched that thing over there.
It's fun to...
Oh wait, that one just... Oh, he fell off there. Okay, so first, like, where did he come from?
Unfortunately, in Legends 2, they got rid of the health pellets and stuff that fly out of the surf bots when you damage them when they're down.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because, well, yeah, I mean, at least in this game, they give you more health pickups for everything you kill, but yeah, that could be an idea of like, hey, you want something else to that. Oh, there's people.
Hi, person.
I don't know, if you're laughing at the bonds or running away scared. Okay, that, I guess, gives a sense of either they're not doing their job well, or maybe they're doing it really well. I don't know. Yeah, brace against the wall, they won't fall in an earthquake. Oh, so I guess that's going to be the idea of what this part really is going to be all about. Changing people watch TV to entertain instead of talking. Yeah, like we're...
Ooh, modern commentary in a game from...
2000.
From 2000.
Well, it was that way too in back then as well. People saying that idea. But yeah, what are you looking at? Fine, wait till we get to Metal Gear Solid 2. That's going to be that element as well. That's wine glasses, cups. Okay, fine. The theme of this part so far has basically been interior, home decorating, and design. And also art. Looks like a Picasso. I know, you remember our time on Cadillac Island? Yes, with our cats. Yeah. What do we ever do with those cats? I guess it was just like, hey, we gotta go. Look at my pet, I'm not afraid of anything. She's cute. We were talking off screen what that pet is. It looks like a raccoon a little bit, but it also could be like a cat, kind of like a mix, perhaps, or something else.
And it's kind of funny that that we're having that question when alternating every other week with Mega Man Legends 2, we've got Lunar.
Right.
With Null.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. A good pickup on that as well. Which we're coming back to that game in 2 weeks, by the way. Because usually it's every other week we run this and then that.
I just think it's funny.
No, here you go. I mean, what do we always say? We planned this show, I swear to God. We planned it even better than I thought, feasibly. Because I said, fine, you're going to handle this game, Proto is handling that one. And, yeah, there you go. So yeah, if nothing else, you're going to have, like, cute pets in elements that way. And fine, in this case, they will have a little bit of sass with dialogue. Alright, we got to bust through the defenses. But I guess we can ask the people to help us. So they say... Okay. Yeah, we're leaving the boxes around there. I was like, yeah, we know how to handle boxes. Yeah. Yeah, like, fine, playing the bonds that way, they were like, fine, we're just gonna leave our boxes around, we're not gonna play any of this. And Tank's saying, yeah, what's going on? I feel something weird. Oh, wait, okay, no, there's a car there. At first I said, oh, it's just looking the other way. And this isn't running on sound. I don't think they actually ever react to sound in this game. Well, imagine an idea of like a Mega Man Legends thing where they did react to sound.
That would actually be better.
Yeah, ideas feasibly for a take on a return to this, perhaps. Fine, after we get the release of this.
Look around. Getting through that won't be easy. You're going to need a truck or something big to ram it with, I think.
Okay, so we get to do that after the last game. Remember when she rammed the gates in the first game? Like, well, now I guess we're gonna get to the driver's seat. Yeah, I think Larry might be sued potentially for that. No, but don't lose me like offense. Oh, that arrow thing, that's a bomb, is that what it was? Thing on the ground. Oh, they just were. Oh, maybe it's like a target reticle, because it disappeared and then it came back again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either way, it doesn't get through here right now.
Okay.
I'm a little fuzzy on how you actually get through Sulcata.
It's still better than I do because I didn't play this part of the game, or fine, I didn't play this game until... Actually, I barely played it until we said we could play it for the show.
Basically, I'm just being completely honest here. I do not remember the Sulcata City section all that well.
Which is fair. I mean, I was running that for the game. I'm practicing the game we're doing next week. I didn't remember everything I'm going to have to get out of the Great Cave Offensive for Kirby Superstar. I mean, I hadn't found everything from my off-screen elements, but still, it's that idea of even playing a game for so long, sometimes there's only that one little detail. So that's like, get it. Alright, free the hostages. So the bonds are taken hostage. Get up to the office and save them.
I think I'm just outside of the
Yeah, I think so. That seemed like that was the right way to go. Bringing the vacuum up too. You can use the houses to go around. Actually, I'm gonna listen to that dialogue. I want to see if she actually vocalizes that. You know, like some Heroes does, where you get chance to control those influence robots. I'll be curious to go back on the video just for that alone. I'll say, oh, there's a key.
Yeah, I'm gonna ignore the key for now.
Okay.
Is there a key around there somewhere? You should be able to use it to open the door.
What door? Oh, that door.
Blow up the boxes? Lame. They suck.
There's blue bond key.
Along with a jump for joy.
There you go. Oh, there's someone. Okay, yeah, they seem really happy. Actually, I like the life that it's giving you. I didn't hate there's people in the window, or that person in the window.
Alright, so if I did go to the outflank route...
Oh, you can just go through the house. Oh, you can go behind them. Okay. So it gives... Alright, I like this. It gives you, I guess, a different way of how you can fight this. So you just go down here and find money. Nothing. And then more money. Okay.
I mean, that's not a bad find.
That's cool then. But I like that idea that it's kind of, I guess, giving a little more of a... I guess a little bit of an open-ended design, sort of, kind of. I mean, the idea that, okay, fine, you have to kill the bonds, but then get through specifically as we're seeing, yeah, these guys. Or that guy, that woman. What's the town folks need for their annual festival? Okay. Did you help? Yeah, it did, actually. Worked really hard at it. Help us? Yeah, it's great. I'm a truck driver. Oh, okay, I think I know what that's that idea. Maybe you can come with us. I mean, you don't need my help. I like the style of this place, just looking at it just to start, you know? Is that can be the benefit, I guess, of like a blind look of a game, whether it's me in a blind case or you or anybody else for it, you know, too.
Yeah.
It's like we did Shadow Hearts, same thing with that, where I had not seen really anything in that game, and there wasn't another, and there still isn't another re-release to play specifically. But at that point, kind of finding everything, seeing all the details, and then being in cases with the stuff in the story.
Yeah.
And just I do like the music as far as the stuff with the tribal drums. It just sounds really nice. It fits this area. I think that seems like that's the theme really I'm getting, is that the music seems like it kind of belongs really well with wherever you're going. Kind of creates this great identity for what it is.
Yeah. And
Oh, there he is. So yeah, okay, so you save him, and then he's like, yeah, we're gonna do the ramming.
Hey there! Thanks for helping me out there. Let me return the favor. No need to thank me. Just hop on.
Thanks, mister.
I'll teach them to try to take over our city. They messed with the wrong people. Get ready to jump. I'm gonna ram. The rest is up to you.
Alright, so yeah, he helped us with his truck drive, and unfortunately the truck is gone. But yeah, he definitely seemed like he had a good time with that way, you know? I also love his touch of saying, like, I'm gonna ram it, which is like a takeoff on something in the first game. When she says, I'm gonna ram it, Mega Man. Or actually, I guess, and this wasn't even Resistance yet, I always think about Wreck-It Ralph, which says, I'm gonna wreck it! So I was like, yeah, he's gonna do that, but with a southern element to it. yeah, thank you to him. And yeah, I guess he's okay as far as it's.
I mean, you saw the look on his face as he was blown away from the wreck.
Yeah, it was like, let's do it again. Partially, but just the idea that he seemed to enjoy it.
What is the next area? So I think at this point I'm going to go back and get Roll to put on the hyper shell because I think we're coming up on a boss.
Okay.
I don't think it's quite on the other side of that door, but I don't want to go much farther without preparing.
No, yeah, fair enough. And it makes sense to do that.
The vacuum arm will not help one lick against a boss.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting that way because I mean, even the actually, we both mentioned it, I think, in part 1, but when we were at Nino Island last time, when you were doing the fix on the cannon that we shot at Glide, if you let that get set on fire, if you have the fire extinguisher, whatever the weapon is called for that, you can use that to put the fire out. I mean, the other reason I know that is because during my edit of the last part, I actually did, at every point I could, let myself get a game over to see where the different cutscenes were. In the city, they all are the same one of him blowing the place up. But for that one, I said, let me do that, but then I said fire, and then I sparked my memory. I said, wait a minute, we didn't mention that. It's like, yeah, if you do bring that there, you can put the fire out of the cannon that Roll is preparing. But fine, you just brought the missile launcher, and yeah, he went down in no time.
It's more the difference between fighting offensively and fighting defensively in that.
Yeah.
In those battles.
So yeah, I mean, feasibly you could fight it defensively, but then again, you may as well, I guess, go this way. I mean, that being said, I think we might be talking about this either earlier in the show tonight or when we're doing our off-screen stuff, which is, well, because it's the idea that, hey, you could run certain weapons and things for how it is, but what would necessarily the challenge run of a game like this be, as far as what you would run? You basically would run basically nothing as far as upgrades.
I think the real challenge run of this game would be never upgrading your buster, only using special weapons that have utility use and only for that utility purpose.
Okay.
Like the drill arm for knocking down walls and stuff.
Right.
And using the lifter to kill stuff. Oh, and possibly, depending on what your personal where your personal skills in the game lie, using the lifter on any enemies that can be affected by it.
Okay. Also, just out of curiosity, do you know what the speedrun community looks like on this game? I don't know what it would be.
I'm not familiar with it, although I would expect a lot of lifter use.
Okay.
Because it just does obscene amounts of damage to enemies, to the point that there's a large number of enemies in the game that will be one-shot by either being hit or being thrown at another enemy.
Okay. I'll look into that so I can have an answer for next part. And also because we're going to have an element to that for Earthbound when we play that. Not the play, we're going to play it as far as a full element, but Gemini 96 has actually been doing stuff with the way that game operates, with how speedrun works on that. It is fascinating. And he actually finished his own specific speedrun of that game. We're beating on like a little over 4 hours. The world record, I think, is like 3. But he understands the way the RNG manipulation of that game is going. And I said, hey, when we finish this game, do you want a part feasibly to kind of show that if you want? He said, yeah.
And the name you were looking for, Aqua Blaster.
Thank you. I should have known it sounded something like that, because actually I do like the name. But yeah, we came here for the Hyper Shell. Well, the homing missile's nice too, but
here's the poor homing missile with only 3 upgrades.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you. I was gonna say, you're not upgrading it, are you? Oh, you are.
Well, I'm not. I don't remember whether the boss is easier with Hyper Shell or homing missile.
Okay.
So, I'm going to try it with Hyper Shell.
You did take the hyper shell, yes.
Yes, I believe I have Hyper Shell equipped. Oh, I mean, I can actually check from the pause menu, but, yep, Hyper Shell.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I didn't see it. That was my fault.
I thought I did, but I wasn't completely sure, so good to point it out.
Okay.
Like, it was good to do the check.
Okay, so there you go. There is our good old hyper shell, and I guess we're going to take down the bonds, I guess. That's going to be the idea of what's happening here.
Let's see. We will go back up through here with our shiny weapon.
Alright. It's so badass just clicking through the doors. Like, yeah, doors are nothing to the hyper shell.
Doors, barricades.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the almighty hyper shell. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so we'll see how the bonds are prepared for that as well. We'll figure that in a few minutes.
Presumably Surfbot's heads.
Yeah, I guess so. Feasibly. I don't know that. Well, I guess that would explain how they got there in Dead Rising. Like, yeah, like, oh, they're just prop heads that Frank West finds from the mall. Like, no, it's not that. It's the other thing. We bore them out and then we sold them to people at Willamette Mall in that gate. All right, so yeah, they want to. Some people are going to sell their helmets. Yeah, talk about dedication as far as their sales. Yeah, we're going to be fighting during the middle of invasion. Oh, back to him. All right. What you got?
The standard stuff. Plus,
Super Ball.
You know, it's cheap. I'll pick it up. I don't actually know what it's for.
Is it maybe a side quest or
it's
something?
Probably a side quest item. I don't actually know that much about it.
Okay. Well, look at that. I think the Super Ball from Super Mario Land.
Rapid Fire Alpha. And we have our next armor upgrade.
Link armor. Okay.
That'll be worth saving for.
I can imagine.
It would be better if we had access to the one that's after that, that's 50% damage reduction and you don't get knocked over. But the 50% damage reduction will be good.
Yeah, you build to it. That's the idea.
Yeah.
So I get that.
And the padded helmet, actually, yeah, we're gonna get that.
It said something about what? That it's letting you do a dodge roll or something? More when you get hit?
So, equipment. Body parts, helmet.
Do tumble dodge attacks? Oh, do tumble dodge attacks when hit more than once.
Yeah.
So when you get hit, when you have like multiple gunshots going, you can basically dive out of the way. Does it do it automatically? Does a lot, like, something you can just dive out?
I think it does require a button press.
Okay.
But
so it's almost like a little bit of a dodge. Gotcha. Okay, that's cool.
But yeah. The armor part I want is a the one that I was talking about that's not yet available. Is this but with 50% damage reduction.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And yeah, we don't have anything here that's going to be super useful yet.
For shoes, yeah, just don't run on jet skates.
And buster parts, right? There were some buster parts this guy has that are actually really, really good.
Yeah, the Rapid Fire Alpha, but I don't know, did you say you want to save up for the armor?
I mean, either way, there's a fair amount of money we need to get.
Okay.
Like, there's also the resistor chip.
Oh yeah, you're right.
That 200k item right there.
That's true. So Yeah, whatever you want to do, go ahead.
Actually, the flame barrier is somewhat useful too. I don't think it's worth 150k. But it is a useful item.
Okay.
So I mean, we will eventually be picking up all of these items.
Okay.
Not necessarily every instance of the bionic part, or I mean, okay, actually, we will be getting all the bionic parts. We won't necessarily be getting all of the extra packs and medicine packs, but we'll be getting a good number of them.
Alright.
And the parts I'm looking at here are the Power Razor Alpha, the Turbocharger Alpha, and the Rapid Fire Alpha. Especially the Rapid Fire Alpha. Because Rapid Fire just magnifies everything else. So we are getting that.
Okay.
Equipment. Buster parts. Range Booster Alpha is still good. We do want to keep the Power Blaster right now, in my opinion, over the accessory pack.
Okay.
We can lose one range, we can lose one energy, which is just the number of shots that can be on screen at the same time.
Right.
The base is 3, we're currently at 4.
And since you're going to be having the rapid going, that's going to kind of mitigate that already.
Well, sort of. I mean, what it's going to do is there might be some breaks in my rapid fire. But if I'm closer, if I'm closer to a target, it's just going to pour fire into that target.
Okay, so basically, get close and unload into it. Okay.
I might adjust it later to instead replace the Power Blaster and re-equip the accessory pack, but that's what it would do. I would lose. I'm at 3 attack right now. I would go down to 2. But I would also gain 1 energy and 1 range. And the rapid would be unaffected because both give rapid +1. So, honestly, it's kind of a toss-up between using the accessory pack for this and the Power Blaster.
Which seems like that tends to be what it is in general, the idea that you're always going to have to lose something. So it's the idea of, you have to kind of just do a bit of risk assessment in the sense of where you're going, what do you want to focus on. And I think for this, Rapid sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, Rapid is great. Rapid Fire Alpha is great if you're fighting more in the closer long range to mid-long range. There will be some breaks in your fire toward the farther mid-range and into long range, but it's not bad.
All right.
Definitely worth having.
Okay. Oh, and she buys stuff too? While her model's kind of going in and out. Looks like something wrong with her mouth, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, it's just clipping through itself.
Okay.
She's clipping through herself.
Alright. Oh, she has like special things. Hey, remember, we were the toilet cleaner, apparently, so I guess we have to go buy you like some toilet duck or something. I guess we buy Resident Evil 43. I don't know if there have been that many Resident Evils since, but okay. And remember, the musician of this game did do the music for Resident Evil, and there's ties to Resident Evil. Miles ship, wallpaper, painting, cushions, and stuffed dolls. Okay, so I believe, if I remember correctly, I think basically you can decorate the Flutter with that, or I think you can give stuff to roll, like in the last game with gifts.
Like, a lot of that is involved in getting karma points back.
Oh, right.
Because, well, so...
Keep looking, Mega Man!
There's there are a couple of items that you can only get by or like there's 1 or 2 items that you can only get by going full Dark Mega Man.
Okay.
And they're needed for some of the best for some of the best weapons in the game.
Okay.
If I'm remembering things correctly.
Okay.
So, the trick is to go full dark, get those items, and then pay a couple million zenny to get back up to light.
I think it's the woman in the church in Kalenka, isn't it? For that?
In Gastonke, yeah.
Okay. And actually, one other question: you ever buy Resident Evil 43?
Eventually, yes.
Oh, you will do it, or you did eventually, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, there's not much reason to get any of this right now.
Okay. I do like that touch. That kind of just got my element there. Those yellow fellas forgot where they hid their key and are looking for it. Yeah, they aren't as scary as we all thought. Yeah, welcome to our world. Like, yeah, this is not our first rodeo with bonds. Although in this game it sort of kind of is. Oh, fine, on them going this scale it is.
Yeah, like...
I like how the other one's just walking around like they're whatever, you know?
Maybe you can find something there.
Okay. Okay, that's what they lost. They dropped it back there, and there's the other serve bots there walking through town, probably saying like, "Hey, you know, we're having a fun time walking around. Like we don't know what's going on." At least I guess. All right, fine. I lost the key where Mr. Teasel is. Okay, he's not good. Oh wait, wait, is that one you can talk to, or that's just one that's bouncing over the walls? Okay, I guess that's it. Where I put that key? I know I left it around here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. Go outside the city of walls. It's probably over there. You have to kind of be a little more specific to do the kick now. Well, there you go. Okay, that was a good one. That got some distance and a good bounce on the wall. Actually, I don't. Okay, I'll tell you what you're doing. You're doing the reverse of the kicking of the can in the first game. You're saying that fine, you know what? You lost the key. You're gonna be going there. You're gonna be You're gonna be shopkeeps now. There you go. Yeah, join Ramus in Lunar. Yeah, he'll do you well that way if there was ever like a crossover of Mega Legends 2 and Lunar. Fine, we're crossing it over because we're playing both those games at once, but that's that idea. Alright, so fine, there you go. They'll be behind the shopkeep desk or
I needed to do that.
That was cool. Is that something you usually do when you go there?
No.
Okay,
but I just thought it would be funny.
Well, as I said, it also does complete the element of our look at this franchise for Super Bowl Game Saturdays. Like, it is a constant. It's a callback. And oh yeah, that's a friendly character. Yeah, because you can walk onto anybody in this, and they will give different indications. Lolo. Oh, the statue. That's probably a big deal because it said like, hey, this is supposed to be the element of the town square. Anything happens, it's gonna be a disaster. Alright, so I guess then the Bonds try to take this. There's no more statue worship. It took offering the offering myself. Okay. Alright. Fine, she's gonna save you money that way. Alright, here's data, so you're probably right. We do have a boss coming up, most likely. And I'm gonna assume a voice cutscene based upon what we heard.
Definitely.
Okay.
Alright, we're saved and ready to go.
Alright, so I think when we walk that door, we're
Mega
gonna
Man.
cutscene.
I'm reading a large energy source behind that wall. It's probably the bomb's robot.
I would think so. Yeah, I think we'll hear that in a little bit. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Listen up, everybody! Take everything of value that isn't nailed down, you hear me? I mean everything! I don't want there to even be a toothpick left, got it?
Mr. Teasel, we
collected all the food and supplies and loaded them in the ship. What should we do with the toilet paper?
We may be pirates, but we're not barbarians. We'll let them keep the toilet paper.
Yes, sir.
I just can't believe we don't even have enough money left to get new stock for the store. I guess I have to face facts. We'll have to close shop. And here I thought maybe we'd be able to walk the straight and narrow for once. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm giving up too easy. If we can get our hands on the mother lode, we'd at least break even. That means...
Mr. Teasel?
Huh? Oh, don't tell me he's here already!
Sorry.
Oh, come on, you guys! Those machines are cheap, you know! Hey, Tron! Can you hear me? How are things at your end?
Tron here. We've more or less figured out where the key is. Now all we have to do is figure out how to get inside. Babu!
Good work, you two! You be careful down there, all right?
Is he there already, Teasel?
Yeah, it looks like it, sis. But don't you worry. I will take care of him.
You be careful yourself, big brother.
Leave it to me, sis. All right, everybody, are you ready? Let's get that blue boy once and for all.
Yes, sir.
Huh? What's that?
Long time no see, Blue Boy. It's been a while, hasn't it? I hope you haven't forgotten about me or what you did to me. If you think this time will be like the last one, you're in for a big surprise. See this? This here statue is the symbol of this town. It's a cultural treasure. It's more important to them than anything. What do you think would happen if it got destroyed, Even if you don't care what the people here think about you if it's destroyed, just think about how much it would cost to replace it. In solid gold. Who knows how much it's worth? If you don't get in our way, I'll put it back where it belongs before we leave, okay? All right then, get going. Get out of here.
Don't listen to him, Mega Man. He's just a pirate. Do you think he'll keep his promises? He probably plans on stealing it anyway. Even if it's destroyed, the people might forgive you.
Don't worry, Roll. I can beat him without damaging the statue.
What are you babbling about to yourself? I said get out of here. If you don't, I'll make you leave. Go, Blitzkrieg!
We're back, and it's a Blitzkrieg Bob. This is going to be as with the fight Teasel Bond. Was we saw in last game sort of, and we'll definitely see in the Mist version of Tron Bond. It's all about his getting rich quick elements. So yeah, he can steal the statue. So talk to us about this boss.
So, I'm going to attempt to see if I can beat it without actually damaging the statue, but I don't think it's actually possible.
Okay, I was gonna say I assumed that from that dialogue, and I know this franchise with the first game and also other stuff we've seen with this, but yeah, that is an element of defeating. Oh, wait, is that the only lock-on point? Find that tank there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in order to proceed with the boss fight, you have to destroy it.
Okay. So I guess basically what? He's kind of praying down, I guess getting the rockets and tanks out, but I guess we have to get the, I guess, what? I mean, fine, I guess that's one way they don't steal it. They break it, and we, I don't know, creative gods, and, okay. Oh, you have to knock it off. Okay. Okay. Okay, also, this is the only boss fight I'm seeing where there's actually non-voiced instructions, or fine, non-subtitled instructions. I'm not new to this, so the audio mix is fine here. Alright, so what's the strategy here?
I'll get you! I'll get you! I'll get you!
Jesus Christ, that was one shot of it.
Yeah, that's what fully upgraded attack does on the thing.
Okay. I didn't doubt the power of it, but is it okay? All right, there you go.
That little punk, he didn't even care about the statue. Inconceivable! What was he thinking? That statue was a cultural treasure of this island.
All the food and supplies we gathered have also been destroyed, Mr. Diesel. We have nothing left to sell in the store.
It's up to Tron and Bond, and we have to get the mother load. If we don't, I don't know what will happen to us. We won't even be able to pay rent. We'll be homeless.
Mr. Diesel!
All right, everyone. We've lost. Let's get out of here.
Hey, Mega Man! Don't think we're finished! You haven't seen the last of Diesel Bond!
Good work, Mega Man. Now that the bonds are gone, I was able to move the Flutter into the city. I'm close by if you need me.
Alright, so yeah, we did take him down, and actually with that dialogue you confirm what you were asking, which was, can you beat Teasel that way without the statue being busted? And the answer is you cannot. Although, I don't know, I guess you just had to knock it off him.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but yeah, it's not actually possible to beat that boss without destroying the statue.
Okay. Yeah, hopefully the townspeople won't be too upset about that. Or maybe they'll say, like, hey, fine, you know, you had to do what you had to do against the Bonds. Or fine, against Teasel specifically.
But yeah, now we get to just see a little more of the city that we couldn't see before, though there's not actually all that much special about it.
Okay. Alright, so good job, and yeah, there we go. We got our first shot of the power of the hyper shell. Yeah. There was what, 2 hits?
Well, I think if all the damage had been from hyper shell, it probably would have been 3 hits plus a little bit.
Okay. Oh, because you shot at it with the buster before?
Yeah, I did some damage with the buster.
Okay. Or I guess you had to knock the statue off.
Yeah, well, the buster, when you damage the statue, that doesn't count as damage against the Bond mech.
Right.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. Well, you have to knock it off in order to get to him, so that makes sense. Alright, so where to next? Now that, fine, the Bonds, I guess, are gone.
Well, Teasel is gone.
Okay.
Teasel specifically.
Okay, and actually, one indication is that when he was calling out to, Tron, we did hear a character who we haven't seen in this game yet. I will, yeah, that's really good. Yeah, if that sounds familiar, we'll go into that when we hear that, specifically. Who is voiced by the same person who is, dating her, Ikue Otani. Who has we've had our love in with her specifically because, I mean, we've been playing this game. We played Guardian Heroes last month, where she was Nicole Neal, and actually was the voice of Nando Kanyans in that game as well. I don't know if I mentioned that we played it, or that part of it anyway. So, yeah, we'll get an indication of that as we go.
For the record, my Bond impression is something that I did at one-time practice.
Okay. And I don't think we went into that with the last game, so I'm glad that we're going into it now. So we have a record of that for the show. Alright, so we're going to the...
Yep, these are the Salcata ruins.
Oh, we're doing these now.
So these are the 3rd ruins.
There's not actually a whole lot that
really
leads
big
into
near
them.
you.
Okay.
It's probably a giant reaver bot, but I've never seen one this big. Be careful, Mega Man.
Alright, well, tell us about the Salcata ruins.
So, these are fire-themed ruins.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll be
that a
seeing
reaver bot?
a decent number of those
Why
little
did it
guys.
run off like that? Maybe there's something over there. You should go take a look, Mega Man.
we're gonna go over here first.
I was say, no, I don't know. I was like, if that's that idea.
Okay, these guys give decent money.
Okay. But nothing else is supposed to be your money collection. Oh yeah, you're right.
And they spawn reliably. And, like, they have all the hallmarks of something that's actually worth fighting for Zenny.
Yeah, so I mean, in that case, you'd be getting your money running through here.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's the nearest grind spot. I wouldn't say that it's a great grind spot, but it's there. I mean, it's there, it's near the entrance to the ruins, so I can just go up and down here, do a bit of grinding there.
Okay.
I personally prefer Nino Island for grinding, but this is not a bad place for it.
Would you say that's the best place to do it in the game?
No, not even close.
Okay.
Not even close. So yeah, this door's locked.
Yeah, it looks like you need a key to get in here.
Yeah. We actually do need to go this way. I was just kind of playing around a bit. But...
Well, showing off the area, because, yeah, I did see this, it's worth pointing out, in my test play. A little bit, anyway. Or fine, her test play, I should say. Yeah. I did see this a little, and I was kind of fascinated by what I saw.
Yeah. And we technically did the demo disc already, right?
Yes, we did. At the beginning of the game. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, there will be something you'll recognize if you remember the demo disc for this dungeon.
Yeah,
well,
so
for these ruins.
Yeah, there'll be a test. Or fine, if the test is we have part 1. Go back to part 1 on the YouTube site specifically for that, and then you'll get a sense of what that's all about. But I'm glad we were able to show that way as well. So we have a full, complete look at this game.
Yeah. And if this is giving anyone slight kind of crypt-like vibes, there's a reason for that.
Yeah, we'll definitely go into that, because that's one thing that got my attention when it came to our look at this. Well, we did the audio checks, as it is, specifically, so there's some stuff that got my attention looking at what we had. I'm surprised we're at the ruins this quickly, although you said specifically this is a long one, and they're getting longer as we go.
Yeah, this one just has a lot of sprawl to its layout.
Okay.
The Nino Island's ruins were deep. This one sprawls. It also has several levels, but it's mainly the sprawl.
Gotcha.
Yeah, to start off, we need to open that up.
Okay, so I guess that's kind of what a lot of the ruins are about, in the sense that you're kind of finding the stuff to open up. Find the map stuff, and the elevators, and other things, and in this case, finding the key we need.
Now, also, did you hear that sound?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear that, when you showed me. Uh-oh.
Aren't they creepy?
Yeah, I love that. Let's talk the horror vibe then. I think we talked in part 1 saying that this game, and I know like the first one who was in chat on that one, said specifically that the horror vibe of this game is a little more muted than Mega Man Legends 1, but I'm getting the sense that we're getting a little more of it in certain places where it might be as strong, if not stronger. And in this case, I'm liking the idea, especially the shadow. They're doing, look at that waving there, or that shimmying.
Yeah, those ones will not move until those two activate. But
okay.
But we do have to fight them in order to get out of the room.
Yep.
Or at least we have to get those. We have to get past those two at any rate. But
yeah, so we'll take them out.
But I mean, they drop good Zenny, so we'll fight them.
Yeah, but also this is good to see that, because you showed something before, and it'll go into this in just a second.
Obviously, if I were just playing the game normally, I wouldn't be playing around right here. I would just have fought them and moved on.
Which is interesting, I guess, the fact when it comes to the fact that, hey, you're demoing a game for a show like this, that you're changing your way to play.
But basically, I'm kind of taking advantage of how their AI works, because they don't really do anything until I get pretty close to them or shoot them. So, here we go. Boom!
With the smoke and a great effect that way. Yeah, they're the zombie Reaver bots from before.
And remember how I was bunching those crocodile things up before?
Oh, yeah, do it that way. Damn, that's the way to take them out.
Multi-kill.
Yeah, kill with fire. That was my take earlier myself, because while we were doing the test play, I was getting into my copy of the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. I finally got it, my physical version from Play Asia. It was the zombies in the caves. Yeah, they were weak to the fire in that game, first Final Fantasy 4. But so in that case, a good element to that. And yeah, they went down.
Yeah, I just thought that would be a fun thing to show.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool thing to show. And I love the horror vibe of this, and is it also thinking the Capcom thing, Resident Evil. I mean, fitting element to that way, you know.
Also, forget one shot, one kill. One shot, 6 kills.
Yeah, there you go. So, or isn't it isn't it a Quake 3 that says multi-kill? What's the shooter that has that? If we don't know, I'll have an edit down here, but I know there's something that has that element when you kill something. I thought it was Quake 3. Or maybe, no, it might be Unreal Tournament. Okay, either way, I'll have the name of what it is down here.
Alright, so, basement 2 now.
Alright.
And is this the one that has the stuff in the floor? I cannot remember. Some areas have these traps in the floor that come up and clamp onto you.
Yeah.
The only way to avoid them is to jump out of them.
And they're not marked on the ground, I don't think.
No, they're not marked at all.
Oh, okay.
Hi!
Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna tell you that. I see why you kept this, kept Mom on this as far as the audio checks and things. 'Cause yeah, there's like a window. You see the Reaverbot going. Talk about a great build.
And it's not just there.
Uh-oh. I guess, yeah, you can't get its attention.
But it will sometimes ram its head straight through that.
Okay, so they were paying attention to Resident Evil, like with the windows, with dogs come through. Oh shit, yeah, you're right, you're not kidding.
Yeah. I love that about this place.
How'd you take that the first time you saw that? Were you like jumping?
Oh, I freaked the fuck out.
You did?
I remember the first time, I remember when I played this, I was really, well, my first time through here, I was freaked out by that.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, it goes to what we were saying as far as elements of horror and your idea of jumping it hard, but I mean, I knew you said, hey, you hadn't played many horror games that you remembered specifically, but hey, this could count as an element of that, too.
Yeah.
In that case, I'd be curious if you think like on something like Resident Evil. And I take it when he does that, you can't hit him, is that right?
Nah. He's just an environmental hazard at this point.
Okay. That is really cool.
I had to show that. There was no way I was going to go through this without showing it.
Right, no, I get it completely.
These guys just need to be dealt with.
Yeah. That's what you're saying about running the rapid that way to send like close to that thing.
I didn't feel like actually trying to shoot that one down. Because of how the AI works for these guys, it's actually Like, if you can get in their face and just keep chaining them like that, they are ridiculously easy.
Okay.
But if you don't take them out quickly, or, well, rather, if you don't manage to pull that off, they are some of the most dangerous enemies in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you showed earlier, particularly in the Manda ruins, as far as that.
I would actually rank them above bosses in terms of how... above some bosses in terms of how dangerous they can potentially be.
Okay, gotcha.
But I would say the most dangerous variant of them is the one that sprays the green fire that, like, it doesn't damage you over time, but it cuts your range to 0.
Yes, you basically... you can, I think, hit them if you're literally right in front of them, but that's something you don't want to have happen.
Yeah, and, like, they still do chunks of damage with their attack.
Yeah. So into the next base we go.
What is that? Oh, hi, Data.
Oh, it's like, wait, oh, okay, good, we're safe. Sort of. It's interesting to kind of have them just on the side that way. You're like, wait, is that? Is it like an animal or something? I guess because you're a little on edge, I guess, or you're saying when you first saw what we saw a few minutes ago, they did definitely were on edge. It's like, okay, is it safe? It's like, oh no, it is safe.
And no, actually, yes.
Jesus Christ, that was just one hit?
No, that was because I ran into the lava by accident.
Okay.
But yeah, lava hurts.
Okay, yeah.
Lava hurts.
Oh, we showed it that way. Although there's something we'll have as far as an edit later, as far as it, but...
I'm reading hot temperatures.
Yeah, remember this from the demo. This is the last part of the demo that we have not shown in the game specifically.
Yeah. Now...
Oh, you're leaving.
We can't actually damage it at this point.
Oh.
I was just pretending to fight it.
Okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was like, it seems kind of quick.
There's something funny about that door. I think you should take a look at it.
Oh yeah, it's a security thing. Okay, so that's interesting. So you...
Oh, here's that thing I was talking about.
Yeah. We'll also have a video about what happens when it kills you about here. I take it those things can kill you?
Pretty sure they can.
So I don't know, they just snap Mega Man in half at the end of this.
Yeah. Also, if you jump at just the right time, you can get out of them.
Okay.
Before they clamp down.
So you're not stuck in that animation, basically.
Right.
Okay, wait. I guess. Okay, no, you're not, because you're walking.
But they usually are not alone.
Okay.
There's usually more of them.
Okay.
Like we just saw.
Maybe the other thing I'm curious about if they do kill you is A, because you're going to be doing the money grind, but also because since the lava doesn't kill you.
Yeah. You know what? Let's end this audio test with a game over.
It's not the game. Oh, okay, it is. Okay, it is. Just fine. It's okay. You get tossed down. Like, yeah, I'm done with you. I'd rather have something else. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I was thinking like maybe it would have been like a specific animation where I don't know, Mega Man gets chopped in half or something. I mean, this game is the kind of thing, as I said, when they re-release this, you're gonna have a teen rating on this for the nudity in it, even though it's not visible. But I think we'd have to. Okay, so to go back to the thing with the road, I like that idea that okay, fine, you saw it as far as the window, and then you basically try and fight it, but you can't fight it. So you basically have to build up to it. And yeah, good job as far as this jet skate jump.
That's a tricky jump to make.
There you go. Good job making it for sure. They said it's on video for you.
I don't believe I can actually get through that right here.
Can you see a control panel, Mega Man? There should be one around there somewhere.
Yeah, but there's fire in the way. I guess you can't do a dodge roll or something past that.
No.
Okay.
Now, because of those things in the floor, I will be running along the sides of the hallways a lot.
Yeah, because they're usually in the center. Is
Yeah.
what they do.
They are almost invariably in the center.
Okay.
Yep, this is what I thought it was.
Okay.
Actually, those guys don't actually drop anything, so I'm just gonna run through that room. I don't think you get anything for beating them all either.
Also, didn't you say that in some cases they keep coming back?
No, there's still a finite number of them.
Okay.
It's just in that one room that I did in the audio check, on the way back, there's just a ton of them in there.
Okay. So in that case, it's best not to fight them. I guess maybe, but we'll show that when we get there. Right, so there's your map data. Yeah, there's probably gonna be the unlock for that next door. Oh, there you go. So
It looks
there's
like a lock
layout.
was released somewhere. Do you know which door might have opened? The map you downloaded from the control panel should also show you the locked doors. Why don't you take a look at it?
Oh, we didn't see those things. The fireworks on the ground.
Oops. Yeah, this is going to take a bit to get through.
Okay. So how are you gonna handle this then?
So I do think we can do it tonight.
Okay.
I am not actually going to be trying to collect everything these guys drop. They aren't worth farming until you have an S rank license.
Okay.
I'm just killing them because they are in the way.
Right, fair enough.
Okay, map. Yeah, so search. Yeah, I forget how to get up there.
Okay. So I guess to go to how you're handling this dungeon, I guess the idea is what? You'll probably go as far as you can, and when you need items or things, you have enough money to get it, you come back.
Like, the big thing we really want right now is that chip. That is a chip that will give us resistance, not immunity, but resistance to the lava.
Okay.
However, that's 200,000 zen.
Right. So, I mean, if nothing else, I guess this is kind of an interesting way of running this dungeon. Not only that we can't defeat that thing, but to build ourselves up. I guess it sounds to me like the way this is designed, you kind of have to play it that way. Which is interesting.
Yeah, I actually really like this. Like, as much of a pain in the rear as it is, I like this structure for Salcata.
Uh-huh. And is it because it's not... Fine, because it's more sprawling a little bit, I guess? It's not something that... I don't know, what do you think as far as, like, the traversal of this? It's not something like, hey, you're gonna be necessarily going insanely far? I don't know if that's right or not.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a run tonight to beat this, but I do think it can be done.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, just trying to see other things. Well, I'm also going to get a sense of when's going to be a good time to start talking about stuff we saw at the Summer Games Fest so far.
This is actually probably a good time to do that.
Okay. Actually, we'll do two things. We'll talk about that. The other thing we'll also talk about is the surprise Switch Online update from the other day that I didn't know happened until the morning after, and I realized, oh wait, they added a bunch of new stuff for that, so we'll talk about it. They did 2 for the Game Boy Color, and these are all available through the normal Switch Online only. You do not need an expansion pack for any of these. For the Game Boy Color, they added Blaster Master Enemy Below from Sunsoft. Have you played Blaster Master?
I don't think so.
I'll have to show you Blaster Master, the NES game. It is an interesting one. And then they did it looks like a remake of that, but it also, I think, is not exactly the same. It's on Game Boy Color. It came out in 2000, same year this game did, actually. It's really interesting. Actually, interesting enough also this. There's the Blaster Master Zero games, which are modern takes on that franchise, like sequels, sort of. One sort of a remake of the original, and then it's this kind of sequel, and there's a sequel to that is Zero 2. It's by Intercreates, the people who made Mega Man Zero and Mighty Number 9 and Azure Strike Gunvolt. So in that case, there's kind of a tie to Mega Man a little bit as far as that, and I hear those games are really good. But the Blaster Master Enemy Below is a pretty interesting one. I never played on the Game Boy Color at the time, but one I'm glad they put out. They also put out, this is probably the big deal, I think, for the Game Boy Color stuff, is Kirby Tilt and Tumble, which came out in 2001, which has a tilt sensor in the cartridge, where you tilt the Game Boy Color and you flip it to basically have Kirby roll around or flip up to jump. They did replicate the tilt controls in this version, so you can use either the Joy-Cons or the Switch Pro controller for the purpose of doing the tilt. It is impressive as far as what it's doing for Game Boy Color. And I guess the tilt thing, although the tilt thing is something you do have to kind of get used to a little bit, and to me it's not exactly quite the zenith of tilt technology for Nintendo. That would be Warrior Twisted on the Game Boy Advance, which I hope with them putting this on, we see that. Please, Nintendo, I'm begging. I'd love to see that come back. And I know you played Kirby Tilt and Tumble.
Yeah, I mean, I've never beaten it, but I have played it.
Neither have I. And feasibly, for the purpose of the show, we can play it that way now, so it's going to be easier than the other way, which is on the Game Boy Color. And actually, I do have the Game Boy Color version actually because we do.
Yeah.
On the Game Boy Color, the tilt sensor that's built into it didn't take into account the fact that the Game Boy player on GameCube or the Game Boy Advance SP were backwards for the cartridge slot. So in that case, you basically have to turn the system over in order to play it. So if you're playing it on GameCube, you have to basically put the cartridge on the bottom of it, turn the GameCube over, and tilt the GameCube for it, and flip it up to the jumps, which you can do. But it's hard. I've seen like speedrun people do that way, but imagine them now doing it using the Switch version.
I'm still getting the same reading. I guess it's not open all the way. There are probably 2 locks, and the second one is opened by another control panel. Look for the other control panel.
They also put up Mystery Tower, which is a game from Namco. It was on Famicom. I never heard of it. I don't know if we got it. It's not a Tide of the Tower Draga, which I thought from the look of it. It's a tower case. It looks like it's a fancy milieu. It's Namco. We didn't get it until now, I think. I don't think we've ever seen this. But it turns out it's actually kind of a puzzle game. It's kind of like Solomon's Key from Tecmo, or I know you're a big one on Fire and Ice from NES as well. It kind of was like that.
Yeah, actually, you know, I kind of forgot that those fire-breathing worms turned into those, almost fire moth-like, like Reaver bots.
Yeah.
I forget the name of the moth, but I kind of want to name a Volcarona after one in Pokemon.
Okay. I'll at least have the edit down here so you'll have the name, so I can kind of assist with that. It is cool to see that, but also seeing, the detail that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, but as far as design goes, I do love those Reaver bots. They just have awful drops and are not really worth fighting.
Honestly, the Reaver bot designs are kind of interesting. I mean, even if there are cases where maybe, as you said in part 1, hey, the color of them maybe makes them look more cartoony than they you might want.
But they do have a cool design.
They have a cool design, and it does seem the idea that it does kind of fit as far as what this world is, so that's really interesting that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the last thing on Switch Online, just to go into that, it's something I said was never going to happen, so I am eating my plate of crow on this one. Harvest Moon for the Super Nintendo. I said it was only released in Japan service, and I said for years, or actually not for years, like a couple months, that the weird split off of Harvest Moon and Story of Seasons, and the fact that Natsume owns the Harvest Moon name, but not the team that made it originally, and makes Story of Seasons now. I said we're never getting made in the US. I was wrong, we are getting in the US. It is up there now. I am ecstatic for that. That is definitely a religious thing to have specifically. And then Japan, weirdly enough, they did the opposite, where we got a game that Japan had only for a while. Japan got Super Baseball Simulator 1000, which we've had for quite a bit of time. But yeah, those are the things that came out. Like, I'm very happy on Harvest Moon, I will tell you that right now. And then we can go into stuff with the Summer Games Fest. Of what they've announced so far, although, nice jump, I'll say that, as far as getting out of the way. But one thing that I found interesting of that Summer Games Fest, was briefly go into this part of it before we go into what caught my eye. Honestly, the big stuff came on Thursday. Even though it's like we're Saturday now on this, or Friday as well, we didn't really get a whole lot of huge announcements in the past couple days. I mean, tomorrow we're going to get more because Microsoft has a conference. They're going to show off more of Starfield, which is out in September. And a couple of the companies are going to have stuff. And I know on Monday Ubisoft has something. Capcom has something as well. In fact, before we go into the stuff of what caught my eye, or what caught our eye specifically, what are some of your hopes of what you want to see out of Capcom on Monday? Out of their presentation.
Well, I'm actually sorry. I wasn't able to listen all that much right there because of the paper box I had to deal with.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna look back in the video when you just jumped on there because I don't know. You just hit the edge.
I touched the edge.
Okay, I have a picture there because at first I said I don't know if you just make it or just not make it.
Unfortunately, I'm going to need to use the last of the medicine bottle charges that I have.
Okay.
But,
actually, this is the part, in fact, we'll go into that in a second. This is actually the part we saw in the tests for this. It seemed like there are tons of those fireworms.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure if I can get through this. I mean, I do have the fried chicken, which I might need to use.
Okay.
I kind of don't want to use it because it's funny.
Yeah, I know.
But I might use it.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll need, if we have to, call on the power of Colonel Sanders, we're gonna do it. I think that's the idea. I think what you're saying here.
I'm out of energy canteen. We do need more energy canteen, so I'll probably buy another unit or two at some point.
Okay, so yeah, in that case, yeah, you probably want to get yourself going on this.
We definitely need like one or two more medicine bottle charges.
Right. This is where this game is getting serious when it comes to a card.
I am just going to run.
Yeah, just run. Don't look back.
The nice thing about how they target is that they shoot at where you are when they shoot, and they don't anticipate where you'll be.
Okay, awesome. Good job getting out of the way. Okay, so fantastic. That was flawless with that run through. I think you're saying on the test, you're saying, I don't know how that's going to work, but especially, fine. The pressure's on now. That's the idea, because, you're down to your last bit of health. You don't have any other recovery stuff. So I think we need to go out.
For the chicken. I mean, I'm going to see if I can find
Be careful, Mega Man.
At least get a
There's
few
something
health
inside,
drops.
and it doesn't look like a Reaver bot.
With the hyper shell, actually, I think that might be it. Okay, let me look at that room in here. Oh, I know what that is. I don't want to enter there.
Okay, so
not yet.
So we want to go out. Is that the idea?
Yeah. I need. Okay, so I want to go diagonally across and in there.
Okay.
I'm probably just gonna go around the edge, but same idea.
Okay. But I mean, I think if nothing else, this is probably the right way to show this because, hey, A, you don't want to get yourself killed after all that progress, and B, showing what the struggle is.
Okay. Like, funny you really, really fast.
Uh-huh.
It really does make you consider putting up the 200,000 to get the asbestos shoes.
Yeah, we're gonna show those for sure because there's godsends. As we're gonna walk back, then fine. I'll pose the question that so it makes sense as far as like why that way you hear that because hey, I gotta live, so that's the most important thing. I get that 100%. So Capcom is their event they're doing for Summer Games Fest on Monday. What do you want to see out?
My dream would be Legends 3 gets announced. Or X9.
Okay. And people are kind of thinking maybe something with X9, but I don't know. I don't know if it's been necessarily rumored exactly, but okay, that's. I mean, I'd be curious if that was like, hey, we've been buying all those Mega Man collections, and well, Mega Man 11 as well, so they need more Mega Man. I mean, there clearly is something that's still done with all these sides of the series.
Yeah, and I would also be satisfied with a Mega Man.
Yeah, you think that's the next one they announce?
It's going to be either that or Star Force.
I would guess that we get Star Force next, if I'm gonna say, but
as far as the mainline games go for each of the series, that's all that's left.
right.
They've done Classic, they've done X, they've done Battle Network, they've done Zero and ZX together in the same one.
Sure, it makes sense that way. So yeah, I mean, what anything else you want to see out of them?
Those would be the main things. I mean, I know Capcom does a lot of other stuff than Mega Man.
What other things of theirs get your attention, if anything?
I don't know. I mean, they've done a lot of oddball stuff too.
Yeah, they have. We've shown some of that on the show too.
I know I've played a bunch of non-Mega Man things that Capcom has done.
Yeah, we played all the Final Fight games, the first 3 of the Final Fight games on this show. It's been a while since we've seen that franchise. I'm interested to see if like maybe they go back to that. I know they did say specifically a couple things. They did say they're going to show Dragon's Dogma 2, which is they had announced already. They have Exoprimal, which is coming out next month, which is they're not exactly Return to Dino Crisis. We did bring that up when they announced that last year. Have you ever played Dino Crisis, by the way?
I think I've heard of the title, but I don't know anything about it.
Okay, the first one kind of played with Resident Evil, but it was also something that it was a little different with how it runs. Playing this woman, Regina, as far as it's an interesting one from what I've understood. I haven't played either. There's also another one. There are 2 on the PlayStation, and then there's the third, which was on the Xbox, which was not a bad idea. Well, fine, maybe it was, depending on who you ask. It's dinosaurs in space. But, the camera's horrible, and it's pretty much unplayable, almost, even though it looks awesome in terms of the gameplay, cutscenes. And it's been 20 years since that game came out, so Exoprimal was sort of returned to that, but they said this is not based on Dino Crisis. Kind of has a feel of Dino Crisis. And they did announce with that there's going to be tie-in with Street Fighter 6, which just came out. And I would assume that probably there may be some announcement out of Street Fighter 6 with like DLC for that, I would think. They just launched that last week, and it's really good. But, yeah, it was last week it came out. I'm trying to think what else they said they're gonna do, but I mean, yeah, if there's anything else you think you want to see out of them specifically you can think of, and then I can go into mine.
Yeah, mainly Mega Man related stuff.
Sure, I get that, and I want to see it too. In fact, I'll start that list that way.
Although, there is one thing I specifically don't want to see. I don't want to see yet another classic Mega Man game. I want them to address the other series with new content.
Right.
Basically,
no, I get that.
I don't want to see Mega Man 12. I want to see X9. I want to see Legends 3.
Or something else. I get that.
Yeah, like if they're going to do a new Mega Man game, I want it to be a non-classic game.
Right. I mean, we're speculating about all this. Like, what are they going to announce it this way? I mean, I am thinking this because, this specifically, which is that they're probably looking at the fact that in under 2 weeks, the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection sold 1 million units, which is impressive when you think about the fact that that came out only a couple weeks after the Resident Evil 4 remake, which sold like 4 million units so far, I believe. So, in that way, it's kind of, I think, the fact that Capcom is seeing that, alright, Mega Man Battle Network, it seems like it's showing a bit of a resurgence because of that, but the fact of an interest in it, because of the fact that people buying it and kind of getting into it as far as how it is, and the online that they added to it. So I don't know necessarily, it's actually been a while since Mega Man 11, so I don't know if they necessarily come out and say, oh, we have Mega Man 12 after, because honestly, everything they've been doing since that with Mega Man, none of it really has had anything to do with the classic series, except for the re-releases of the fighting games, the Battle Fighters from Neo Geo Pocket Color on Switch, and in the Neo Geo Pocket Selection collection, and also the other two that are in the Capcom Arcade Stadium second edition, or whatever they call that second one. So I think that if they would go to something, they probably would go to something that's not classic that way to start, especially because it's been so long since Mega Man 11. I think one thing I think we might see, probably because of that, I think they probably will announce the next Legacy Collection. I think they go with Battle Network specifically because of the Battle Network thing. I think that's where they kind of would go if they're going to go right away.
As far as the plot goes in Battle Network, it's generally thought to be wrapped up in a tidy little bow. More so than any other part of the Mega Man franchise, except for the Zero series, and even that one's, I would say it's even more tidily wrapped up than the Zero series.
Okay. Well,
because there's, you don't actually see Zero's body at the end of Zero 4.
Right, we'll get to that when we get to playing those games. But I think they go Star Force next because they'll probably look at the gameplay and say, like, hey, people really like this, let's go with this next one. And maybe also return on value to a certain extent, the fact that a lot of those, because in terms of total of those games, how many Star Force games were there? Like 7?
Star Force,
total,
including each version of each game individually, there's 7.
Okay, that's what I was thinking specifically, because the first one they made 3 editions, and then there was 2 for the other 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And for the second game, and actually all 3 of them are expensive.
That's what I was thinking too.
But the second, but Star Force 2 is especially bad, and then Star Force 3, they are prohibitively expensive.
Those are late. That third one was late on DS, wasn't it? That was like what? That was like, was that after 3DS came out?
I don't remember how it lined up with the 3DS.
Okay, I might actually do a little bit of a fact check on that. But my thought is that based upon the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection success, I would think they probably would go to that if they go to the next one. I think they do get to this one, and honestly, the cultural sensitivity warning they put on the Battle Network Collection is something they would absolutely have to put on this. I think that's kind of, I think, well, fine, the Rob Smith thing, that's the only reason specifically. But I think in that way, that I think kind of solves that problem to a certain extent. But I don't know, because I think they'll probably they're going to do these. They're going to do another one of these, clearly, without a question, for the Legacy Collections. I think they would go Star Force next, just in general, because of the gameplay element, and maybe the cost thing, although I don't know if, in terms of costs, if collectively taking all the games of them, are the Star Force games more than these in the sense that you take them all together and add up the totals?
If you're, there are toys and cards that interact with the games as well.
Okay.
It is actually possible. Well, Battle Network is still hands down more popular overall than Star Force by a major margin.
Sure.
Most of the Star Force toys and like cards and stuff that go along with with the toys and stuff. That never reached the level of popularity that that Battle Network did.
Sure.
So they don't command as high of a price.
Mm-hmm.
I would like if we're including the peripherals.
And I think maybe that'll be a factor given how the Battle Network Legacy Collection was.
Yeah. If we're including the peripherals, I still think the Battle Network Legacy Collection comes out on top.
Okay, I'm comparing that to Legends.
In terms of total value.
I'm also comparing Star Force to Legends.
Okay, Star Force to Legends.
I would think yes for the same reason, wouldn't you say?
Like, the only fair way to compare it to Legends is only comparing the games. Star Force, if you want to collect all versions of all three games, it would probably approximately match the total cost of Legends 1, 2, and Tron Bonne.
And I think you were showing me this as well. I think we can kind of bring a winch with this. The idea that you have an accessory for DS that was released in Japan.
Game Boy Advance.
There's one I think for DS. It's something for DS as well.
Right. The Star Force thing.
Yep. Want to talk about that? I think that would knock the price if they're going to be using something like that or replicating it.
Well, the particular one I have is kind of impossible to peg a value on because it's kind of an industry sample.
What is that thing? I know there'll be a picture as she's describing this.
I believe it's called a wave scanner.
Okay.
I never actually used one. That's the only one I own, and I keep it sealed like it arrived here because I see it more as a piece of video game history, as an industry sample,
right?
Rather than as just a product.
Because as you were saying to me with this, and I'll take a picture of this and I'll have it edited as we're discussing this. This is something that was released in Japan. It was something, as you said, it was something that industry sample that apparently Nintendo was thinking of localizing here.
Yeah, well, my working theory, based on the little bit of information that's on the sample label.
Okay.
Is that Nintendo and Capcom at one point were considering bringing over certain peripherals associated with Battle Network, which I also have a sample from, and Star Force. Battle Network, of course, would have been the earlier one because that was a Game Boy Advance series.
Yeah.
My theory is that they were actually giving serious thought to bringing over the peripherals that allowed you to use the real-life physical battle chips and battle cards, battle chips for Battle Network and battle cards for Star Force. In ways that actually interacted with the games.
That's cool.
For Battle Network, the peripherals went into the link cable port. Although there was also a pass-through, so you could play against other people using the same method.
Sure.
You could use the toy battle chips in those peripherals.
Yeah.
And the games would recognize them.
Right, we have one of the games that's been translated for the purpose of showing that thing, but as far as the Star Force thing, that I guess is a little more of a dicey thing just as far as how that operated, too.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, the Star Force games don't have fan patches for the English stuff for the on the Japanese versions, which I'm pretty sure the peripherals are not compatible with the English versions of the games.
Yeah, which I think would make sense, I guess.
I can't verify that.
Okay.
But I would expect that the English versions are not compatible.
Okay. If I can find an answer, I'll find an answer. I mean, I guess also, are we ready to go back in the ruins?
Yeah, just about.
Okay.
But I mean, this is an interesting conversation.
No, yeah, absolutely. Because like we can also still continue as is, but I mean, but still,
it's a bit too engaging of a conversation for me to.
Fair enough, and also given how hard this part is, I get that entirely. Yeah, I mean, so okay, go back to the Capcom thing as far as what I would be interested to see them. You said the next one of those, I think we might potentially.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd like to see maybe return to something else. Maybe return to something like Final Fight. I don't know. Maybe return to something like Dino Crisis, just because I'm kind of curious. See something, I guess, what they're gonna do with Resident Evil. I mean, because actually, one thing with that is that Capcom did say a little while ago, about a week or so, they've remade a bunch of the older Resident Evils. What's the one they want to remake of them? People were saying like, one that of the classic ones that really could use a remake the most is actually the first one I ever played, which was Resident Evil Code Veronica, which in that case would then complete everything before they get to 5 and 6. And 7, fine, 7 and 8 are not that old. I mean, even 6 and 5 are not insanely old. So that would be kind of the question, I guess, for that. So I guess that would be kind of what I would want to see out of them, but as I said, we'll find out next week, and I'll bring that up with the Crusader 64 is going to be on the show for next week when we play Kirby Superstar.
But yeah. It's still neat. It's neat to think about.
Yeah.
Like what they could be coming.
Also, maybe some ideas. Like maybe Capcom's listening. It's like, hey, you know, we hear this idea as far as these two people who clearly have an appreciation for our games are showing off Mega Man Legends 2. Maybe this is an idea.
Yeah.
So they bug our show. We've said that before. How many times have we talked about something and then the next week they say, oh, we're actually doing this?
Yeah. Legends Legacy Collection and Legends 3 confirmed.
Yeah.
I hope.
No, we're getting started here. That's the idea. We're planting the seeds. We're planting the idea of what that's about. But yeah, in that case, then I guess as you start going back in that, we can also go to what they've sort of announced with this so far.
Yeah, believe me, I would be a lot more excited saying that if I actually knew it to be true.
Yeah, I mean, there's hope, and I mean, we'll see. Maybe Monday, maybe one of those things will come true, and we'll definitely be here to go into it.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna head back down now.
All right, head in, and I'll go into briefly the stuff that they've announced with bigness to this. As far as the Summer Games Fest. Getting more, as I said, we'll have updates to that next week. And as this all goes on, this is definitely going to be an interesting place for that coverage and also for discussions. We're doing stuff with the discussion of that I don't think any other else is really going to do. But of what they announced, well, okay. Here's something that was supposed to be announced tomorrow at the Microsoft conference, but Atlas accidentally unveiled it too early. There are two things. The long-rumored remake of Persona 3 from the PlayStation 2, it's called Persona 3 Reload, is expected out early next year, and I believe they confirmed it. They showed it at Microsoft's conference, or they're going to be showing it at Microsoft's conference. So it's Xbox One, Series S, Series X, and PC, but I think it's since been confirmed for PS4 and 5 and Switch. Because Atlas released the video of that by accident, and then they took it down as far as the Instagram thing. People already said, yeah, we took the video, and they're ecstatic. See the return to Persona 3. And also technically return to Persona 5, in that there's a new game, Persona 5 Tactica, which is actually going to be a little bit of a strategy game of sorts. It kind of plays like XCOM or like the Mario and Rabbids games a little bit, with an art style that kind of reminds me of the Persona Q games on 3DS. That's out on November 17th of this year on everything. Switch, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Series S, Series X, and PC. So that kind of looked interesting as far as with stuff with Persona. We'll hit stuff with Persona. I think we were going to start with 3. And I first want to see Persona 3 FES on PlayStation 2, and someone will show that. I'm curious what he thinks about the Persona 3 remake case. I know people I know, Kazum22, he's looking forward to that extensively. Specifically, he loves Persona 3. Sony also announced the release date of Spider-Man 2 for PS5. That is out on October 20th. It is being developed by Insomniac Games again, the people who made Spyro the Dragon, which we're playing in 2 months, by the way, for the show, thanks to EdWack. And they're showing the gameplay of Miles Morales and Peter Parker together, so going in connection with Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, which just came out a couple weeks ago, actually last week. And their element of Venom being confirmed, but they said he's not Eddie Brock who's Venom, which is kind of a twist. Usually when it comes to Spider-Man, that's the expectation. But yeah, people are kind of buzzed about that. Also, they show more Mortal Kombat 1, which is technically the 12th Mortal Kombat game. It's like, don't want to see Mega Man 12. Then we're getting Mortal Kombat 12. They're starting it again, like resetting it. And a little bit of a reboot where Liu Kang is going to be pretty much getting the Earthrealm Warriors together, including kind of semi-talking shit about Raiden, which is usually kind of a switch for the idea of how Raiden was, the Thunder God. It's like he was the leader, but they're kind of twisting that around. But hey, Raiden will still have his powers, as will all the characters in it, as well as a new thing, Cameo, spelled with a K, of course, because that's what Mortal Kombat runs. It's like Marvel vs. Capcom, where you have assist characters. That's on September 19th. It's insanely bloody and beautiful as ever. It's got everything, although I don't know how the Switch version is going to look. And the Crusader 64 is horror stories on that Switch edition. But like Mortal Kombat, I don't know what your take on Mortal Kombat is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's amusing.
Uh-huh.
Like, just how over the top they go with it.
Yeah, but somehow, in a weird way, we said this when we showed Mortal Kombat on the show, the first couple, it kind of fits. It somehow doesn't feel out of keeping. It doesn't weirdly feel... I mean, you could look at it and say it's totally disgusting, but it's also the kind of thing, in some ways, it's kind of... One of those things you see, like, that kind of bloodshed, I kind of smile at it. I kind of love it. And that's kind of been the case with it, so, like, I'd be curious to see how this is. And the last couple have been great, and as I've said, the story stuff with these Mortal Kombat games, when they did the story mode, they are one of the gold standards when we talk about your fighting game story modes. And yeah, so I'm curious to see what they got on that one in a couple of months. Also, they showed more in Alan Wake 2, which is out on October 13th. It's kind of a little bit of a survival, supernatural thriller game. It was on Xbox 360 initially, and it's since ported into other things. And this is the second one. Remedy, who made the Max Payne games as well, they confirmed we're not doing a disc release of this, although honestly they gave a good reason, because they said, hey, we're realizing there are games out there like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, not Jedi Starfighter, that's something else, where they push themselves on a single-player experience, they release it on a disc. You still have to download a good amount of the game onto the disc, and I'm going to have my choice word to say about that based on how we're playing Spyro the Dragon in a few months. But they said, fine, we're digitaling it only because that, also the fact that we can still only be able to charge $60 for it compared to the 70 that games tend to run as far as it. And they said, hey, if that's the case, may as well just cut out the middleman. So like, okay, fine, I get it. It looks really good, and the other Alan Wake games are pretty good as well. So that's gonna be interesting. We have something going on here.
Yeah, it's a boss fight.
Fine. Let's fight the boss. I'll go on the rest of that later.
Yeah, I was letting you finish if you wanted to.
No, I got a couple more. So like, we'll do the boss and we'll do that. Because I know there's one thing I want to have your discussion on, but we'll get to that in a little bit.
Yeah, there's actually 3 bosses in this.
Alrighty.
This one is the least conventional of the bunch.
Alright, let's take a look and see what it is.
It must be really solid if even you can't knock it down. If we could just get that rock to fall, we could probably get the lava to stop. We've got to hurry, though. Teasel says Mega Man's already here. True. It's just that I don't want to see him right now. You know what I mean? Mega Man? Is there somebody else there?
Yeah, it's,
Huh? Mega Man! What's happening, Mega Man? Are there more pirates there?
Yeah, but, they're, acting kind of, funny.
Funny? What do you mean, funny? Just what's so funny about me, huh? What do you think is so funny?
Nothing, I just...
What about you? I see you're still letting that second-rate mechanic boss you around. You're the one who's funny if you ask me. Mega Man? Is it that Bond woman again? Remember, she might be a woman, but she's still a pirate. She doesn't fight fair. Why should you?
Roll?
Anyway, do whatever you want. You can let that poor excuse for a spotter boss you around for the rest of your life for all I care. We've got work to do, and we'd appreciate it if you'd stay out of our way if you don't mind. We'll stay out of your way until we find the key, all right? Got it? Good then. Bye.
Alright, so yeah, there we're back. We do have the Bonds again. We're fine. We have Tron Bon and Bon Bon. We can see Bon Bon. Looks a bit different in this.
Oh, sorry.
What do you want? If you want to help us, fine, just say so. Otherwise, stay out of our way. Well?
Oh wait, we have a choice to this. Okay, so first off, okay, I didn't know that you walk forward and there's more dialogue. But all right, before you do this, what happens here?
Yeah, I actually completely forgot that there was a dialogue choice here.
That's weird though. You walk like 2 steps and there's another one. Okay, so you have a choice to help her or not, huh?
Yeah, well, basically, I'm pretty sure you can't actually enter this fight without agreeing to help her, and you need to do this to progress in the ruins.
Okay, how do you want to handle this then?
Of course we're gonna say yes. The goal, well, I think the game is going to tell us what to do. Like basically tell us a mission.
Okay.
So
fine,
yeah.
because we're helping her.
Yeah, I believe we should probably mute. I think there is a bit more dialogue after this.
Alright, so yeah, we're gonna help her and we'll be right back. And we're back, so there you go. So yeah, alright, you were right, we do have a mission. Okay, so we're helping her. Okay, so that goes the idea and I guess the sexual tension going on here, because it's clearly there. Especially out of Tron. But anyway, so you said this is unconventional, so yeah, lead us. Talk about this.
So, as you can see with the mission description, we'll be working with Bonbon and Tronbon to knock out these certain reader bots. We can't see them on screen yet, but and then while they're down, we'll Bon, Tron, and Mega Man will be picking them up and throwing them at the rock that at the giant stalactite that's hanging over the lava.
Okay, so basically we're helping them doing digging. Like we're living up to our title by doing digging specifically this way.
Well, sort of. There's no refractors involved for this.
Yeah, because we'll see to that. Like, fine. Yeah, usually it's like if there's no refractors, we don't want to. But like, fine. I guess we're doing it this way. All right, fine. That's interesting. I didn't expect to see that happening. But all right, fine. We're teaming up a little bit.
Yeah, there are reasons why I've been kind of hush-hush about this one.
No,
about these ruins.
All right, so let's see what's going on with this.
I just thought you'd really enjoy how this set of ruins is structured.
Yeah, that's that idea. It's like it's also the kind of thing of like I hope you're enjoying my reactions.
Absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, let's do this.
Yep. All right. Mission start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Mission
Indeed,
start!
also, we have someone in chat, ML Board, looks like, and then Legends Hype. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Mega Man Legends 2 for PlayStation. It's myself and Nocturne. I'm Kevin Detroit, by the way. Pleasure to see you. I don't know if I've seen you in the show before, but good to see you as we're helping out the bonds with elements as we're in the Salcata Ruins. Good to see you tonight. Feel free to let us know any memories or insights you have on Mega Man Legends or anything else as far as Mega Man or gaming. Also, feel free to tell us what's going on here.
So, our goal here is to shoot these guys.
Okay.
Well, before they blow up in the lava, fall over, and then basically is to just take care of knocking them over and letting Tron and Vaughn take care of the
Gotcha. Okay. I guess you can throw them too, but it seems like that's that idea, and that's what the health bars for. Basically, that strive type missions.
I personally love this boss.
It looks cool. I can't wait to play this myself. Oh man, as a kid, I played this game so much time. You show a lot of the shit music, which is one of my favorites. Yeah, we've been playing that for sure with it, and we're having a great time. She's the expert on this one specifically, which you are playing on PlayStation itself.
Yeah.
I have not played this game full through as far as it, so I'm kind of seeing some of this as far as that first reaction a little bit. But have a great time for sure, and hope you are as well. Stop by our little weekly independent gaming stream program. We do this every week, usually Saturdays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have sometimes changing schedules. We're very glad to have you as we're seeing, this ball, I'm going to have fun fighting this as far as my own play. I'll say that for sure. Just looking at this.
Well, I think this is one of the most interesting boss fights between the two main games.
Yeah, definitely so. Also, since this is your first time here, I believe, one thing to indicate is we do mute the mic whenever there's an unsubtitled cutscene calling out like coming up in just a second, but we're still paying attention, don't we? We're not leaving you hanging. For sure, we never do on this program. There you go, yeah, Mega Man's getting to the act as well. Alright, Tron, it's up to you now. Can they die, by the way, here? Okay, awesome. Fine, I guess Bon Bon is going to be your element. Yeah, yeah, over there. Yeah, because you haven't seen Bon Bon in this game until now. So, perfect way to show him. Oh, he missed! It's like, yeah, okay, I guess if you've seen him miss. Okay, that's the other thing. We have stuff happen on this show that, we're glad it happened. Sometimes we haven't seen it. Even we're the experts in the game, or playing the game, I should say. Alright, fine, Bon Bon. Make your aim true.
Bon.
Oh, he missed! Alright, we're saying it in perfect years. Can you believe that? Oh my god. Okay, that in and of itself, that's the other thing we do on the show. We are a discussion program, just to let you know. Yeah, that's how this operates for it. So yeah, it's never gonna be a dull moment on this program. Alright, we'll be back.
Cut off the flow of lava to the room with the Reaverbot. Now all we have to do is figure out how to defeat the Reaverbot, and we're set. Huh? Good idea, Bot. Well, then why don't we get him to do our work for us? Now that his energy supply's been cut off, that Reaverbot's defenses should be weakened enough that he can be damaged. I'll bet that once he's defeated, we'll be able to get the key. All right, then. Our alliance is over. Next time we see each other, we're enemies again. Understand?
Sure, okay.
Come on, Bon. Let's go. Babu! Well, you look like you're having fun.
Huh? No, of course not. Why would you say that?
Anyway, we have to make sure we get to the key first. Ready?
Yep.
My instruments show the temperature is dropping steadily. It's really gone down in the room that giant Reaverbot's in. I wonder what that means. Any ideas, Mega Man?
Yeah, I don't know, but we're back, and actually, yeah, we did have fun. So actually, Roll is right. She did call us out that way, but yeah, we did have fun as far as that boss and our reaction to it, for sure.
That is not my best run of that boss, but I couldn't just, I don't think I could have justified, not cheering for Vaughn at that moment.
Yeah, like, we did have that element, so that's the other thing, because even when we do our preparations, or she'll do preparations on this game specifically, she's the one playing it, in that case, yeah, we didn't necessarily expect, like, he'd miss. We're like, we have to cheer him on, like, that's what we have to do that way, so, yeah, I don't think either of us had that on our bingo card when we were starting the show tonight. That's the other thing, because we're playing this game live as you're watching, we basically just gonna let things go, see what happens. Sometimes stuff happens that you never expect, you know? And that's the joy of Super Bowl Game Saturday as far as us, then we hope we're bringing it to you as well. Basically, we want you all on the couch with us. That's the idea, and that's where we're up to King. A nice dash jump.
Yep.
You were saying to say before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, right. Okay, this is the room I was looking for.
Yeah,
I
fire.
think I technically need the... Actually, wait. No, I can't just run through it.
It's an invisible wall then?
No, yeah.
Okay.
Invisible wall.
Alright. Actually, one other thing to go into is I said, since to Emp Al Gore, so good to have you again on the program. Welcome you for sure. On top of the game we play, we also do talk about other stuff game-wise. As I said, this is a discussion program. We take stuff from all of you in the chat as well. Best on Twitch, as we indicate. And also suggestions, anything you want to see for the show. We have played Mega Man Legends once, we're pointing out we have a YouTube site where we have our full play. We should play that one for us as well. But, and we're in part 3 of this game as well. Oh, what happened?
Okay.
Oh, you shot it.
I shot the thing, and I thought it looked a little bit like a target.
Okay, there you go. You know, they say sometimes your first instinct's the right one. There you go. You get the Auto-Fire Unit Omega.
Auto-Fire Unit Omega. I think that might actually be a decent part.
Awesome. Okay.
Auto-Fire Unit Omega. Oh, it's just Energy 2 Rapid 1.
It's not bad, but then we have the Rapid Fire Alpha. That's amazing as far as how we're running it or how she's running it.
Yeah. I'm happy with my current setup.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, while you're going through, I'll go back to one thing I was saying before we had the boss there, which was, we also been talking about other stuff game-wise to say that, and we were talking about stuff with the Summer Games Fest they've announced so far. Talked about the Persona stuff that got leaked by Atlas by accident, as well as Spider-Man 2's date, and Alan Wake 2's date, and Mortal Kombat 1, and other things. But yeah, I'll go into the next couple, because I know there's a couple that can go to you. I'll start the ones that are not going to specifically yet. Who knows, eventually they might. Grasshopper's remaking Shadows of the Damned, which was on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 initially. They're doing a remaster of that, I think it's next year. I heard that game's really good, and the Crusader 64 is a big one on the stuff of Studio 51 and Grasshopper, who was the developer that way. They're doing Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, that's Ubisoft making that. It's a Metroidvania take on Prince of Persia that actually looks really, really cool. And that's supposed to be out in January of next year, okay?
Yeah, I'm just frustrated because I'm just sighing because I fell in the lava again.
Okay. Yeah, the only other thing I took down that really got my attention, actually, this is something I did not tell you about, that they announced. You remember Human Fall Flat?
Yeah.
They're making a sequel to that.
Nice.
I mean, they've been doing free downloadable content of that for the past 7 years. Amazingly. But they're going to be doing that as we're seeing another boss. Okay, what's going on here?
So, we now have to actually fight the giant Reaver bot.
Okay. And I'll go into the other stuff as far as that.
This is not a difficult boss fight.
Uh-huh. Also, you don't have the fire case that way to handle either, and you have the hyper shell pretty nicely. Yeah, look at that explosion.
It's getting weaker, Mega Man. Keep it up.
Like, it's especially easy when you have the hyper shell at full power.
There you go.
This is, I want to say, one of the easiest boss fights in Legends 2.
Okay.
I mean, it takes a little bit of work because even the hyper shell, as you can see, isn't doing a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, it's not tearing them up like Torchies or Plan up specifically, but that being said, it is still doing a decent amount. Yeah, it does sure look nice. And I like how the game's frame rate's holding very nicely even when all those explosions are on the screen.
It holds really steady.
So it's very well programmed of a game. Sometimes you think of something like this, hey, it's gonna have a problem with the frame rate, but no, it does not. Alright, so the Reaver bot has encountered a fatal error and must shut down. We're taking his key.
Did you find anything, Mega Man? I'm picking up what looks like a key on my scanner. Let's see. The only door you haven't opened yet is the one all the way at the front on the top level. Why don't you go back there and see if the key can open that door?
All the way over there.
Sorry.
No, it's fine about. Yeah, that.
That's actually the one. I don't like the voiced dialogue in text boxes when you can move around because it's really easy to cut them off.
Is that one that's important we want to see?
It would be good to have the actual dialogue cut and paste in here.
Yeah, but that's the other thing, just to let you know, and Balgor, since you're new to the show, I think, again, welcome once again, but also, after we do the show live, I'll do the edits of it during the week to, basically, if we have tech problems or something, or to add extra context to something, we got some interesting stuff for that.
Yeah.
I have it on the PlayStation 3, this one, I downloaded it for $10, which is by far the cheapest way to get this. I can definitely, if not for this part, I can at least maybe do it for the next part. I'll figure out how I'm going to do that. To be able to have the footage of that dialogue or anything that may be skipped. So we do the full look. That's what we do on the show. We go the full way on anything we play to give the full experience of it. Go into the guts of gaming as it is and have a great time doing it.
Yeah, sorry that I skipped
That's fine.
part of that dialogue.
I probably would have skipped it as well, only because of, I missed the thought of, like, hey, there's something going on there. But either way. Alright, fine. Since I guess we don't have another boss coming for a little bit of time, let's get into those other things. The Human Fall Flat 2, they're making a sequel to that, or that is the sequel to that game. A great independent game that I do want to show off for the show at some point.
Yeah, Human Fall Flat is fantastic. I love it.
Ed Weck got me into that one specifically. He bought the Switch version, and I said, this game is awesome. When they did a physical release on Xbox One, I picked it up. I showed you, you're like, this game is awesome, and you download it on PS4. I was like, yeah. And it's really good, and they keep putting out free downloadable content of levels. But now they're saying, we're going to sequelize this thing. Okay. So that's pretty cool that way. Yeah, the other stuff they announced, as you see from the logo of the show, there's a Sega element I have personally with this. They announced the next Sonic the Hedgehog game. It is Sonic Superstars. It's out this fall on everything as far as console and PC. It is a 2.5D Sonic game with 4-player cooperative play. They did confirm, yeah, we're not reusing levels again, so, Izuka-san's hard-on for Green Hill Zone and Chemical Plant Zone is coming to an end with this one. There's a promise the physics is going to be in line with the newer, or the older Sonic games, the originals on Genesis, that way. And 4-player co-op with Sonic, Tails, Amy, and Knuckles. And they're turning Knack the Weasel, or Fang the Sniper, specifically. First time he's been involved in the plot of one of these since... well, almost 30 years with Sonic Triple Trouble on the Game Gear.
I was going to say Triple Trouble?
That, but also, he was in Sonic the Fighters, which is an arcade game, in 1996, and he did have a cameo in Sonic Mania a couple of years ago. But that looks really cool, and it's also getting me back on Sega's good side with Sonic, because I found out the problem with Sonic Origins Plus that's out in a few weeks, where they said the extra content they're adding into that with Amy Rose and as playable in every game, and Knuckles for Sonic CD and the Game Gear games, that's going to be a download code. They can't put it on the disc or the media for the Switch, or the card for it. So I said, I'm canceling my pre-order on that. I am saying, like, I'm just going to because I downloaded it last year. I was snookered, unfortunately, and I regret buying it, but it's also the case of, yeah, fine, I'm not making that mistake again, so I'm going to download the DLC for that. I have Switch money that's going to be less than the $10 price, so they'll get as little of my money as possible back. But yeah, you know what? Enough's enough. You can put some goddamn Game Gear games on a fucking CD. I'm sorry.
Oof, I forgot that there were so many of these on the way back up.
Okay, first when he said oof, you're like, yeah, he's like...
floor traps.
Okay, when you said oof, I thought you were saying like, yeah, he's saying fuck a lot. I was like, I was like, whatever. I was like,
no, I'm just kind of...
It timed perfectly.
Stirring about the,
I know, actually, those look like weirder versions of like those dogs in the subgate in the first game. Ow. Fine. Okay, but hey, maybe I'm also salty to go to that, like, because of the Wheel of Katamari reroll plus reroll reverie. Not that's horrible, but as I had in my edit with Rez last week, there's elements of that yeah, Namco clearly is not doing good by their classic re-releases. Hey, Capcom is. Capcom's doing a great job with their stuff. Namco, take a page from Capcom. They're doing a great job with their stuff. I mean, between this and Tales of Symphonia Remastered, like, yeah, it's better than that, but still.
I'm just giving a bit of a preview.
Of what we're going to see.
Yeah, of what's coming up.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't showing any of the actual content, it's just showing the layout.
Okay. And,
yeah.
Fitting to that, because, yeah, after you show that, then we can talk about the big announcement that I know you're excited about, and I am too. That is, or find the unveil of, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the second part of the Final Fantasy Remake trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
It is out next year on PlayStation 5. It is coming on 2 discs. So Square, you don't have any excuse to put the entire game on both of those discs. I'm going to say that. Pay attention to what Remedy said with Alan Wake 2. as far as like why were they not physicaling that, you're physicaling this way. But what's interesting about that, and actually if you want to go into that yourself, just to start running, there's a lot of stuff about that. It looks really cool, and we both liked Final Fantasy VII Remake as it was.
Yeah. This is
Okay, I remember this room.
Yeah.
And eventually I'll have the edit of what we saw in this room.
Yeah. This room actually does take a bit of focus.
Oh.
Shit.
Just some medicine. Oh yeah, actually Chad's excited about that Final Fantasy. We'll get into that in a little bit. Yeah, Mega Man's get missiled.
Honestly, I don't care about the damage so much as I do ending up in the lava.
Yeah. As we'll see later, ow.
Like, the damage, I really don't care about.
Okay.
It's the, lava, it's the getting knocked into lava that I care about.
Yeah, which does drain your health. It just was pointing out one thing. The lava itself will not kill you. As we found when we were doing our test. In fact...
I'll demonstrate it later.
Yeah. In fact, right now, she'll demonstrate it.
Well, no, I'm not going to demonstrate it here.
Yes, you will.
Like,
I'm going to be editing it, so yes, you are demonstrating it.
Oh, right.
Question, have you ever died against the lava like that, and do you, like, sink down or something? It's like an exclusive death animation for that?
I don't remember. Let's find out.
Oh, you want to find out?
Whee!
Okay. Oh, okay. So it drains your health but doesn't kill you?
Apparently not.
So technically you are invincible in this, except for the fact that if you get breathed on again, you're gonna die.
Yeah, if something breathes on me, I'm dead.
Like that. Okay, so, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can think of a future tense. That's what I'm saying you're demonstrating it now. Fine, you'll be demonstrating it now in the future, but, yeah, she'll be demonstrating.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll also do a quick demo, for the stream, too.
Yeah. Also, we did have an element as well when we saw that, or when you'll have seen this, about, a little bit of a glitch. Yeah, we'll put about here.
Yeah.
Alexa, is that even in this area, or is that going to the other screen? I guess wherever that next area is. Okay, no, I guess you can't hit it. You ever see that before? Okay, it's gone.
I have never seen it respawn. I have never seen that show up like that.
Okay, there is our audio. There is our editing fodder. I knew we were gonna find something.
Yeah.
And we're getting money and softball.
And I'm actually still not quite sure whether that's actually a glitch or whether it was just a thing moving outside of the room. Okay.
Is it when we do the edit next week? And you can go over to our YouTube site for that when we have it. Usually go up about, depending on the length of the parts, sometimes usually Wednesday or Thursday. Try to get it out as quickly as you can before the next week's show. You can get a sense of what that is. Yeah, it's when we do our audio stuff for that. Okay, so yeah, whenever's good for you, let me know when you're good as far as going into your Final Fantasy VII Rebirth element and talking to hype about that.
Yeah. Let me take care of this other, for lack of a better description, this other missile launcher rooster.
Yeah, I got it.
They kind of look a bit like a rooster to me.
Are you maybe a precursor to Burn Rooster from Mega Man X8, perhaps?
Actually, I'm switching off of Hyper Shell.
Oh, you know what?
I think it's possible to, or maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I don't know. Do you want to try it?
Well...
Oh, you're out of the juice.
Yeah, this is why I was nervous.
Okay.
When I started taking, consecutive hits.
Gotcha.
No, stop locking. Oh, you're locking onto the wrong things. If I get poked, I'm dead. Well, our demo anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
Circle strength for the win on 1 HP.
Yeah, talk about the tension, it's real. Oh, shit! Wow, what a way to go. Oh, man. That was so close.
That was actually kind of funny, though.
I know.
I'm not even mad that I died there.
Honestly, I feel more frustrated than you do, and I'm not the one playing.
I'm not even mad that I died there.
Okay. And the good news is we didn't necessarily lose as much.
No, we lost maybe 10 minutes of gameplay, and that's because I actually stopped to fight stuff on the way up.
Okay. Do you want to go into your Final Fantasy VII Rebirth element now? What you're thinking about that, why you're excited, and all that.
So, yeah. We'll do that on this screen.
Perfect.
So, yeah, I'll leave it right here.
Yeah, I'll take a little bit of a breather. We need that after the lava.
Although I'm laughing. I'm just laughing at that.
I'm kind of feeling that as well, as far as, but yeah, hit us with that, and we'll continue on.
So, I am extremely hyped for Rebirth.
Mm-hmm.
What they're showing, it looks freaking gorgeous. And I'm intrigued by what they're doing, by where they're going with the plot.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the trailer before you did, and the first thing I said to you, I said, you have to watch this trailer. It's like, I didn't get time to see it yet. It's like, yeah, you get to see it next, because the thing with the Turks, because I know you're a big fan of the Turks as far as that franchise, we haven't necessarily gotten a whole lot of play in a lot of the main games. The idea of that element as well as Red 13 being playable of what they showed of us.
Yeah, I am.
I did think you on that one specifically. Both of those, actually.
I am really looking forward to Elena making her Final Fantasy VII remake, rebirth, etc. a debut.
Yeah, absolutely. And they do have the same voice performances for the people who were in the game last time. I mean, new voices for everybody else as far as who's new. But it seems like it's going to be that same quality. It looks gorgeous, as you said.
I mean,
there's stuff with story they might be doing.
Yeah, like, for the record, Elena isn't my favorite Turk, not by a long shot, but it's going to be really cool to have all four of them finally, all four of the ones from base Final Fantasy VII, in the remake series.
Yeah, who's your favorite of the Turks again? I don't remember.
Honestly, it's a tie between Cisne and Sung.
Okay. Good choices.
I know Reno's really popular too, along with Rude.
Mm-hmm.
But my top two are Cisne and Sung in no particular order.
Yep. I get that. Yeah, so definitely good stuff that way, and the 2 disc thing, so I said basically when all is said and done, that game's gonna be more discs than it was on the PlayStation. But, that being said, I said, yeah, I'm looking forward to this too. It's something I'm definitely gonna be curious to pick up when it comes out early next year.
Alright, let's get back in here.
Yeah, and right now, as far as the other stuff for the Summer Games Fest, Chad, feel free to hit us with the other stuff you're excited about that maybe we didn't mention yet. But we haven't had a whole lot of new stuff outside of those things. That was all on Thursday. They just front-loaded like crazy. It's like, it's all these things like, okay, that's cool as well. And the question of what we want to see out of Capcom. We gave our piece earlier as far as it. We'll see what happens on Monday. But yeah, back in the ruins. Yeah, after the heated elements we had as far as in gear, in more ways than one, it was like, yeah, good to have a little bit of a breather and hear the peaceful music. Which actually also goes to something the chat was saying, because they were saying specifically about the music of Flutter being really good. And we, at the beginning of the show, we did have the
Flutter has good music.
Yeah, actually, technically, this is both versions of the Flutter music. It has the one from the last game, which is on the main menu, and then the remixed, more somber one that's in this one. Which for the tone fits. It seems like, oh, there's doggies. Okay, again.
Yeah, it's actually the same. It actually uses the same model as the dog-like Reaver bot that we fight on Forbidden Island.
And going into the horror thing as well, it also reminded me a bit of the dogs in Resident Evil. Which I guess maybe wouldn't be out of keeping that way, because they're not crashing through the glass windows. Talk about the sights in gaming that make you start screaming out loud of like, oh my god. And also be curious like how the volume levels on the mic went when I screamed, oh shit, when you died there. Okay, that's gonna be fun as far as the edit, I will say that for sure.
But yeah. And here's these guys again.
Yeah, but with the hyper shell upgrading as much as you have it, yeah, they're not gonna live very long.
I'm just going to jump through this.
Yeah, may as well.
Because I don't want to land in any more floor traps.
Actually, I'm with you going back to as far as what happened as far as that. I'm glad that happened too, only because it also, shows the idea that, hey, we're kind of running this without a safety net to a certain degree, but also the fact that, hey, you never know what's going to happen. And especially that way that happened. I mean, look, if you had to die in any case, I guess I'm kind of glad it was that. Yeah. Even though it's so frustrating to see that.
Honestly, my last save was pretty close by.
Which is good that way.
So, the only reaction I have for the death that I had a few minutes ago is, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
I thought it, like, you heard me laughing.
No, I did too.
You all heard me laughing.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and your laugh can be a very good one as far as in a lot of the shows that you've been on to go into that as well. But that being said, if nothing else, it also, I guess it's kind of good it happened because it just reinforced what you said earlier. You said about those ruins, you basically have to kind of come in and out because otherwise you're probably not going to survive.
Yeah, unless you've been grinding the hell out of everything and already have things like the asbestos shoes.
Sure.
But we don't have enough to get the resistor chip, which is needed to make the asbestos shoes.
Okay.
We barely have more than 10%
right.
of what we need to get that. So, but we've gotten through most of the Salcata ruins without it.
Yeah, I guess that's a good thing to that. Show them the skill you got, you know.
Yeah. It'll still be important to get it for the next set of ruins, but
sure.
Or if I'm remembering them correctly.
Okay. I mean, she's remembering more than me because I've never played this further than what I'm seeing right now.
But yeah, with the money that I've got, I'm going to get another extra pack.
Alright. Sounds like a good plan.
And that automatically refills the energy canteen, as we can see.
Yep, there you go.
Now I just need to refill the medicine bottle, or the medicine, whatever.
Yeah, I think
the medicine bottle. Yeah. And back to the ruins. Well, I mean, I'm gonna save next to the Flutter at Data.
Sure, may as well.
But that's because that's the closer save point.
Sure. And that's, I guess, if nothing else, it just put you in that mindset of, hey, I have to manage your saves that way.
Yeah. Hi, save point.
Hi.
Let's make sure everything is ready to go, and save.
Okay. And there he goes with his dance. Yeah, by the way, I guess one thing I'll go into, since we did see Bon Bon, I did mention before voice acting on that, it was Ikue Otani who's voicing Bon Bon again, like in the last game. And she does a really good, yeah, Nocturne is an incredible Bon Bon. I will definitely say that. So thank you for sharing it with everybody. That's, yeah, it's like, fine, okay, here's the other thing, Capcom, call Nocturne, you need, if you can't get Ikue Otani or something specifically for the next time you come back to this franchise, if you do, or when you do, yeah, call Nocturne, she'll do it. I think I said that specifically when we did Shadow Hearts with the Crusader 64 as well, because he was in the case of doing for Day-Y. It's very calming when you think about it, as far as just that way. It's almost like a little bit of a lullaby. Which I guess that's the idea of Bon Bon specifically, because he's kind of like the baby mech. Is that the idea?
He's the baby.
Okay.
He's the baby of the family.
Right, but he just still have elements. So that's why he's missing the target, but not for lack of effort. He was trying. He just needed a little bit of encouragement. That's the idea. What you gotta do. You know, like as far as the growth of a child. And then I like that dichotomy, that dynamic that him and Tron have.
Actually, this is one of the few cases where I actually do, where it actually is nice to have more range on the Hyper Shell.
Okay.
Like, my shots aren't actually reaching.
Right.
But this is also a ridiculously big room.
Okay.
So...
Yeah, let's go take care of these things, which, as I said, they look... I don't know if they look... Would you say they look like Burn Rooster from Mega Man X8? I don't know completely. You say like it's like a rooster robot. I don't know.
I'm just going to use the energy canteen because I am just getting thrown around like a ragdoll right now.
I'd probably be in the same case when I do this. It's probably gonna be that way also. Or when I do this off screen as far as it. Yeah, we love the lock-on system in this game to just sometimes hit the wrong thing. Fine, I love the lock-on system compared to the last game. Oh, the fire socket on. Well, actually, that goes to what you're saying off-screen, which is that those flying robots there, they basically all they do is drop at enemies. I didn't know that's what they dropped, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're dead. Now, round 2. Yeah, show no mercy this time.
Round 2, bitch.
Yeah. We'll go to the Mortal Kombat thing. Round 2. Fight! Wait, how'd you catch on fire?
I don't know.
I'll look back at the video, I'll have a picture of that to see what was that about. Because if we could find out, I'd be curious to see. It didn't look like you hit anything. Unless maybe the missiles. I'll have an answer when we edit this. Yeah, other benefit of recording games, like, if something weird happens, you look back at the video and say, wait, what happens?
Alright.
If the key is here, I guess it's in the next room. Be careful, Mega Man.
And I just accidentally, yeah.
Oh, that's what we need to find, at least.
Hurry, Mega Man. The Bonds will get away with the key. If you use that door in front of you, you should be able to catch up with them.
Alright, so yeah, speaking of, yeah, I guess you did your Bon call, and Bon heard it. So now he's taking the key away. I guess, is this a race? Are you on time to do this?
It's a race once it picks up the key. I don't believe that happens until you actually get up there.
There's something inside that room, too. It's probably the Bonds.
I take it if he gets away, there's like a game over cutscene for that.
I believe it is a game over.
That's far enough, Mega Man. Remember what I said before? The next time we meet, we're enemies? All right, Mega Man. Huh?
Huh? Roll? Don't worry, we're just jamming her signal, that's all!
Hush! You don't need to tell him that. Remember what I told you? If you don't do your job this time, I'll leave you here.
No!
Okay, Mega Man, here I come!
Let's do it!
Everyone ready?
Well, there goes another Gustav. But it doesn't matter. You're too late. We won. Bond is on his way back to the surface with the key. What? Why is your face red? Why is everyone looking at me that way? Miss Tron, your clothes have been kind of ripped up. Actually, your clothes are gone. What? Ah! me before! Retreat! Retreat! Roger!
Mega Man! Mega Man!
Huh? What?
Thank goodness you're all right. Now that the jamming stopped, I can spot for you again. By the way, I've been watching my monitor, and there's a signal that looks like the key moving slowly through the ruins.
Uh-oh. I'd better hurry.
Alright, so I guess we are hurrying. Yeah, that was a boss you beat in one hit, I think, right?
Yeah, and I've been cracking up the whole time through the cutscene.
Okay. Yeah, I waited to cut that as far as it as well.
But yeah.
The key's gone. I hope I'm not too late.
Mega Man, he's getting away!
Alright, yo, go get him. Okay, so fine, yeah. So, fine, Mega Man was paying attention to the fact, like, yeah, we need to go quickly. Isn't it interesting, like, I said, like, yeah, are you on a time case? He was like, no. Then you killed Tron in one shot. What happens in that boss normally if you don't kill her that quickly?
Everyone ready?
Nothing, it's just a boss fight.
Okay, but yeah, that is the power of the Hyper Shell to max attack level, dies in one hit.
Yeah.
Okay, of all the stuff that's happened as far as this one part, we always said the idea of, you said, because we're playing Lunar, Silver Star Story Complete, she's on the parts of that as well. We're saying, like, what's the next weird thing that's gonna happen that we don't expect? This is probably has to be the king of all of them, of all the stuff for tonight. Even the edits, I don't even think the edit we had was near for the thing you'll have seen when we did this as far as what happened with the disappearing stuff. That was amazing. That was an amazing thing to see. If nothing else, it also makes that cutscene make sense because of the fact that Mega Man was looking at that weird, so like, wait, what happened? For more reasons than one. Okay. Wow, this is why we do what we do on this show, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm so happy you were able to be witness of that, and I'm so happy you were able to show that Nocturne.
I have never beaten her that quickly before.
Okay, that needs to be like a gaming feats thing when I do the eventual cut up of that, or the funniest, reactions.
I think that's more of a funny thing because anyone can do that if they've got Hypershell fully. If they've got Hypershell's attack fully upgraded by that point.
Yeah, okay, so, I can't get over that either. Okay, so, fine, Bon, he's running away from the key. So, what do we do to this?
Blow him up?
Yeah, that sounds right. In one hit? Let's see, let's put that to the test. Wait, no, we're not muting Mike yet, I'm sorry. I was like, where'd you go for that? Alright, fine, get him.
Let's go.
Alright, let's do it.
Start!
Oh shit, it almost is one hit. Fine, it's two. Alright.
Gee, I hope he's okay.
Okay, fine, 2 hits. Maybe 3. Technically, but alright, good job.
Yeah, well, it took 3 shots, but,
You did it, Mega Man!
No, we're good, keep going.
Now
yeah,
we've got
it
3
took
keys.
3 shots, but only 2 of them
Only
connected.
1 left to go, Mega Man.
Okay,
The second shot I fired defensively.
okay.
He's getting away, Mega Man. If you don't catch him soon.
The key!
did it, Mega Man! Now we've got 3 keys. Only 1 left to go, Mega Man.
Okay, that's how you handle these ruins, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, we're done with already. Shit.
Yeah, I actually didn't expect to get through Salcata this quickly.
Wow. Okay, great job. There you go.
I expected the ruins to take at least another hour.
Okay. Wait, there's other items. Did you other things you need to get in there that you
I
didn't?
got all of the items that I could in the Salcata ruins.
Okay. All right then. What are we doing next?
I think next I'm actually going to just continue with the plot a bit.
Okay. All right. There you go. Fantastic. Great job. For
Like,
multiple reasons.
so yeah, we might actually be doing this in 5 parts at this rate.
Okay, there you go. That's what happens. I mean, we balance it because just to let you know, chat and Al Gore specifically, we do these in parts. We'll usually do at least 5-hour sessions, and we'll come back at least once a month because then we get a variety going on the show. And we heard when it came to this game, it was like, okay, how long were you thinking this is gonna take? But sometimes you never know. Sometimes it can be longer, sometimes it can be shorter. But that's kind of the idea. But yeah, there you go. Great job with handling it. It's like I still can't get over it. See, it's funny. I'm not as laughing uproarious as you are, but I should be probably of what happened with Tron. I'm probably just gonna start you in anytime I mention that. Or it's fine. I'll give this anecdote. It doesn't have anything to do with this game. Captain Stranger was playing The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. He made this device that was basically the murder merry-go-round, where I think he attached like a stone slab and like it spins around with lights to kill stuff. And he was trying to work it in the underworld area, or the underground area. And he went off a cliff, and him and as he was doing this, myself, the Christianer 64, and Edwack, who I all work with, they were watching this build of what he's doing. He's like, that was the next prototype. Like, what do I do to make this thing go and kill everything? And then it went off the cliff. He jumped off just in time. And he said, like, where'd it go? And he's like, is it all right? And then I just said, dryly, I said, well, the important thing is that we survived. And then Crusader 64 is like, God damn it, that was perfect. And then I was the one who was kind of holding back a laughing fit that way. As far as it's, so I get what I'm seeing here as far as this.
Also, something I'm a little bit proud of on a personal level.
Yes.
I just did the Salcata ruins without the Link armor,
Yeah.
without the flame barrier, and without the resistor chip.
Have you ever done that before?
I think I've always at least had the flame barrier.
Okay. It's worth pointing out, just to go into this, we mentioned this before, but fine, she's gonna show off everything, she can get everything as far as it, so, and we're at the end of this play, we'll have that element of it, so, like, fine.
So yeah, this is a bit of a personal achievement.
There you go.
Those ruins are very difficult without protection from fire and from lava.
There you go. And you made it look like nothing, good job.
Well, I wouldn't quite say I made it look like nothing, but I mean, I did have that death, and I had to retreat multiple times.
I would say, well, talk about a great redemption arc.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like going back to other plays we did. When we did Majora's Mask, that was the idea of Christianer 64 at the Romani Ranch. This is like that in its way, and yeah, that was hilarious. That was amazing. I'm probably gonna reach cracking up when I look back at the video on that specifically. That was amazing. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that was kind of awesome for me.
Yeah. Good job.
I'm very happy that I was able to do that.
Yeah.
I was actually expecting to need to grind for the resistor chip, at least, or like, and that would have taken a lot of time.
Okay.
I mean, I could have done it in about 45 minutes or so if I went back to Nino Island, but that would be 45 minutes of grinding.
Right. Which she's doing most of that off screen specifically, but hey, there's a lot to it. A lot to that. So, but in this case, yeah, this gives you more time to do that feasibly, as far as it. You still want to catch with.
My throat's a little bit rough from all that laughter.
Feel free to take a drink. I'll vamp for you. Don't worry. All right, so, good job. Welcome to the element of that. So that is the beauty of our show. You never know what's going to happen. Even if you're only playing the game, you never know what's going to happen. I've been in that case before. I've run into stuff where, yeah, I prepare for a game where I get set for it, but then something happens or I do something or whatever it might be that completely changes it. So yeah, there you go. So next up,
Yeah, and actually,
so we're going.
come to think of it, I skipped the light chip and dealt with the Manda ruins just fine.
Yeah, that's true. I did not want to do a test, so like in that case, like she's a renegade. Clearly, as far as this, a good job. That's why she's playing this game and I'm not. Because that's the other thing, just to go into briefly, just as far as the reiteration. When people come on the show, as far as guests are concerned, they call dibs on stuff as far as being in. But sometimes it's like, hey, I want to play the game. And when something they have familiarity with, it's like, yeah, it's yours. Go ahead.
I mean, in fairness, the Manda ruins are pretty easy even without the light chip.
Right.
The main issue is that Zenny tends to get hung up on the walls.
Yeah, because there's only part 1. But alright, so.
Also, the boss at the end is a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
But it's more mechanically a pain in the butt and not, like, it's less that its behavior is difficult and more just that the mechanics of the fight are difficult.
Yeah, they are, indeed. Alright, so yeah, we can bask in our victory, you bask in your victory.
That was an achievement for me.
Yeah, there you go. Good job, and we have it on camera.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure plenty of people who are, like, absurdly good at Legends 2 can easily get through Salcata without ever even needing to heal.
I don't know, I mean, maybe, but then again, there's something to be said about this way of how you handled it, so that's the idea. It's like, there you go, there's your expert element of Mega Man Legends 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
As brought to you by Nocturne.
Oh, that was fun. That was
It
really
was.
fun.
And we still have more of the show to go. So yeah, where are we going next for plots? Because we're probably going back to see Von Blucher.
Yep. Next up. Oh.
Oh, he's walking with.
Just PlayStation graphics oddities here.
Yeah, we're talking about that. In fact, we didn't mention this in the ruins because, as far as everything, but like the wave. Well, in fact, we mentioned in the desert here, but the waviness of the graphics, which is something the PlayStation tends to have as far as like polygonal elements with tech, and you're seeing what the ground is moved there. But they kind of have it going for element of heat and temperature, and I love the way they do that.
And I was just playing around with the graphics oddities
But
there.
good way to show that and also to reinforce that.
Yeah. But I love the shimmering effect in the air, out in the desert and in the lava-filled areas of the ruins.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also and also just the lighting in the lava-filled areas.
Oh yeah,
I know I don't have it on screen right now, but
that's fine. No, go ahead.
I guess maybe have a clip play right here while I'm talking about it.
That, or as I said, I can also just have the picture. Of actually, what I could do is I could do
Well,
it.
I mean, you won't get the visual effect of the shimmering.
Okay, you're right. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll take part of the video we had for that. I'll do what I did with the Lunar part, because when we had the tech problems with that for the last part, when we were doing the cave trial on the PSP edition, as far as our stuff, in the corner I had a muted video of Protorov's footage that we still had. So I'll probably have that just to reflect the idea of like the look of that, so you see it. So yeah I can manage that with the edit.
Yeah. I just figured that would be a good spot to have an actual short clip.
Yep.
Like, it doesn't need to be more than, like, I want to say 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, enough to go with what we're talking about. See, that's the other thing. You're also thinking in the future, the fact of the show, which is that, hey, we want to show something, we can get that set. We have the show going on now, live, you're seeing it, but then we have it for future record, and then also extra stuff. So there you go. Alright, so good job, K-Roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, indeed. Got 3 keys already.
Also, Roll, you actually did something useful. You upgraded, like, your upgrades for the hypershell, they worked flawlessly.
Also, look at her hair. Look at her hat.
Yeah.
Oh, we were talking about the shimmering thing. Actually, I didn't notice that. It's like it's blinking. I don't know if it was doing that before. I'll have to look back on the footage of the earlier parts. I'm curious, like, was it actually doing that back then? Well, let's get back to Blucher before anything happens. Fine, we don't have to be worried about that. Yeah, in that case, yeah, here you go. Belgor, you're saying you love this theme. Here it is.
Yeah, it seems to do it anyway.
Okay, I should get it back as soon as possible. Okay. Alright, so yeah,
Alright.
we're going back.
I'm
see if we
just
can
going
develop.
to check a couple things first. I don't think I have enough to... No, I don't. And I know I don't have enough to get the last upgrade on the vacuum one.
Okay.
That one's 100k.
Okay.
And if I'm going to grind up 100k, I might as well grind up 200k and get the asbestos shoes.
Sure. Yeah, there you go.
And I don't really feel like doing that right now.
Okay, actually one question there, because I know we did the off-screen grind for that for the first game, and we'll do that, we do with this one, or she's doing it with this one, I should say. Is it like the last one where you have a maximum amount of Zenny you can hold?
I mean, I'm sure there is a maximum, but, it's high enough that it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, because I mean, if we mention some of these things, you want to buy some of them off-screen and then show them, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't, I'll, as much as possible, I'll do special weapon creation upgrades, and well, basically, I'll do as much weapon creation and, well, as many purchases as possible on screen.
Mm-hmm.
I did some of the hypershell upgrades off screen because it was necessary for the grind.
Yeah, and without that, we wouldn't have the wonderful hilarity that we had here.
Yeah.
We planned the show, I swear to God, that is actually true. It's not just a joke, we mean it.
Yeah. So, that was fun.
Yes, it was.
Alright, let's get over to the sulfur bottom.
Alright, let's do that.
Although this would be where we would normally, break off, for the night, but, I mean, I finished with, like, another hour and a half before my usual stop time.
Right, I mean, as I said, when it comes to the longer form stuff, we sometimes will go longer than that. Depends on the game. It depends on also length of it. It also depends on when we start. We usually start 7 p.m. We will sometimes start sooner. I think with this game, I guess we'll start sooner, although for the next couple parts, but I don't know if based on this,
Yeah.
will.
I'm not sure if we'll need it, but it will also give us more time to maybe cover, do chunks of side quest stuff instead of having it all lumped at the end.
Okay, yeah, we'll figure it. I mean, that'll be the idea. So sometimes the question when it comes to planning parts, sometimes when you get to the end of it, it's a question of what do you get and do you expect to get to when you get.
Not that there is a lot of lengthy side quest stuff in this. It's mostly little stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, it exists.
Oh, sure. Alright, so back to Sulfur Bottom we go. Well, let's see what Von Blucher has to say.
Yep.
Yeah, apparently there are 4 keys. I don't know why it was under the pressure of 5, but whatever. Yeah, 3 down, 1 to go. Good job. I'm surprised he doesn't believe we did it, but it was like, well, hey, Mega Man, Volnut. Either way, good job. Only 1 left, and it is in...
Kalinka.
Oh, it's back there. Okay. Alright, but... all the pirates who joined forces are going to be attacking. They probably can't tinker the city with what they've got, but... oh! So the train station that was abandoned. Okay, nice touchback.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Neat. Okay.
So that's gonna come into play.
Alright, fantastic. Yeah, so yeah, we do not negotiate with terrorists. So yeah, we're gonna take care of that. Watch yourself and be ready for anything. Yeah, we are. No question. I don't know, maybe we just give them a shot of our hyper shell.
Yeah, I will be using hypershell when we get to that.
Indeedo. So, go and protect the city! For all of you X-Men Konami players. Oh, fine, that's another thing I want to see just in general as far as the Summer Games Fest. Fine, re-release that would be nice, but also, another re-release, I should say, of that would be nice, but also have Konami other stuff, including, announcement of the Suikoden 1 and 2 HD game, as far as, like, it's this year, but when. Kazan22's begging, please. Fine, he's not begging, he's, like, telling. He's like, Konami now, I want to see it. Like, okay. I'm praying, too, because actually, that's gonna be, I will make one announcement this way. After we finish Earthbound, that's gonna be the RPG we're gonna do next. Kazan22 is gonna join us for, Suikoden. I think we're going to use that HD edition on Switch or on whatever. No, it's on everything. We're going to use the HD version, I think, but if not, we will run on the PlayStation. This is available on PSN for PS3. We have to use it that way, we'll use it that way. Let's go for a lot of money with those first two.
Shoot, I just...
W out of here.
But... I'm...
You're still kind of in a state of shock, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm just kind of like... I did that.
Yep, you did.
I did that without any of the fire upgrades.
No, I get it, you know? I mean, there's something to be said about that when you're in kind of a shock case. I mean, that was me with, I mentioned the Blast Corps play. We did it last year. I did Oyster Harbor my first try. I was kind of really having to take a breath that, I don't know, did I show you, have you seen the Blast Corps play we did?
I think I saw parts of it once after it was posted on...
Did you see that one? That part of it, the Oyster Harbor level? Did I show you that? Or did you see that?
I don't think I watched that part.
I will show you that
Yeah.
part. That was that's another case like this.
Yeah. I mean, this was probably nowhere near that difficult.
I don't know if I'd agree with that. I mean, because I haven't played this yet, so I don't know if I would agree necessarily. Yeah, you did a great job. You've been doing a great job with this game and everything you've been playing. As we always have as far as the guests. That's when people come to play the game. They play the games they love. They know what they're doing. Alright, back to Clink and Go. I think we got a cutscene probably, right?
I'm not sure if it'll be right when we land.
Okay, I'll take a element of that.
I guess be ready to meet.
Yeah, I have a finger on the button. So, yeah, not the other way. It was like, yeah, we're set. Alright, there we go. At least we get to enjoy the nice winter element once more. But, yeah, things are going down in town.
So I'm gonna save that data real quick.
Okay.
Okay, I do need to refill the energy canteen.
Okay. Actually, I want to go back to that as far as one thing, as far as the thing with the load. I think that happens in this game on its own just because of how it's designed. I don't think it's something with the disc. Because, yeah, what you're saying there is that, hey, you go in the menu, sometimes you open the menu, it takes some time to load it. And the map sometimes does say now loading on the screen, but for opening some of the menus, at certain points in the game, it doesn't seem like it's consistent. It'll do that, and since I have the downloadable version on PlayStation 3, I confirmed it does it on there too. Maybe less than this PlayStation 1 disc, she has it physically on PlayStation as far as how it is. But even then, it is something that is still happening. Not that it's a big thing, but I think it's more about the way the game's designed. So it's like, hey, it's gonna have to access data, or I guess in some areas, it probably... There's maybe some things that it's to render as far as like the environment, and like, hey, it's kind of taking multiple instructions and they're having to process them quickly for it. Yeah, which I told you we're going the guts of gaming that way as far as that, but yeah, there's a train element, but yeah, we got some stuff going on. Oh hey, roll came out of the ship.
Yeah, I think speaking with roll triggers the battle.
Okay.
Now that, although I'm going to go back to data again to save now that I've got a full energy canteen.
Actually, that train or car or whatever that was, it looked like the spotter car from the last game.
It does a little bit.
Okay. I don't know if that was intended or not, but
they may have reused the asset and just redesigned it a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Which I guess would make sense that way. It was neat to see. It's like, oh yeah, it's kind of like the idea of like all these happy returns and while making new returns or happy elements going on. Alright, so yeah, let's keep going. I guess you're set to what you gotta do to stop the train stuff. What's
Yeah.
the problem here?
Hyper shell, hyper shell, hyper shell,
Yeah.
hyper shell.
After what happened, after what happened with Tron, I think we gotta see how this is gonna operate. I cannot wait.
Yeah,
Alright, so I
hyper
think,
shell on everything, and yes, it does resemble the support car.
okay, so it's maybe a little bigger. But alright, yeah, in that case, I think we're gonna get going.
Yep.
And we'll be right back. Never mind. Okay, fine, whatever. It's like, we'll get there, but like, okay, so she's saying Joe may know something about that. Met him in part 1. He's probably somewhere in town still.
Yeah, I know he's somewhere around here. I just don't remember where.
I mean, is he... Because he's in town now. Or he's back home, probably, right? Because we found him in part 1.
Yeah, I just don't remember where he hangs out. I think it might be in the bar, actually.
Okay.
But I'm not completely certain.
Okay. But then he goes like, hey, fair enough. Go ahead and go find him and do so at your pace that way. Because, hey, you thought like, hey, we're going to be done, we're not going to get here. But either way.
Remember when I got this 2 attempts in a row?
Yes.
I'm not going to try a 3rd time.
Okay, fair
But-
enough.
I don't want to ruin that streak.
Okay.
Even though it's only a streak of 2, it's still consecutive first shots.
Uh-huh. Though on the edit, actually, last time I did do it on my first shot when I actually had to do re-recording up to that point. So, in that case, technically I did the 3rd one. So, it's like, fine, you have your streak, I have my 1 doing it that way, so I'll take it. But he's not in the bar either.
Okay, dude, where are you?
Yeah, it's alright. I mean, if nothing else, is that it's also something to kind of give a nice breather. And I liked coming here, even when we first came here at the beginning of the game.
It's a nice location.
It's a nice location, it's very relaxing, it does put you in a nice mood the way that this franchise is really good at, honestly. You again. Yeah, sorry, I can't have anything else out of my collection. Yeah, we're just looking for a man named Joe. Where is he? I'm thinking maybe, I don't know, is this the Shenmue case? Like, do you know a man named Joe? It's like, I'm thinking, like, looking for the guy named Charlie, who wears a bike, who rides a hog, who has a jacket, and he wears a tattoo, so you have to go to the tattoo parlor. We're gonna do that game eventually. It's like, okay, fine, in that case, that's an interesting set of blocking there, like, the idea, like, his head's there, like, next to the, bottles. Yeah, give me a gun, I'll take care of him. Oh, wait, you're in the back of the bar. I didn't know you could go back here.
Yep, it's possible.
Okay, cool, I did not know that.
I think the only other time I've done it was on one of my earliest runs of the game.
Okay.
Which I no longer have data for that run. Not that you'd be able to tell whether I'd been on that side of the bar.
Okay.
But
Yeah, but I don't know you can do that. So there you go. Thank you for showing that.
yeah, it's just a little thing.
Yeah, there you go. And that we're all about the little things on Super Bowl Game Saturday, and basically making the big things. The idea that if we're gonna go through a game, we're gonna give you everything we got into it. Even if it comes to cases we're finding out new stuff ourselves. That's how it works, and love that that's what's become.
I don't think he's in here, but I'm going to check anyway.
You know, a lot of books about the Forbidden Island lined up. Yeah, I remember we went there. He's looking over there. It's like there's a bookcase to the right in front of you. He doesn't want to do that. Yeah, the goddesses look sad though. Biographies of famous explorers must be bookers. Yeah, I guess so. He does have a history of that.
And
Maybe
while
they
we're
know.
here,
Yeah, may as well. When the Olaf von Blucher and his friends were very interested in the story of the goddesses. Okay. First gals are sleeping on Forbidden Island, so he thought. Now, TV von Blucher has been rescued. Yeah, it's kind of true. But I didn't say we found the Forbidden Islands. Yeah, maybe there's nothing there to begin with. Okay, so yeah, they're in the dark that way. Because yeah, at the beginning that was the case. They did have a live television thing for that. And then it got crashed. And then at that point he kind of got recovered. That's a nice shot right there, the statue. Actually, I don't think we saw that element. So I guess it's one of the goddesses, perhaps?
I don't know.
Looks cool, though, as far as it.
We've already been in that house. That's not gonna happen. At least I doubt it will.
Alright, that or he might be at, if I'm gonna guess where it might be at the workshop.
Actually, he might be at the church.
Or the church, one of the two. It was either there or the church, because we went there briefly at the beginning.
Okay, yeah, this is just the same two from earlier.
Okay.
I'm still going to check any place with a door that I can
May as
go
well,
in.
yeah. And take in the local color. It's one of those things that we did get a little bit of that as far as this, but I think in some ways probably worth just kind of going completely deep into it now that we're here for a very specific reason. Okay, here we go. This is somewhere different. Oh, is he the mayor or something? Oh, right, these are the rooms, because he was here initially when we rescued him, but I don't know, maybe he's in one of these. 102.
Oh, there
he is. Okay, so yeah, because he's still recovering. Worked hard to build that. Oh, okay, so he came back in. Because we left him here in part 1. I knew you would come. Yeah, he had an inkling for sure. Okay, so he modded that train to fight the pirates. Okay. We need someone to run it? Yeah, you're looking at the right people. Alright, so there's the train key. With my family laughing happily, I missed them. Okay, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I think okay, we already know from the story that he has amnesia.
Yes.
I think this might be some of his, pre-amnesia memories coming through.
Okay. Because I know there was also a question, we brought this up at the beginning, so I may as well revert to this. There was the thought, oh wait, they have a few items to run? Okay, so she's leaving him. Oh wait, no, that's his wife, isn't it?
I'm not completely sure.
Oh, his girlfriend, I think it was, because she's the one who runs the bar, right?
Actually, yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Because I think there was the thought, 10 years ago, we tried to land on Forbidden Island.
Oh, he is remembering.
Okay.
I think.
No, he is. You're right. Now you're trying to see where we failed. He can do it. You can trust him. He's the one.
Yeah,
though.
okay, yeah, he remembers.
I was gonna say then, because this goes to... Yeah. Yeah, because remember, we got that element there, the thought, like, is that her father?
Yep.
So I think we got the answer.
That
it is.
cutscene basically confirms it.
So it is, okay. Alright, so there you go. See, who's Roll's father, that's it.
And while we're here, we're gonna go to the other room just to see what's there. And if there's anything we can loot.
Okay. Or look at the abstract painting. Yeah, it's supposed to be frog. Yeah, I think so. Or maybe something in the book.
We can't raid the closet.
Something about a woman's touch makes the room look nice. It does look really nice. Although, yeah,
I was
boombox.
expecting something about whatever the stereo system thing.
Like a boombox or something? I don't know, maybe she says something. What are you doing reading someone's diary like that? Oh, that what that is?
Apparently.
Okay.
That's a little big to be a diary, though. I mean, that's a thick book.
Yeah, I know. Even my notebook for the show is not that big. I mean, I've had this almost a year thanks to the Crochet Nerd 64, and I've not gotten completely through it yet, but soon enough. Be in the gallery? Yeah, I was gonna say no. You should go while you're here. But I will say now we have been there. Secretaries are cute. Have we ever been there?
I'm not sure.
Oh, no. No. Okay, I think it's in the church. that is where the S Digger license test is. Well, no, there is something there you have to do. Specifically, that woman in the church, there is something. I confirmed that in part 1. No, it is. I did confirm that.
Yeah,
in
but
part
it's
1.
not. It's
No,
not
it is.
the S license though.
Oh no, you're right. No, it's something else. I think you have to do. No, it's the next license after that. I think there's something I confirmed in part 1 that said it.
The only license above S rank is only available on very hard.
Okay, yeah, maybe that was it.
But you start with the SS license.
Okay, well, I said something as far as what's important to talk
But,
to her
yeah.
about that, but we'll see
but,
that
yeah.
later.
But I do know that about the bigger licenses.
Okay.
That much I know for sure.
All right, so yeah, we did get a bit of a big expose. Yeah, that did. How'd you take that when you first saw that? The idea that that is her father.
I'm not sure it quite registered my first couple times through the game.
What about now?
Now it's like, yeah, that tracks.
Okay. It is interesting to see that because, like, if nothing else, for a franchise that, with all due respect, has a fetish for not finishing what it starts, with all due respect, and that is...
it absolutely has that problem.
And, yeah, you can lay the blame right at the guy who made it, Keiji Inafune. But, that being said, for a franchise that has that element going to it, there's something to be said about the idea that it does have that element of build from that last game, and the idea that, like, okay, it kind of creates that element of lore, and I know you've said specifically, I think on the show before, how much you love the idea of kind of building a world that way.
Yeah.
And this game does a really good job of that.
Yeah. Lore building and world building are, what's the best way to put it? It's just like, lore building and world building are probably my 2 highest priority things in anything that's story driven.
Right.
Because even if the story is poorly written, or the characters are poorly written, or whatever, if the lore is still interesting to me, or if the world building is still interesting to me, I can still get a lot out of something.
Yeah, and Legends is, both of them, what we played so far, is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, and, well, Legends and Legends 2 are perfect examples of that also have generally good writing, especially for their time.
We used to do.
And good characters.
Yeah, and good voice acting on top of that. So yeah, that's the idea, I think, of what they're going for, and you can kind of tell that effort as far as it, and it does pay off really nicely as far as, I mean, as a element as far as, like, closure question, yes, but also the idea that even without it, there still is a good amount of satisfaction despite that, which is impressive. You don't always get that. So yeah, it's not in use right now, but something tells me it's going to change.
Yeah, I'm just peeking around this,
the town.
Yeah, it's just, like, I'm kind of on free time right now.
Pretty much, yeah.
Kind of debating whether I want to do the train battle now, or start part 4 off with a bang.
I don't know. I mean, here's the question then, I guess, which is, how long is the train battle?
It's not short, but it would still fit well within the time that I have. Basically, well, like, an hour is way excessive.
Okay, maybe you want to do it then? Unless you want to end earlier.
Yeah, I think maybe we just kind of chat and grind.
Yeah, it's your choice. I mean, yeah, so, fine. I mean, may as well. Okay, I mean, something to relax that, or is it's that, or we go to the train. It's your pick.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do, we do.
Yeah. We'll do this, and then next time we'll focus. We'll really focus on the stuff that comes after the train battle.
Okay, so we're gonna do this now, or not?
Yeah, we'll do it.
All right. I guess we're gonna have voice coming up soon enough. I'll be on the ready for it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
pretty sure this triggers a voiced cutscene.
Okay, alright, let's get to it, and we'll be back, feasibly. We will be back, but yeah, we'll be back in a little bit.
Isn't the main gun fixed yet? It can't even hit the target! Shooting it once destroys the barrel! What kind of cannon is this supposed to be anyway?
I told you it was still under development, but oh no, you just got to fire it, don't you? You not only knocked out the gun, you disabled the main reactor as well. Anyway, it's fixed now, so let's get a move on, shall we? At this rate, it'll be nightfall before we get to the city.
Can't they take anything seriously?
Hey, Clay, your problem is you're too serious, you know? Besides, aren't you a little ashamed of yourself? I mean, a big fella like yourself getting trashed by that kid. You're getting old, man. I've had enough of this circus. I'm out of here.
Hey, wait! Bola, wait! These fools can't do anything right anyway. I guess it's high time I was getting out of here, too.
Hey, Diesel, you heard Paula? You can do the rest of it yourselves. See you around.
Hey, wait! Hey, Claymore!
Who cares? Let him go. That leaves more for us.
What?
Come on, Teasel, stop your whining and start acting like a man.
Why do I put up with that wimp? Who does he think he is, anyway, talking to me like that?
This is what happens when you don't have any money. We have to scrounge for parts to build our machines. We have to ally ourselves with people like that. We'll never win like this.
He's here! It's Mega Man! He's using a train, too!
Here he comes.
We can start moving anytime. Cookie!
Please do try to keep up, Teasel.
I'll make you eat those words, Clyde. All right, boys. I don't want to see any slacking. Let's move out.
Come on, Shaft. Full speed ahead.
Alright, it is train battle time as Claymore and Bull said, fuck this, we're leaving. So yeah, alright, what are we doing on the pirate train?
So, I'm expecting this to actually go pretty smoothly because of the hypershell.
Alrighty, let's see.
There is, if I'm remembering things correctly, there is also reason to use the lift direct line.
Okay.
I'm not completely certain about that. The attack I'm thinking of, I'm not sure which game it's in.
Okay.
I can picture it in my head. It's a surfbot riding a rocket.
Okay, but wait, you don't know if it's in this?
I don't remember whether it was Legends 1 or if it was in this game.
I don't know if we saw a surfbot riding a rocket in that game. It might be this, then. Unless the Misadventures of Tron is something like that, but I doubt it. Alright, here we go. Yeah.
Either way.
Okay, speaking of the first game, it's almost like the air battle specifically. Yeah, protect your ship lest you game over. But yeah, your hypershell is doing quite a number on this thing.
Can't you birds do anything right?
And you're getting, I guess, the returns of all the villains for that. Yeah, I think you got them already. Damn. It's in another form.
I am sorry, Clyde. I don't have any choice.
What are you babbling about now? Wait, you're not.
We won't forget you. Clyde, good luck.
Farewell. see you around.
Tron, do it!
Releasing Glide's car.
What do you think you're doing? I'll get you for this, Tizo!
Sayonara, Glide!
Okay, that takes care of Mr. Glide. Now, we have to fall back and regroup. Full steam ahead, Bond.
Incoming
So
missile.
Bond's murdered Glide.
Grab those missiles and throw them back at them.
Oh, pick it up and throw it back. Okay, cool. It's like when we played Mischief Makers, although wait. Way to go.
I missed.
Oh.
I missed.
He still was going there. It's like, okay, now he's coming back. Oh, I see. You have to do this specifically for each hit, yes. Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, right, because you don't have the hyper shell anymore. Gotcha. Okay.
Well, I took it off.
Oh, you took it off. Can you still use it, or you have to do this?
I think this is cool.
No, it is. And fine, they're dying anyways. Like, yeah, you're like I said, you have to give them, I guess, the punishments for because they killed Glide. Am I right about that?
No, Glide, they just decoupled Glide's car.
He lived from that. Is what you
Yeah,
said?
I mean,
I heard the explosion at first. My thought was like, hey, he died in the explosion. Like I said, which also will make sense when we get to the misadventures of Tron Von, as we're pointing out.
The cannon's fixed. Take this.
okay. Now we switch back to Hyper Shell. What's
Oh, they do
that?
tons of damage. Shit.
That, oh, right, I know what. That, you know those big energy balls that some of the Bond mechs fired off in the first game?
Yeah.
It's that. It's that. And that does a lot of damage.
Am I right in thinking it does more damage in this than the last game?
I'm not completely sure. I do have a lot less. I do have a lot less armor right now in Legends 2 than I did at the similar point in Legends 1.
Okay, gotcha.
I only have 25% damage reduction, where I'm pretty sure I had at least 50% during the harder fights that had the high damage against me.
Okay. Alright, yeah, let's show them what you got.
Take this. Take this. Take this.
Here we go!
Okay, oh, I see. So it's like the other battles we had. Basically, they're doing a shot and shoot him and it stops. Yeah, no problem.
I am going to need to use a hyper cartridge for the first time on this run.
Okay, awesome. Fair enough. It's like, yeah, hyper shell.
Yeah, hyper shell.
At first I was like, I don't know why I'm missing the name or forgetting the name or thinking I forgot the name. Like, yeah, it's a wonderful weapon, but it's also something that, yeah, you gotta tend to it specifically.
Yeah. I mean, with full energy, it does last a while before you need the hyper cartridge.
Yeah, there you go, clearly. And this should probably be enough to take the damage.
Oh, easily.
Okay. Bit, but yeah, it's coming down. Oh. There's Bond. We have to shoot him.
Yeah. Also, just check out how Bond is literally powering their train.
He's basically like running with his hands.
Yeah.
But remember in Toy Story where you had the toy that Sid put together where it's the hands crawling on the skateboard, something like that. Bye-bye, Bonds.
Oh, here we go again. I'm tired of this.
Ouch! Ouch! It's hot! Miss Drawn, we're on fire! Teasel, we've got to get out of here!
Oh, listen to me, you little blue twerp. You haven't heard the last from us. I'll get you if it's the last thing I...
Mission complete!
That takes care of that. Now all we have to do is go back to the church and get the last key. Come on, Mega Man, let's go.
Alright, good job handling the train, also in record time.
Yeah, well, an average run of this game will not have a, basically fully upgraded hypershell for that battle. I kind of over-prepared.
That's good that way, specifically, so it's either way.
That battle is still very doable without the hypershell. It just takes a long time.
Okay, I mean, even with it fully powered up, it didn't seem to me that, oh, it's completely busting it.
I think there was some other mechanic in the fight that I wasn't taking advantage of.
Okay.
That would have done more damage.
Okay.
But it also is a long fight.
Yeah, but either way, good job.
Which is also why the train that you're on gets such a big health bar.
Yeah, I would think so. Especially because it's not recovering in between sections, but alright, fine. She's going back to the Flutter. But yeah, go ahead and do that. Go on to the gallery if you want. Yeah, okay, maybe that's what I thought. Like, you have to go to the church for the fourth key, I guess, or on the way to it. So maybe that's what I was thinking of.
Whoops.
That's what happens when you go down the train tracks here. You basically, it takes you right here.
Right, that's right, there is something over here.
Spike chip.
Okay, that's the other thing that's really, really good for the Yasyankai ruins.
Okay.
Well, the Kalinka, however you want to call it.
It's both, feasibly.
Yeah. Like I said, however you want to call it.
Okay. Also, I guess this is a different area that we're going down.
Yeah, we're doing a little exploring right now.
Alright, let's go exploring. I guess there are parts of that ruins we didn't get to go into yet. Oh wait, I guess we'll have to go in there probably for the last key.
This isn't this isn't actually the ruins that we're headed for. This is a different. If I'm remembering things correctly, this is actually a completely if I'm remembering things correctly, you can't actually access this part. Oh wait.
You can access this. You went here to start. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that because when I ran, just doing the load again, when I first played this to prepare for part 1, I actually did go that full path. So basically, the thanks for showing that. Basically, going that way will get you that item. Or fine, I guess you get that this way now after the train battle. And it's basically just another area to explore specifically, but there's not really much reason to go there that early. But now, feasibly, there is. With jet skates, you can definitely cover this ground pretty quickly. Yeah,
Okay, I guess I went through them. Unfortunately, there's nothing past there.
Is there anything to the left? Turn, yeah, over there, down in the... Oh, that's it. Oh, this is it, okay. Okay, so yeah, this is it in one.
Yeah.
Okay. We get that spike chip, which I guess that's a cool thing to have, so you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, the spike chip is useful.
Okay, we'll definitely see that as we go.
Yeah, I forgot that the fence gets taken out at this point in the story.
Okay.
So yeah, actually, before I go to the church, actually, I don't think I'm gonna go into the church to enter the because that's going to be the next set of ruins, and an hour is nowhere near enough time to do them.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's however you want to do. If you want to go into that, or actually, if you think this is a good stopping point, or you want to do a little more to get us ready for that, it's your pick. 'Cause, yeah, you've been doing great for sure tonight. I mean, as you always have, but still, just this, even by your own admission, saying that, hey, I didn't expect to go through this quite to this degree, but yeah, you're doing a great job.
I think I'm going to do a little bit of casual grinding to work toward getting the resistor chip at least.
Okay.
Basically low stress. Don't really care what particular enemy set. Actually, I think I'm going to make an attempt at the S-Class license. Like, maybe give it a few shots.
Alright, sure, if you want to do that. And I guess as far as everything else, yeah, for the next 45 minutes about, it's going to be open mic night. Fine, it always is as far as this show, but especially for this that way. But
also, we can completely bypass the Link Armor.
There we go.
I have access to Link Armor Omega now.
Perfect. Okay.
Actually, I'm gonna go for that before I go into the S-Class.
Okay.
Thing.
Well, let's go then. And as we go, chat, anything game-wise, Mega Man Legends, Mega Man, anything on your mind, hit us with it, and Nocturne, you too. Anything you want to go in.
And,
maybe we didn't mention.
Yeah, and we will also be picking up the Power Blaster Omega before going into the thing.
Okay. So if nothing else, at least it'll be preparation for that element. If we get to it tonight, or get to it next month.
Yeah. And I might also pick up the Power Razor Alpha.
Okay. So yeah, this worked out beautifully.
Alright, so that's 16, 36, 41... so I need just over 100k.
Okay. Alright, let's go do what we gotta do.
That's not a bad grind.
Yeah, and other stuff game-wise you want to go into, anything else you got on your mind as far as its thoughts about where we're going from so far with this game, other games we've been involved in or done or doing, stuff we got coming up, whatever you want to do, hit us with us. The floor is yours, Nocturne, for that.
Yeah, not really sure what I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things, yeah.
Yeah, there's just, it's just, sorry, what was the question? I kind of blanked for a sec.
Yeah, I don't know, where do you want to go into as far as it, because, like, it's basically going to be just, as you mentioned, just the rest's time, basically, as far as this before we, end the show for tonight. So yeah, so we gotta get some money. Anything you want to do game-wise or anything?
Yeah, so
we did cover most of the topic points that I kind of had on top a little bit. Other stuff you might be playing now, or other things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing a lot of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom lately, and before that I was pretty deep into Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed.
Yep.
I still haven't beaten all the super bosses in that, but I'm kind of grinding one of the super bosses over and over and over to to raise the party levels.
Okay. Sounds like a smart thing to do. I haven't played either of those games yet. Zelda, I'm temporarily boycotting. I'm holding that for a little while. Xenoblade, I'm not, but I just have not played them. But you're not the only one who's told me those games are awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about what I see. What you show me too.
Yeah. If nothing else but for gameplay progression, I would recommend starting off with Xenoblade 1, then going on to Xenoblade 2, and then going on to Xenoblade 3, and also don't neglect the extra stories, although for Xenoblade 2 and Xenoblade 3, that's part of the DLC.
Right, and that's probably how I would handle all of those as this.
And the DLC pack, I believe it can only be bought as a pack, and it costs $30.
Okay.
Although that still beats buying Torna the Golden Country as independently for $40.
Okay, just a little less as far as it.
Yeah. So if you already have base Xenoblade 2 and are planning to play Torna, it's literally cheaper to get all of the Xenoblade 2 DLC than it is to buy Torna separately.
Yeah, that's the other thing we do. We also give you elements as far as stuff with additions of games, how you might want to pick stuff up if you like what you're seeing of what we're playing currently, or other stuff that might be going game-wise. I guess to kind of answer the same question, well, I saw that, was that thing with the... Oh no, I saw like a red thing.
I know, that's just a light So, actually, I'll go back through here for a second.
I don't remember seeing that ever.
Oh, I see it. I see it all the time.
Okay, maybe I was not
well,
watching
that. When you come through this door...
okay. That's why, okay.
Yeah. You're seeing that transparent red sphere.
Okay.
That represents the light being given off by that thing right there.
Alright, so I guess I totally missed that all the other times we saw that.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay, well thank you for indicating that. And so sometimes that's why it's good to have a second pair of eyes on the game for it.
The important thing is it's not actually a glitch.
Okay.
It's just a thing.
I guess I didn't know, I mean, as far as myself, like, I don't know if I thought on the top of my head that it was necessarily a glitch so much as I was saying, wait, what was that? But either way. Yeah, I guess as far as what I've been playing recently, except for stuff that I'm practicing for the show, as I mentioned earlier, I did get the Final Fantasy Remaster Physical Edition. I've been playing that, specifically Final Fantasy IV. No, I'm a Final Fantasy IV. I played Kirby Superstar, which we're playing next week. Played the Wheel of Katamari Reroll plus Royal Reverie Edition, which was only $30. I'm kind of in between as far as whether I'm happy with my purchase on that, but eventually she's going to be on that play because I did owe her that for the case that we played Wheel of Katamari on the PS2 earlier this year, months ago. She cannot be on that show physically, but in this case, it's like, fine, we can have that going for that and show off the new content that's in it of the new prequel missions.
Yeah, actually, I know I went to the Diggers Guild and immediately turned right around. That's because I realized that I decided that I wanted to grab the vacuum arm.
Okay. Yeah, may as well do that so you can get other stuff going on your Zenny grind.
Yeah, now that I have a better buster, I think it'll be a little more manageable to do the grinding buster only, using the vacuum arm to
pick up the scraps.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as far as that for me, is like that's kind of what I've been doing as far as play, but in some cases it's also been the case where at the end of the day, as far as work for that, sometimes the case of, you know, I have to edit something, or I'll just kind of take a break, or I'll practice something for the show coming up. I know I have to do that with Bomberman World specifically, but with Kirby Superstar, it's like, fine, I'm going to do a practice on that, and a little bit with Lunar, which we're going to come back to in a couple weeks, but it's more just so I'll be in preparation on that one, is whatever I wanted. Yeah, but I mean, as far as other stuff, I mean, okay, I'll tell you one thing. to this. I picked this up last week because it was on sale for $20. I picked up Red Dead Redemption 2 from Rockstar. You ever play that?
I know of it, but I've never played any of the Red Dead Redemption stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually initially it was called Red Dead Revolver. That was the first one. That was on PS2 and Xbox, and then they made Red Dead Redemption with the sequel to that, and then Red Dead Redemption 2. So that's the third game. It's like Soul Calibur that way, as far as the naming convention. I played it when it was on Game Pass a couple years ago. I really liked it as far as the kind of open world thing that Rockstar, who developed it, because Rockstar San Diego developed that one specifically, made to the point where actually I think I like it better than Grand Theft Auto 5, honestly. If only because of how it tells story a little bit. I think I like the way it tells story way better than Grand Theft Auto 5 to a certain degree. And I have Grand Theft Auto 5 on the PC, but I picked it up, and I've been really enjoying it, and also appreciating just how great it looks, especially for a last-gen game. You think like, hey, with PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S and X and more advanced stuff on PC nowadays, would that really look that great? It still looks really, really nice. Oh my god, it's gorgeous.
Also, you'll notice that I'm now utilizing the third set's first room.
Okay.
Like, it's fast enough to kill these 3 Reaper bots and collect as any if you have the vacuum arm to make it worth doing.
Sure, and you said the vacuum arm, do you want to, I guess this is one thing we're going to. The difference is the vacuum arm in this game over the last one, which is way better than this one.
Yeah. In the first one, it still took a moment for it to draw the Zenny toward you.
Mm-hmm.
In this one, once you have the special upgrade fully, the special category fully upgraded, the Zenny basically teleports to you.
Mm-hmm. And you also said another thing that I did not know, which is that in this game, if it's behind you, it still comes to you.
I believe so, yes.
Which is cool.
I'll turn around the next time I collect Zenny and
put it to test.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure it does work.
Yeah, I take your word for it, but it's also a case of, yeah, sometimes that curiosity that way. Yeah, we got Buster for this, like, yeah, you'll be fine as far as this.
Yeah, I mean, I have enough stuff going on the Buster now that, that I just need to get these guys bunched up, and then I can shoot.
Alright, there you go. So, actually, in that way, it's kind of us coming full circle for the show. We kind of started here.
Yep.
But we started here also as far as the practice you were doing, or the grind you were doing as well.
There we go.
Nice.
All that with, like, 1.5 seconds or so of vacuum arm.
Yeah, it does look like it sort of does it off of distance because there was Zane to the right of you and it just pulled it in.
Yeah. I forgot to turn around, so it was behind me, but...
Well, it's to your side. It's like, yeah, it's done and not going that way. It was over there, so it's like, wait, I think it's probably going to be the same thing, but yeah, I can see that.
Alright, now I've got them in bunching mode. Not that that's actually a thing, but...
Or merging mode, as we saw at the beginning of the show.
But yeah. Blow them up.
There you go. Alright, so yeah, that's the idea. That's how powerful this vacuum is.
And I'm going to skip the treasure chests now because I can't want to see
I mean, if nothing else, also is this. Now that you have this, it's probably going to be a case of the money grind is going to be way easier and way less painful.
Yeah. Oh, as I'm already showing.
Yeah. So in that case, it's good to show that. Yeah.
Like, I don't need to run around to collect the piles as any. I can grab them simply by pushing a button.
Yeah, and given what you have going on here, it also is a pretty nice move that probably is.
And the vacuum arm has a good range for its semi collection. Like, it's worth using.
Yeah, indeed.
Especially if you have a solid buster.
Also, there's this nice wave effect when you start using it. Yeah, it looks almost like a fan. I do like that effect. I actually did not notice that. There you go, with Mega Man Volnut raking in the money. Or sucking in the money, I guess, as it is, but either way, making it.
You can see how much, painless, how relatively painless the vacuum arm makes.
Indeed. There you go with the period nowhere of Luigi. We didn't see that happen. Oh, last time. Oh, it has been happening.
Yes.
Okay, because we did see that last time.
I think it's just a quirk of the game of those particular Mirumiji.
Okay.
When they spawn, they start at the top, at the ceiling, and then instantly teleport to the floor.
Yep.
They do not fall. They teleport.
Yeah, they're Ghost Mirumiji, I think is what we said last.
Yep.
But I said it's fine. I think I've realized again the idea of what different thing comes up for each part of the games you're playing, especially for this one. Last time was that. First time, I think what the main overarching theme the first time is, and fine, we know what it is for this time. The all hail the hyper shell.
Yeah. And honorable mention to the vacuum.
Yeah. The hyper shell has been the MVP of this part of the question.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course.
Actually, my mind was kind of going, well, is it possible to do strike-through formatting in YouTube video titles?
You mean as far as...
Because my mind was kind of going, all hail the hypnototic strikeout hyper shell.
I could do something. I mean, I could put the picture of the Hypnotoad specifically. I did that with one of the Parasite parts, but not like the stuff for that. I could make that work.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. I'll tell you what I could do. Here's this is an idea. I have just the picture of the hyper shell itself, and then I have like in text down there, all hail the hyper shell. And I don't know. We show like the fine. It's also your call of what you want on the thumbnail. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
talk it through. Feel free to say.
I was never really a big watcher of Futurama, but I know the general gist of it. And I always thought that the whole Hypnotoad thing was hilarious.
No, yeah, absolutely. The idea of that. But I mean, yeah, for the thumbnail, then in that case, yeah, I could do something for that if you want me to. As far as like game image as well. So yeah, your thought on that one. Well, fine. If I was going to make the decision of this based on what we saw as far as that, I would probably take the idea as far as the all hail the hyper shell and then put that over the picture of Mega Man and Volnut looking confused after you defeated Tron in like not even a second. I also have an actual time down here saying like how long was that boss actually. I mean, I don't even think we've finished any boss in any game we've played that fast. That's even when I one-shot at XOR in Super Mario RPG, or when, let's think about that.
Yeah, that was just bang, cue cutscene.
Yeah, I know. I know, I'm glad that happened that way. But I said, fine, to go back to the thumbnail thing, I was like, I'd have that picture of like him looking confused, and then the picture like, all hail the hyper shell. But as I said, it's your choice because you played the part, so whatever you think, even you're like, hey, I decided against that idea, I do that. Float it here, float it to me later, however it is, that'll be the thumbnail for part 3. That's what we do when it comes to the long form stuff. Even the not long form stuff, it's like, hey, if it's something that, yeah, you know, there might be something more interesting than just the title screen for game, say. So, and also sometimes it tells the story of the part. I mean, we had that with the Lunar parts, both the Lunar parts, how that's run. I'm going to be curious to see how that goes to the next one. And then same with this.
Explosion.
Mm-hmm. And the nice color of it as well. It's almost like a little bit of a, you know, just, there's such a great variety that you just see it. It's just satisfying and have your vacuum arm ready to get it.
It's a firework, except it's Zenny.
There you go. It's good stuff to see. I guess honestly, it's kind of good. I think this happened this way because that gives you, yeah, we kind of have a little bit of relaxing elements, especially at the end of this. Kind of like, I guess, a bit of a cool down. I guess not that I necessarily think you need it, but just the idea that it's, you know, hey, we're kind of coming back when we started. We're, you know, just kind of taking in all that we saw so far. Because that's kind of how we do that, you know.
Yeah.
And it's the case where, yeah, we couldn't have predicted any of that happening. But also, like, yeah, so glad it happened the way it happened. And sometimes the question, I said that even last week when I did Res, as far as the gameplay prep, I thought I wasn't going to have enough time to handle that. That was not the problem with the Res stream, as I mentioned. But that being said, that worked better for that at least. So, I mean, same with this game. It was like, hey, I wasn't able to get to some of the stuff as much as I wanted, but it turned out to actually be perfect for what you need to do. And get you in good shape as far as that. I think it's just one thing that just has to be back to it's only about sucking in these and knowledge that it'll find it and do something. Not that we necessarily need to.
Like, it's only the Zenny health and weapon and
Okay.
But, I mean, that's still incredible.
Oh yeah, no question.
Especially the way the Legends 2 vacuum arm works.
Right. Especially as you said, given that the Legends 2 asked you to do money grind for upgrades way more than first.
Just have another 25k.
Yeah. So you go do that as well. And that's for what, upgrading this to max energy?
No, that's for getting the couple of buster parts and the armor.
Oh, right.
I mean, as you can see,
it's not much you're losing.
Like, the vacuum arm can pretty much sustain itself with only 2 energy upgrades.
Yeah.
I have, on rare occasions, done enough grinding, without returning to a place where I can restore weapon energy, to the point that I ended up running out of vacuum fan energy, but it takes work to run out of vacuum fan energy on that level.
No, I get it.
Especially considering how quickly it brings things in at max special.
And also the idea of this is that how many times we've used so far, and that's only is. I mean, fine, the bar went down that little, but that's not much, given how much you've been using it so far.
Yep. Like, it's entirely reasonable to never get the final energy upgrade on the vacuum arm, just because of how easy it is to keep it at max, at or near max energy.
Sure, absolutely.
It's more just peace of mind.
Pretty much, and in some ways that kind of helps. Especially with something like this.
Yeah, like if you're grinding, the last thing you want to have happen is for the vacuum arm to run out of energy.
Or to be like what happens when I actually vacuum. I love my Hoover vacuum I have. Nobody does like you, and God, I love that commercial that sings that song, which I'll then edit in to explain what it is. But every so often the belt sometimes comes loose, so it's like, it stops picking stuff up. It's like, wait, why is that? And then I have to open it up, or I have to unplug it, open up with the screwdriver, and basically get that belt to kind of go around so it gets the stuff spinning specifically. Yeah, that's not happening with the vacuum arm. You never have to do that, like empty the bag. Fine, my case is not a bag. That ever have to empty that. Either way, same idea. But yeah, vacuum arm is definitely that way. Yeah, it takes in money without problems.
I mean, when you're actually using it, aside from when you first, aside from the period before you first use it after restoring your weapon energy, it'll never technically be completely full. Because the drain on the blue bar, your total remaining energy, happens after you stop firing.
Okay.
Or in this case, using it.
Right.
But I consider it to basically be at max energy right now.
Yeah.
It's really easy to keep it right there.
Also, I guess in some ways, you're probably picking up special weapon energy anyway as part of it. So that's, it's not going down much, so then when you get even a small item, it's basically recovering itself pretty much instantly.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to skip that set, because it only gives about 2.5K, so it's kind of whatever.
Yeah, and also you're close enough, because you need how much...
Yeah, that actually would have been enough to get me where I need to go, but,
we'll see if you get lucky with this. Okay, a little bit.
This is the second best one to get.
Alright. Yeah, but at the very least then it's like, one last good one.
Alright, we're there.
Awesome. Okay.
Unfortunately, there's a shop where I can get those items here.
Yeah, because I think you're saying that basically every shop can kind of sell those items when you get to a certain point of the game.
Yeah, like, you can even buy back stuff that you've sold from a different shop than the one you sold it at.
So they have connections, and but you never question. You appreciate it for the purpose of the convenience.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Alright, so
like,
hello.
I feel like it's gameplay and story segregation, but in a good way.
No, I agree with that, and I think that's something nice to... Okay, so yeah, we're going on the buying spree.
Alright, I'm just... Yeah. We can afford that.
Okay.
I literally need precisely 101,000 zenny right now.
Okay.
So anything over that is extra.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, yeah, you just barely do that.
Okay, we do not have enough for anything here that I actually want to get. Like, I particularly want to get that, but it's just good to have the flame barrier.
Sure.
So I believe it was Power Razor Alpha, Power Blaster Omega, and the Link Armor Omega.
Awesome. Alright, so yeah, let's put this stuff on.
Alright, equipment. Body parts. Link Armor Omega.
And yeah, how do you want to allocate this?
For the test, range is not important. So, Range Booster Alpha is... Range Booster Alpha is going to, go away.
Okay.
We will instead have, Power Razor Alpha, and here we'll have Power Blaster Omega. Just this is just a straight upgrade.
Awesome. Yeah, max attack and rapid pretty high.
All attack and all attack and rapid, almost max rapid, max attack.
Awesome.
I am going to see real quick if okay, so that's
That's a bit of a cut to your attack for max rapid.
I would not benefit from that.
Okay.
However, actually, I would actually benefit from a bit of energy.
Okay.
Let's see. I think I would benefit more with a bit more energy here than I would from the Power Blaster Omega. Like, attack and energy.
Okay.
Now that I'm looking at the stats. So, parts... I mean, what I just bought is still going to be really good.
Sure, yeah.
So
blast
I think I'll get this one.
Okay, you have...
That's just going to be a tiny bit more grinding.
Also, you do have some stuff you can sell to them now, don't you? It's not gonna be enough, but...
Yeah, sell item.
Yeah, I don't remember what you bought necessarily 100% either. Oh, okay, maybe not. That's
actually,
items.
we have Zenny.
Oh yeah, right, because there's a refractor we didn't sell.
The only reason refractors are obtainable in this game is to sell them.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll sell that. We have money.
Awesome, perfect.
Buy parts. That was the blaster unit Omega.
Alright.
Let's see, equipment, buster parts. Yeah, that looks a lot better to me.
Okay, that's pretty good.
I lose a little bit of rapid, which is normally a very bad thing.
Yeah.
But this means I don't need to be right up against an enemy to get the most out of the buster.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's probably good that way, too.
This will be a good balance, I think.
Okay.
Like, it reduces my highest potential DPS significantly, but it means I can also sit at I can also sit at a little bit of range.
Yeah.
Which I'm more comfortable with that than I am with keeping my highest possible DPS.
Okay. Alright, sounds good.
So yeah, that looks good. That's going to be, I believe, 6 shots on screen at a time, with pretty strong rapid.
Yeah.
And ridiculous attack power.
Yeah, dude.
So... yeah, let's give this a shot.
Alright, let's take a look at it.
I am going to go... I mean, actually, there's no risk of game over here, so,
Oh, you're gonna try the test?
We are going after that S-Class license.
Okay, let's see.
Because I see this as a good opportunity to give it a few shots.
Okay, sounds good. same deal as before. You can only have the lifter and what's on your person for, you know, Buster stuff. It does make the Reaper bots more powerful, yes, that's what it said.
A bit, yeah. But you also get so much more Zenny from them. It's worth it.
Alright, so let's do it. Alright, so you open the door, go in, kill everything. Alright, let's do it.
Oh, what?
Oh, it turns it off?
Okay, I completely forgot that they also take away your Buster stuff.
Really? Okay, I did not know that.
Okay, this means that all that prep was... Well, okay, it's possible that the armor is still there. I'm not completely sure about that.
Wow, there's nothing else there, including all the health you have. Okay, maybe it is still there. Yeah, maybe the armor is still there, because it doesn't seem like you're taking much damage. When I tried this just as a lark on my off-screen, I took way more damage than you were. Fine, that still hurts.
Yeah, this is bad.
Okay.
I basically don't have health or range right now.
Although at least you did show being able to hit it from close range. You're like, fine, you got right up next to it and hit it briefly, so that's the idea.
Yeah, S-Class license is going to be a bitch.
Alright, let's see what goes on, though. I think you're right, I think it does hold the armor lists. It's not much of a consolation, but it's something, I think. Oh, that was good, though.
Stunner stepping.
Okay.
It's a,
Is it something that causes more damage?
well, it basically provides, it's basically false rapid.
Okay.
Unfortunately, because of that status, I am basically going to be at 1 HP for the rest of this if I make it that far.
Okay.
Oh, well, or just die.
Okay.
I did not see that there.
Yeah, if nothing else, you're also showing the full force of this.
Yeah, S-Class license sucks.
But the reward is amazing. There's no reason why I guess you'd want to do it. Because when you did that, I'm thinking it's like that glitch that Mega Man X and X2 have, where you do the dash with the shot and you do double damage. Which you show when we showed Mega Man X2, that is for sure, and I will show that when we do next.
Actually trying to attract the attention of the little guys up there. Because I can't actually lock on to them from here. Although I can technically aim, but
Yeah, it was hard without a reticle.
Yeah. Damn it.
So you threw right over him.
Like that was almost perfect.
Mm-hmm. They're gone at least.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait for the status to wear off this time.
Okay.
Which might screw me, but,
Okay.
I mean, I'm probably screwed for this run anyway.
Okay. There's as many rooms before.
These green, hold that thought, these green meter Legion, will inflict the same, zero range status as the guys that, did it in the first room.
Okay, so basically just use that more on you.
Shoot the thing.
Yeah. That was a good try, though, and it seemed like you were getting further.
Yeah, I do not like the S-test.
Okay. As I said, she'll have to do this, or she'll, I guess off-screen it. I don't know. How do you want to handle that? Or for that matter, I don't know, for one of your practice things, do you want to try and off-screen it? We did show what it is. Well, fine, we sort of show what it is, and we can show what it is, actually, if you do it on your, element.
Yeah, with that, I think I'm S-classed out for tonight.
Well, hey, given everything else you did, may as well. I mean, in that case, yeah, I think you deserve that. You deserve the rest. Good job and good attempt on this as well. Got further than I got, specifically. So that's that idea.
The S-class test is brutal.
Yeah, is the hardest thing in the game, I think, aside from maybe the final boss.
I think hands down, I think the S-class test is the hardest thing in the game.
Wow, okay.
Like, if you're basically perfect with the lifter, it's not so bad, from what I understand.
But the lifter's hard to use in some cases. So I get that as well. Like, you've been playing this game for years, and it's tough for you. It was like, I haven't been playing it that long, and fine, it makes sense. It's a tough one for me, but yeah, that's that idea. Yeah, fine. That is fine. Anybody's played this game, I think, has said specifically. I think Elector said this. I think it's not fine. I think he said this. Something along the lines of, "Hey, how insanely hard this is," or maybe he doesn't do it for the purpose of that. That being said, that's that idea. So. So that that's a good
yeah, there is a very real chance that I might be using my personal save file for the weapon showcase later.
Okay.
Near the end of like basically finishing up Legends 2, whichever part ends up being the last one. That's when I'll do the weapons showcase.
Okay.
And that's when I'll have everything put together and maxed out in my main file. If I'm not able to get it going, and if I'm not able to get the S-Class license going in this file.
So basically, that translation, she has gotten the S-Class license before, but is that the only time you've done it?
That is the sole time I've ever managed to do it. I have only accomplished it one time ever.
Okay. Is it, well, you have some time to make it a second time as far as this show, but either way, that's fine.
And that was after literally at least dozens of attempts.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to do that in a couple months with Contra Hardcore, so I know the pain of stuff like that.
Yeah. Though we did just get a bit of a show of what the Buster can do.
Oh yeah, no question.
Like with its current setup.
Yeah, we'll have a little bit of another one before this.
These guys did not live very long.
I was kind of moving around erratically.
But yeah, these guys will flip very quickly now. I just need to get them bunched up, and then they die.
Yeah, that is really fast. All that money and everything for it. Okay.
Like, this is actually a really good buster for grinding right now.
Awesome. Okay, and so it also means that you have something specific as far as your future endeavors with that.
Yeah.
Alright.
Like, I actually have a decent grinding setup right now.
Awesome.
I don't have the S-Class license, obviously, but, I will make more attempts off-screen to get the S-Class license. It may not be something we get on-screen.
Okay.
I'm just putting that out there now. It may be necessary for me to grind out the S-Class license. Just throwing myself at it over and over and over off-screen.
Or is there some cases also, as I mentioned, like, hey, if you want to do a recording on that, is like record your off-screen attempts, and then do that, then that's something that can be done, although that would probably pretty much be right before the show, because as I said, we're going to be using Capture Device for this for our other shows as well, until I get to something in July that I'm going to use it as a, just hope I got everything figured out for that, but that's going to be that,
Yeah, well, I mean, if I'm able to, if I can get myself a splitter, I should be able to actually record my own stuff pretty soon.
Okay. So in that case, that's the idea. And with that, then, I guess this is going to be bringing us to the end of the show tonight. So, yeah, thank you so much, Nocturne, as far as your play of this, and for doing a great job.
Yeah. I did have a lot of fun.
Yeah, you did a terrific job as far as how it was, and you guys said the preparation you did turned out really good, and we got into a good place.
Yeah.
I think.
And I'm still on a little bit of that high from earlier.
There you go. So,
like completing the Sulcata ruins without any of the equipment that I should have had for it.
Okay.
Also, like just cutscene, boss cutscene.
Yeah, I was gonna say you just blink and you miss. No, I literally did blink. It's like wait, was there a fight here? I kind of thought that.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm glad we got that on video as well.
Like, there was a fight. It lasted less than a second.
Yeah, I know. That was amazing.
I kind of want to know how many frames it was.
Well, I'll have an answer. Trust me, I'll have an answer when I edit this. But either way, thank you so much for that. Yeah, so next part of this game is going to be on July 15th at... we said 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time earlier, but
yeah,
I don't know what you think. Maybe better for earlier element, or what do you think?
I think if we start at 5, it'll give me the room to make I think it'll still be good to start at 5, just in case things end up taking a long time.
Okay.
And worst case scenario, we just end up stopping earlier than usual.
Yeah, like five Zelda 5 hours at least, assuming that's the case of it. But I mean, yeah, okay. So there you heard it. So July 15th at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time instead will be part 4 of Mega Man Legends 2. Yeah, because that's what we do. We have the long-form games come back to every month when schedule permits, especially when it's a case of, figuring out stuff with guests until we finish it. Because, yeah, based upon this, we penciled in 6 months at least, or 6 parts. Yeah, we could do 5. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens next time. And we still have that 6th part, so in that case, it also covers that fine as far as up to the next thing she'll be involved in as far as her games, which will be October. We'll talk about that as far as the schedule, because that is the last thing we're going to on this show. That's some new faces in chat. Thank you so much, by the way, to everybody up there in Chatland for joining us for Super Bowl Game Saturday for this week. Last order of business we're doing on the show is we talk about the schedule of what's coming up on the program in the weeks and months to come. So, next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on June 17th, the Crusader 64 is coming back into the program. We're going to be playing Kirby Superstar for the Super Nintendo, which came out in 1996 in the US, was 95 for Japan. I've got my practice set up. We are going to be playing that game as cooperatively as we can. There's parts of it where there's going to say, no, you can't cooperatively do stuff. We'll figure as far as how we'll toss that around. I'm thinking some stuff Milky Way Wishes, which I know that he is a fan of for that. I'm handling the 100% run of the Great Cave Offensive. And actually, our 100% run of that game, assuming how test went, we should be able to probably do that as far as the 5-hour show. We are using the Switch Online, not expansion pack, using the Switch Online version for that, just for the purpose of handling flashing light warnings for that, because there's some heavy ones on the Super Nintendo game. I do have it on Super Nintendo, but I said, fine, for this one, we'll do it. And we have the classic Super Nintendo pads for the purpose of running that, so that's going to be that case. So yeah, it's going to be guest stuff going on for the rest of the month, as it is including tonight. So yeah, that is next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The week after that, Nocturne's coming back into the show along with Blood Spice Moon and Protorova, because it's Protorova's game. We're playing through another PlayStation 1 game that costs a lot of money. Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. We're going to be doing that on June 24th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be a bit earlier as far as how it is. But yeah, we're looking forward to seeing what's the next narrative we're going to come up with for that game, just like we had for this one.
Yeah, like for part 1, we had Ramus the hero.
Yes.
And part 2, Lunope.
Yeah, that's the idea. Name the parts for that. I named part 1, We Don't Need Another Hero, which is a nod to the late, great Tina Turner, may she rest in peace, as well as Lunope for part 2. Yeah, that's been a case of that game, but also with this one, the idea that you never know what you're going to get. It's kind of been the fun thing. It's also made the editing process fun in the sense of how's that going to go and stuff with thumbnail. And remember, thumbnail choice on yours, for that when it gets uploaded next week on the YouTube site. This week as it is now. But yeah, that's going to be 2 weeks at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to have a little bit of a schedule change, though, as far as the week after that. It was going to be July 1st. I'm going to have to push that up to June 30th. So it's going to be Friday show for our 4th of July weekend program. We had a lot of nice explosions of Zenny and Hypershell this time. We're going to have our explosive element going on for our debut of Bomberman on the program. We're going to be playing on the request of Electverse in chat, playing Bomberman World for the PlayStation. It's not a long game from what I've understood. I got my time to do practice now, specifically for that. So I'm definitely going to get set to that, so we can have our debut of Bomberman, and we get to celebrate 40 years of him next month. I believe it's been that long as far as the franchise.
40 years of Bomberman?
Yeah, Bomberman, the original, came out on the Famicom in 1983.
Wow.
So, yeah, 40 years. And we have a new Bomberman game, Super Bomberman R2, that is out in September. So, yeah, Bomberman's been around. He's been through a bunch of things. He's been on most every system known to man. He's been in different forms. He's been in 3D. He's been in 2D. He's been in a very weird case with being grown up in Bomberman Act Zero on Xbox 360. That was a mess. It was the Sonic 06 of that franchise, in more ways than one. But yeah, 40 years of Bomberman still going strong, and Bomberman World on the PlayStation is what we got as far as our first look.
That's quite an endorsement comparing it to Sonic 06.
It may be worse. I am not joking. It may very well be worse.
I'm laughing because I believe it.
Yeah, I mean, and also unlike Sonic 06, Sonic 06 has the fan community making Sonic the Hedgehog P06, Project 06, that's really good. They turned it into, from what people were saying, and now they've pretty much got it mostly finished, into a great game. People were saying, I've heard some people putting, someone you fact-checked or smacked down on the play of Mega Man X4 that we did at Jay's Reviews. He says it's one of the best 3 Sonic games ever made. Like, okay, and I played when it was in its early setup for that a couple of years ago. It was impressive. Like, talk about your revival of game and really kind of, a company drops the ball, the fans pick it back up. And, yeah, it was pretty impressive as far as it, but yeah, Bomberman X-Zero doesn't have a version like that, which is all the other games as far as franchise, so yeah. In that case, yeah, not only is Sonic 06 itself maybe a better game, but also you got a better version. So, there you go. That's a PC case, by the way, for PS6.
It would be really great if Sega picked up Project, or P06.
I agree with you, Nocturne, that Sega should perhaps take a look at Sonic the Hedgehog P06. Yeah, by the way, yeah, we're in a different location, and Nocturne's not with me, but don't worry about it. Yeah, I realized that when we finished recording Mega Man Legends 2 for Part 3, the video is fine until it came time to talk about the schedule. Yeah, apparently Twitch didn't want me to finish the schedule. Alright, so I'm continuing for where the schedule left off, as well as with a proper send-off. So, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we have the schedule for the next couple weeks. Our next show is going to be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time this coming Saturday at this time of this recording for Kirby Superstar for Super Nintendo with Crusader 64. Then the week after that is going to be Part 3 of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. June 30th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, there'll be a Friday show, is going to be Bomberman World for PlayStation, which is where the element of Sonic P06 came on, because I was talking about Bomberman X-Zero, as you do, when you talk about celebration of 40 years of a franchise. Yeah, I'll go into the rest of the schedule now. The week after that is going to be 2 shows. July 7th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is going to be a Friday night program. I'm going to have another preview program. We had that with Game Dev Tycoon back in February before we started playing that back in March, and we are going to get back to that game, by the way, as far as Protorova and myself are concerned. Probably in the new year, as I said, just because of how scheduling and stuff is working. But on July 7th, I have another preview program for Contra Hardcore for the Sega Genesis. We're going to run the Switch Online expansion pack version, because that's the version I have. That's the version I'm going to run when we play that game on September 30th. But I need to practice. I need more practice on that one, so I'm going to be streaming my live practice for that game on July 7th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Friday, and the day after that is going to be July 8th at Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Maddox is coming back. We are going to be finishing for real Parasite Eve for PlayStation. It's been something that we have had in the making for a while. He's had elements of schedule. He's not feeling well recently, but he is feeling much better now, and we're going to be completing our love with that terrific game from Square for the PlayStation 1. I am moving Mega Man up as far as, I guess, wanting to pilot the Flutter. He really wants to get involved in doing that, doesn't he? But yeah, we only have 27 floors of the Chrysler Building to climb up. Got that, and then we will fight the final boss, and that will be the end of Parasite Eve, which I have a wonderful time playing with him and discovering with him. Sorry it took so long for us to get to the end, or will be taking a little longer as far as it since the last part. But yeah, we don't leave our games hanging on this program. And then the week after that is going to be Nocturne returning to the game you're seeing on the screen, Mega Man Legends 2 for Part 4. We're starting that a little earlier, as mentioned earlier, at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on July 15th. And the week after that is going to be a question mark. I have to talk with Crusader64 after we do Kirby Superstar in a couple of days. He might be showing off the DS version as part of his PlayStation Classic emulation box, which is the way we're going to be showing that, and he does have it physically on DS, so until I get that capture device for 3DS and DS, fine, it'll be 3DS I'll get it for, so I can cover DS stuff. Yeah, that's going to be how we're going to be doing it, briefly, unless I have a virtual console release, which Kirby Superstar Ultra did not have one, so that's going to be that idea. If we do that, we'll have an update on our next show for that. But if we don't, I will pull out Pilewings for the Super Nintendo, and as I said before, I'm running the Switch Online for that one, so I also show as a little bit of an appendment 2 games we already showed for the purpose of showing their emulations, specifically Pilewings 64, which is the best emulated game on Nintendo 64's side, And also, Wavery 64, they put the Shindo Pack version up for the Japanese side of the Switch Online expansion pack. I want to show that. And hey, Summer, for the purpose of that. That'll be if we don't do Kirby Superstar Ultra that night. It'll be a 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time show that day as far as it on July 22nd. Week after that's going to be part 4. At this point, I'm trying to keep my numbers set for Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. That's going to be July 29th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think we might have mentioned this before. Nocturne may or may not be on that program, but she will still be in chat if not. But either way, we're going to figure that as time goes on. You'll probably have to stay tuned and tune into that program to get a sense of that. But Proto will be there, and Blood Spice Moon will be there as well. And then getting into August. In August, we have a little bit of an element going on as far as schedule. We're going to have 2 Friday shows. I do know that for a fact. The first weekend, I'm still in decision on what I want to do as far as the viewer request for that month. And then it's either going to be that weekend or maybe 2 weeks after that. It's going to depend on this because Edwack at some point on either the first weekend of August or the 3rd, he's going to be starting Spyro the Dragon for us. Yeah, he's playing the Spyro Reignited Trilogy version, running the Switch edition of that game specifically. I said, what version you want to do? He said that one. I'm going to start that. That's going to be a Friday night show with him and Nikki, as is always the case, because they need Friday shows for that. The other case is going to be a Friday show for something. If, depending on what it is, I kind of want to pull out Tetrasphere for the Nintendo 64. I know Like vs. Ask for that one for a while. I know I've had that for a while. I'm almost as nervous to do that as I am with Contra Hardcore, because I know I got to be ready for that one. Because it's a game, I guess it's me, in a way, not necessarily fighting my personal demons so much as it's just me getting used to that game that when I played, I was too young to understand it. I was too hard to wrap my head around that sphere. So I think it's time for another look. And hey, like with Tekken 3, which you had a couple months ago, as far as a play, that push I got as far as like first one to see that one is why I love that game. I think that might potentially happen with Tetrasphere. We'll see as far as it, but that's what I'm thinking I want to do for that view request for that month. But I'll figure it and I'll keep you updated for it. As far as the other shows, second week of August, we're going to have part 5. I just make sure I'm keeping this count. Yeah, it's part 5 of Mega Man Legends 2. That's gonna be a 5 p.m. show, and at the end of the month, Proto wanted the last weekend of August for part 5 of Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. And then we get into September, where I've got, we'll probably have the finales of both Mega Man Legends 2 and Lunar at times to be determined. I know the Contra Hardcore is set for September 30th. I'm going to be holding to that one specifically as far as it, because like, I need all the time I can give to get ready for that one, even with the preview program I'm going to do. As far as also that month, we'll have the finale of Spyro the Dragon, because that's not a long game. We're going to only need 2 parts for that, as I was not aware of specifically. And then I'll figure something for the viewer request for that week. And then we get to October, where the first week of October, October 7th, that's going to be 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Gemini 96 is coming into the show for his debut on a game he's wanted to show for this program, a game he loves, a game that means as much to him as, say, Lunar for Protorova and Mega Man Legends 2 for Nocturne, or the Crusader 64 for Shadow Hearts, or anything feasibly that we've had as far as the show of games that guests have come in and said, I love this, I have a personal connection. He just started Earthbound. He'll be involved with the start of Earthbound for the Super Nintendo. It'll start a Halloween block off, and then also that month, the dates to be determined except for one. We're going to have the Typing of the Dead for the Dreamcast, which Nocturne's going to join me for. A game thing for the Crusader 64, we still got to decide what that is. I think I have to figure tech stuff out if it's going to end up being something like Until Dawn on PlayStation 4, which I know that's been kind of the idea we've been throwing around. Again, stay tuned to our show this coming week for the purpose that we'll discuss it. I will bring that up to him to get a sense of it. And the last week of the month, that is set, October 28th, we're going to be playing Castlevania Rondo of Blood, running the PSP edition through the Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles. Like, first wanted to see that game. I'm happy to deliver it, and I'm delivering it maybe even better in some ways, because it's going to be 30 years since that terrific Castlevania game that originally came out on the PC Engine CD in Japan. We got a PlayStation 1 or PlayStation Portable edition of it. Fine, it has a PlayStation 1 game in it. That's Symphony of the Night. At some point, we'll show that. We'll show it off on the PlayStation when we get to that one. But I do think we got to give some lip service on the PSP edition at some point as far as difference in translation. But Round of Blood is what we're doing next for Castlevania as far as a full one. And then in November, the first week, I believe, it's either going to be the first week or the second week, we're going to be doing next part of Earthbound. We're also going to be starting Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, for the PlayStation 2. We're going to be running specifically the Substance version on PlayStation 2, celebrating the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1 that's coming out that month. But because of the fact that the edition that's coming out is going to be based on the previously HD editions on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, it doesn't have the Metal Gear Solid Skateboarding edition, or mode, I should say, that the Substance game has. We'll run Substance on PlayStation 2 for the purpose of that play, and we get to Metal Gear Solid 3 eventually. We're going to run Subsistence for the same reasons as far as its extra stuff that have not been in later releases and will not be in later releases, unfortunate to say. And then for the Disney pre-Thanksgiving weekend show, I gotta figure what I'm doing on that. I thought I could do Mickey's Ultimate Challenge. I'm having issues with my Sega Genesis. I don't think we're gonna be able to do that, and I'm not picking up the Super Nintendo version of that one with all due respect. So I'm toying with the idea of running a twofer on NES from Capcom again. I'm thinking of running Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers and Disney's Adventures in the Magic Kingdom, because those are going to be really short. I know Adventures in the Magic Kingdom is a game you can beat in about an hour, feasibly, and sort of same with Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers. I will see if I can do that. I'm nervous running the NES because I know the NES is something that, hey, switching cartridges on a thing is a bad idea, and I got a front loader, so I'll have to figure that out. I'd like to show both of those if I can. I'll see what I can do, and I'll look into that as I go. And then at the end of November, we have our annual Thanksgiving showcase, our 4th annual one. I cannot believe we're going to be getting to that, where we're going to have the Switch Puzzle Showcase. I've been picking up games that people have been wanting to see, or that I've been requested other people as far as fans of the show, or people come in, and I'm going to be asking people as far as, in fact, Nocturne's a really good one that I picked up, and I'm keeping that one a secret as far as what it's going to be, but you're not going to want to miss it. And also to go into that, Dolly Fanny's been in the chat as far as it, and was in the chat of the show you just watched. She will be on that showcase program with me. So, yeah, we're going to have our showcase marathon element for Thanksgiving weekend for November, and I'm looking forward to doing that. But yeah, with that, I think we are done with the schedule. Yeah, Twitch is not getting in the way of this one because I'm doing an offline recording of this. And hey, at least it was at the end. At least it was only just the schedule that it was having problems with. But either way, that's what we do on the show, and we do the stuff with recording, which actually I did just finish all of the off-screen records that Nocturne needed for the purpose of this. Running the PlayStation 3 version of Mega Man Legends 2, as you're seeing on the screen here. But yeah, with that, again, thank you so much to everybody for watching this show when we did it live and watching it now on the YouTube site. Thank you again to Nocturne for her play, her terrific play, her hilarious play of this part of Mega Man Legends 2. I'm looking forward to the next part of it on July 15th and her next appearance on June 24th. You've got to get the dates specifically as far as when they actually are. But yeah, with that, thank you so much for watching the show. Hope you're doing well and take care of yourselves. I'll see you this coming Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with the Crusader 64 for Creeper Superstar for the Super Nintendo. Till then, keeping awesome. Thank you for watching. Have a wonderful night and take care.